We'll just start now. I'll just play on my own. I can steal bare blind.
Early doors.
Yeah. What? Fucking going 40 quid a night rubbish place. The bucket hat's in play.
Attention, anybody wishing to register the GUKPT Cup starting at 12:30. Entries are currently being taken at the main casino cashier. And anybody wishing to register for the seniors event starting at 1 PM. Entries are being taken in the poker room.
Good morning. How many's got that?
No, it's like that.
We're open now, yeah?
Doing a dog.
The button's in your bag, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, but because they can go forward, yeah.
Yeah, that almost got me the clock.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah. I woke up an hour later than I planned to wake up.
Went to bed. Well, the new 3 in the morning.
Do you fancy opening it? Thank you, man. Start of the time.
Attention, this is the final call. All players returning for day 3 of the main event. Please take your seats now. That's the final call. All players for day 3. Please take your seats. The total will begin in less than 5 minutes. Dealers, please open the bags for any players who are yet to arrive.
Oh, well, yeah, you stuck them here then.
Yeah, down on the kitchen. He's here, so he'll back to say.
Final table of 9,
Yeah.
right?
Travel ambulance is here as well.
Oh, Mr. Quiet Guy.
Oh, don't. Over my shoulder. Frankie, get the golf on the screen. G-O-L-F.
You know what?
Golf on the screen. When he shouted that, I said golf on the screen. G-O-L-F. I was like, what?
Ah, there you are.
No, I do it for you.
You're racing.
I hope Arthur forgot to put the blocks forward.
Funny enough, we just said the same. Well, we didn't say we hope. We said, what if?
Guaranteed somebody will, Guaranteed.
anybody wishing to register for the GUKPT Cup, entries are being taken at the main casino cashier. That's anybody wishing to register for the GUKPT Cup, entries are being taken at the main casino cashier.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How we doing? We're all online. Everything's hunky-dory. Hope things are good. Empty chair. It's not 12:19 yet, so we're not worried. We're not worried yet. 12:19. So we are in for the main event, day 2. We are here, and good luck to the final 11 that have made it through. They are the names. Steve Warburton, 1.6 million. He's on our table with the hat. He's got the hat on from Dustildorn last week when he FT'd a couple of events. And he's Leo Withington, Lease, Min G, Greg King. Just speaking to Greg. Just speaking. I said 12:19 and here he is. He's faced his own team. 12:19. I said exactly that. I said, don't worry about it. I'm early. He's not late.
Never late. Never. Always on time.
Brilliant.
Is he?
Absolutely brilliant. So we are just about to start the day and ready for a cracking day. It could be a day where it's fast and furious. We could be on an FT in 10 minutes. We could be on an FT at 2:30, and we could be on an FT at 5 o'clock. You just never ever know, but I don't think so. There was no betting. We don't know why. We've been advertising it all week. We don't know what. We didn't get a message, so we don't know why. So apologies for that. But would you have all lumped on? Who would you have lumped on?
I think Warbs is obviously big favourite, but it depends on the prices, Tower.
I think I would have gone for Leo.
Yeah, Leo might have been.
I'd have gone for Leo this week. Or Steve.
Unlucky Leo, unlucky Steve. There's always next event.
Excuse me. Oh dear. Yeah, obviously price dependent on Leo it would have been. We would have needed to seen the book, but unfortunately there wasn't one. There is a live stream free roll at 6 o'clock.
Michael opening hijack first hand makes it 25. Will McMurray with the ace king suited in the big blind. Off of 31 bigs here for Will. Could plausibly just shove this one if he wanted to, Tower, but going to go for the free bet and still going to get the same result. Michael will be out of there.
Say 90. Raise 90,000.
So good afternoon everybody, tuning in for the first level of the final day in Blackpool. Another cracking week and coming to an end. 305 runners in the main event. Scrolling across the bottom are the prizes. Hiya Robbie. Good to see you again this week, Mr. Bull. As always. The Green Bay Packers out this week for Mr. Howard. Starting seat 3. Will I know we're just looking at Will Murray in the small blind after initial raise from Warbs, and he's just called with the king 10. Will says, be kind to me in the chat box. I says, yesterday, every time you were in a pot, Jay went, over to you, Tower. He says, oh, he's learning. Did anybody speak to Ali to get his thoughts on the hand? I did for a minute, and he said something was said at the table and it put him on tilt. That's as far as he went. So it's, I don't know what it was. Obviously I didn't hear it, but that's what he said. He just put him on Uber tilt and he just moved in. So that's what he said. And then he just shook my hand and he went on to the next. That's how you play, Ali. That's how you get your chips.
Bet 25,000. Cool.
Well, goes for the bet on the end with the King 10.
There you go. You want to big up Mr. Wilmot Money winning that hand?
Well done, Will. Which won the first two hands today. It's great. It's great when you sit down on a day 2, day 3. Just first few pots are very key, just to get a bit of momentum. If you can pick up a couple of pots early on.
Returning for day 2 of the GUKPT Cup. Please come in away to the table. Tournament will begin in 5 minutes.
How many bagged up for the cup yesterday?
Well, we haven't many bagged. It's probably double the fill.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
The queue I saw at the cash desk for the day 2 buy-in spin.
Yeah.
And as it was with the Queen 10, makes it 25k.
It looks like there's about 12. I'm sure there's about, I think there's a 37 making it through. And I can now see 49. So we'll keep you updated with the cup. Obviously we're concentrating on this, the main event.
So Walkers opens the Queen 10, Michael defends the 6-3 suited. It gets a delicious looking flop. Flop and pair and flush draw. And Queen 10. Do expect the odds to continue this particular hand versus big blind on the Ging high board. Goes to 20, 20 into 68. So between quarter and third. Michael just going to proceed with a check call. Oh,
3 hearts turn.
a delightful sight.
Absolutely.
I'm sure why that says 2 of hearts bottom right. Definitely a 3.
Oh, yeah, we've just seen the 3 hearts. Yeah. It is a 3. As we can see, and the king of spades. It's a So it is a 3 and not a 2, but it doesn't make a difference to Steve Warburton because he's completely missed, and Michael Howard will bet, and Steve with Queen Eye. Andy Hill's got 330 and Katie Swift making it through into the cup. Very nice indeed.
This is the final call. Balls in the Jimmy Pool. Final call. 3 minutes remaining until the tournament begins. Dealers, please override with any players who are yet to arrive. Leave their buys in their seats and do not check stack net.
So he does call Steve. Maybe he wants to see the cards from what Michael Howard is playing.
Yeah, we do beat all this like 4-5 suited, 4-6, 5-6 suited, as well as the front door spade draws of Steve, and maybe not expecting Michael to value bet a 7. No club in our hand, so did go for the hero with the Queen High. Straight away, look at that new deck tower.
Straight in.
Colin's got 3 left in the golf match play. Only McElroy can do me.
For the GUKPT
One favourite.
entries are currently being taken at the main casino cashier.
Very nice. Well done, Colin. Good effort.
Peter with the Jack 9 on the button. Could definitely open this one if you wanted to off a 25. Michael completing in the small, and Greg more than likely going to check his option, may raise at some small frequency. The trash, going to see this more often, check them off to a flop.
Here we go, 9-3-2, 2 spades.
Hey guys, went to support National Non-League Day yesterday, so I missed the answer to Dave's 20 question. What was the answer, please? It was Will Smith. Will Smith.
Valerie Wiley getting it correct. As Dave Doherty told us. That was good, that. I know we had 20 minutes to fill in, and it went on for an hour. It was great.
And we are going to head out to an outer table, guys, because we have got an all-in and a call. It's pocket 8s for Danny Whitbread against the King at 10. No help there.
2 trophies already this week. We need an 8 to survive.
Next door, 7 on the turn.
And a 3. Well, he won the mystery bounty. He won the turbo. Sheffield lad, Danny Whitbread. Posting out in 11th for £5,000 on the snotter.
And it looks like a good start for Leo.
Oh, there we go, Mr. Warburton. We are losing to balance the tables. Leo Worthington Lease, if you'd have had a couple of quid on him, he started well. So we're losing the hat. Mr. Steve Warburton. We're on 10. Could be the quickest time we get to an FT like ever.
Yeah, could be. What you reckon then, Jay? What time do you get to the bar today, finish time? I haven't even looked at structure, to be honest with you, Mick, but I may have a little butcher's now. Let's see what we're looking at.
Right. It's going to be a good battle. Still some super good players left. Antique stopped drinking.
Oh, he hasn't.
When he sleeps. No, he hasn't.
I saw him with a beer. I've seen him with a beer in his hand every night this week.
Ace, 2, 3, flop. They were drinking something last night that looked like fairy liquid.
Yeah, the green stuff, I saw that.
What is that
I
about?
don't know.
I know what's in it, but I would... Oh my days. Just, if you mix a blue wicked with fresh orange juice, it turns into fairy liquid. And whatever else is in it, they were drinking it. And I'm like, what is that?
8 levels, cross break. I'd probably say 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock today, Mick the Mod.
9 o'clock.
Don't usually say that.
No.
In my prediction.
That is true. Brad's on his way to Wembley about 1:30. Is it an afternoon? Must be an afternoon kick-off then. Is it an afternoon kick-off? What time do Ingurland play today?
Never a late kick-off on a Sunday, is it? So.
No. Must be so bad for the trains and whatever. Get back from London at a reasonable hour.
5 o'clock kick-off.
5 o'clock kick-off. Still a bit late. Time you finish 7, time you get out of the stadium, 7:45. Last train back up north. Do they think everybody just lives in London or goes to Wembley?
All the Man U fans do.
Well, Twitch is lagging. We'll check it. Thanks for the information, guys. Obviously, yesterday was so perfect. Wicked, Blue Wicked, Orange Bacardi Breezer is called Dragon thing. It's just, no, how does anybody know that? Oh my days, sounds awful.
Literally, Ash.
More Man United fans in London than Spurs fans.
So I'd expect this just to be bet fold. I'd be surprised if Wilmer Murray continued here. Let's just get out of the way with the King 8.
I don't know what NFL games. I don't know what NFL games are in Tottenham this year. I've not seen the list. I think the only chance I'll ever get to go to the Tottenham game is if Rotherham United play Tottenham in the FA Cup, or the Miami Dolphins play in the NFL at the Tottenham Stadium. I think that's the only chance I'll get to the new Tottenham Stadium. We're on 10 players, Angel Kid. We are on 10 players. We've lost one. Danny Whitbread busting out on the out table with pocket 8s against Ace King. And now we're on 10. The FT is 9. And the short stack at the tables when we started was Ben Jackson.
Yeah, Will goes for the raise here to 25k tower. I speak about these spots a lot, the blind on blind. When we just click it from the small into the big just has to peel so wide and continue against us with position. Like Peter here, Jack do suited, just has to call with position once we're getting this price heads up versus Will blind on blind. Just make it at least 3x, 36k. Because we want to try and get some folds from our opponents when we do go this size. We're just not getting enough folds from their range. They're just going to call too much because of the price that they're going to be getting. And there is the call from Peter.
So we're going to see a flop. A whole heart flop would be like insane. 10 high flop, 10-8-6.
So Will does have gut shot here and flush draw. I'm not going to choose to continue. Might have had a little stab here with this particular holding. Just 7 high, bottom end. We are gut shot on backdoor hearts. Going to go check to the turn. Now I'm all firing for 26k, and this should get the job done.
It should indeed. Suits you better, this is.
Going to get Peter off, and as that happens, we are heading to an outer.
Into tier 2 of
Ben Jackson is all in.
Anybody wishing to enter directly into tier 2, everybody taking out the cashier desk in the main casino.
With the chips by the looks of that, the ace-8's all in for Ben.
That's a bad flop.
It is.
He's now using an ace or a 7, so losing out.
King, ace or ace-7 needed for Ben to double, and it's not. It's a 10 of diamonds. Mr. Ben Jackson departs. Jimmy takes his chips. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the FT.
Lovely.
Wow. Wowzers. How long's the break?
15 minutes.
15 minutes for a full redraw. So we're back in 15 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll be back at 1:30.
I'll be back
at 14 minutes.
yeah, I'll be back in 4 minutes.
I'll be back at 10 to, but we'll stick the 15-minute clock on to count down for the FT to start. Full redraw, pictures, and everything like that, and we'll be back. And seeing as though he didn't bring me a tea, I'll have to go and get my own. So I'll see you back here just before we start the FT in about 10-12 minutes time. Final table, Blackpool on its way. So we've gone 3-bet to 375. Rodrigo's called. Jamie has 4-bet to 1.7. And now it's back down to Vinny, who's up to 20k from 5.
Yeah, I can't see Vinny calling tower. Jamie here, ace 10. Definitely one we can mix into the 4-bet bluff range. Ace 10 off can be in there, especially versus Ben as well, who's more than capable of finding 3-bet bluffs. So this ace 10, not a bad candidate to choose. Obviously we're not going to 4-bet 100% of the time, only going to be at a small frequency, but it will find its way in there. Now on Ben tower, and this is a dicey spot this deep, just because of how deep we are. I think we're just supposed to play flat here on the button with position. Don't think we're going to be 5-betting here, because Jamie's still obviously got the aces and kings.
If it doesn't, he's gonna see it or anything.
Although we block them, only 3 combos of aces, 3 combos of kings from our perspective.
Can we 5-bet?
We can tower, but I just think this deep against a 4-bet here from Jamie that we're supposed to just flat.
He does just flat.
You drink it? No.
Now Rodrigo getting a really attractive price with the king queen suited. But we're only in for 390 tower, so probably happy to fold the king queen. I think he'll be aware that so likely to be in a dominated spot here. Look at this, 3.9k in the middle already.
In the tank is our Rodrigo.
I'd be surprised if he called tower. And the other thing I will mention as well, he's got 4 1k plaques there and probably a 2k stack of things, so he is actually a lot deeper than what the graphic shows. I'd be surprised if Rodrigo was going to come along here after this action that has just occurred. So here we go, guys, nearly 4k in the middle, 4-bet pot between Jamie Lee and Ben, battle of the GUKPT champions. Jamie winning Luton last year, Ben winning Manchester back in 2019.
Jack 9-7, Rainbow.
Yes, we have flop day gut shot here as Jamie. If we are going to elect to c-bet, should be a fairly small size choice here. But Ben will definitely have the jacks, the 9s here. I'm not sure he's always going to be 3-betting 7s. But I think it's a board we will play some checks on as Jamie as the 4-better. He does choose to check. And over to Ben with the ace-king. Now I've got to start thinking about Jamie's range. I think Ben will be aware Jamie's good enough here to be checking some overpairs, the aces, the kings, because we're just more likely to have the 9s, jacks, these type of hands. I guess Jamie will call 4 jacks as well, can have top set. Ben weighing his options up. Looks like going to be firing.
21. Oh, 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. Small size in here. Going to be small size choice in the 4-bet pot. And Jamie, just expect him to play check call here, tower. Getting this price over 4.5 to 1 on the call. Should just be a check call from him. Does elect to check call, but look at this pot, 6.1k in the middle, and the best hand is ace king high.
Oh,
Oh,
what a turn.
Oh my word. And this is danger for Ben now, Tower. This is dangerous because Ben, in theory here, as the caller of the 4-bet, should probably have a lot more 10x here than Jamie. So in terms of ranges, he's going to have a few more straights here than Jamie. So it may be a card that Ben might start taking off on here, just because of the 10x advantage that we should have in this spot, as Jamie as the 4-better and us as the caller. Surely Jamie just has to play check here for that reason as well, and Ben did have the better lead after firing flop. I'd be surprised if he did lead, Tower. He's had a little glance at his chips, so he is going to lead.
You see the dark blue chicks, plaques?
Yep.
The 5k.
They're 5k.
The dark blue plaques are 5k.
So that looks like just under 6.
No, it's not.
Oh,
The
that
500.
one's a 500.
There is, yeah, there's a different one. So 2600 was the bet. That was a 500.
It's a massive pot here already. I think Ben now going to get away from it. The thing is here, Tower, Jamie checks, Ben might have gone for it.
Oh,
well, he is
in.
going to go for it. He is going to go for it. He just knows he's got the 10x advantage. And he is drawing dead to a chop. Ben has gone after it. Jamie snap calls 9 of spades on the river. And we got a 24k pot in a 5-5-10 game. Ben Maraged's going after it. Can't fault the heart, but oh my word. Was not expecting that, Tower. Just unleashes the 9k rip on the turn with ace king high, drawing dead to a chop, and all that's down to is the 10x advantage that Ben should have in that spot. But oh my word, that was something else. 24k pot going Jamie Lee's way. Ben bluffing for chunks. That takes some calibre, Tower.
Oh, and he just sat there and he just nonchalantly went.
I know you may be watching, looks like Ben's just dusted off 10, 11k, but not many people can pull the trigger for that amount of money. But Ben was just going on the 10x advantage there. That's all it can be, Tower. Jamie as the 4-bet are going to have less 10x than Ben as the caller of the 4-bet. Jamie scooping by far the biggest pot of the night, and I think that's going to sport him well over a 20k profit now.
Yeah.
What a hand.
£25,000 hand. You've seen it live.
And look at Jamie's stack. That just looks beautiful there, literally. Lovely looking poker stack. More to come, please, stream.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with 1 suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5, 3-3, closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9, 6 deuce. Makes it 1.2. And Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, queen.
And Gary good enough to fold kings now, Tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
double suited?
Yeah, they're
No.
double suited, but the thing is, like against ace-x of spades, ace-x of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch has
scenario,
put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Mitch
Neil's
got-
never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen, Jack, 10, 9, 8, 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got, Tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flattening the kings. We're not closing the action
Yeah.
behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call here.
Absolutely. 5 all ins.
6 to
As we start just now, we've got the last few entries counted.
Still waiting for them, as you can see, but we are just about ready for the FT, the final table. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you may be. We are on the final table in Blackpool. In seat number 1 is going to be Jimmy. Jimmy Lee. Min G. Good old Jimmy. In seat number 1. In seat number 2, it is going to be Iman Sarkisic. In seat 3, it's going to be Greg King. Speaking to Greg earlier, I sat down 5 minutes before we started. Asked me if we were going over to Dublin for the Irish Open. I said, how expensive is Guinness out there? It's a big factor in whether I'm going to Dublin or not. He says the average price is €9.
What, for 1 pint
For
of Guinness?
1 pint of Guinness.
I don't drink Guinness.
But we'll see what happens. This lad's going. He's already booked. He's already booked. Might jump in the bunk bed for Dublin. We'll see regarding the Irish Open. It starts next Monday, a week on Monday the 3rd. It's on the 3rd till the 10th. So that's that. Lin Chen, who is in the NPL top 4. He's going to be in seat number 4. Michael Howard with the Green Bay Packers hat on is going to be in seat number 5. Leo Worthington Lees is going to be in 6. A lot of people's favourite to win it. He's Leo. He's been very consistent in the last 12 months. And he's playing well. Pete Charalambos is going to be in seat number 7. Who I think he's second. I'll check the record books very soon, but he's definitely had a second in the GUKPT in the past. Steve Warburton is going to be in seat number 8. Chip leader of the table that Leo is catching. And Will McMurray is going to be in seat number 9, so we won't be able to stare straight at you. We tell them you've got to sit in 9. So Will McMurray from Morecambe area is there. He is final table of the and there he is. Mr. Will McMurray is going to be in seat number 9. I'm looking forward to the final table. Well done, Will. Scrolling across the bottom of the prizes of the final 9. Oh, sorry, Jay. So you're watching the? I don't know which hand it was. I don't know
I'm taking a picture of Missy,
which hand it was. I just turned it up because I knew we were coming straight back. Hiya, Rebecca. How are you? Hope things are good and see you at the poker table again very soon. How are we doing, Bex? Watching with a 1-year-old, teaching her young. I know you wanted to come up and play the CAF Cup, and you couldn't get out. Obviously, the little one is still little. So hope to see you at poker table again very soon. I hope things are good at home But we are just about to start. Pictures taken.
The only one I've got.
Everybody is now ready for the FT. It was the family all-in on the cash table, the 5-way all-in at the Omaha. That's we'll stick it on at the first break. We'll stick it back on.
Just an ace, queen, flush, straight.
So we're ready. Let us do this. The final table at 1 PM on a Sunday. Something new?
Yep.
Definitely something new. Yeah, Steve Warburton, left and right here, are going to be chewed off all day long for as long as they're in. So who's your favourite? Who's going to win Blackpool? Who's going to take it down? Good afternoon, Chelsea watching on Facebook. Good luck, everybody. We are just about to start the FT. Nearly £6,000 locked up, £83,000 to the winner. Whenever that will be, sometime tonight. But we are on the final table. The cup is up and running. The seniors is about to start in the club at 1 PM. It was like walking through the poshest old people's home earlier on, walking through the bar, let me tell you. So here we go, let's do it. Good luck, everybody. Happy viewing, and fingers crossed it's a cracking FT.
I don't say actual count the stacks if you're interested.
Mine's wrong, by the way. Sorry. Yeah, 657.
657. Congratulations, making the final table, the main event. Possibly starting seat number 9, price continue 6,000, 12,000. Every single player will have an all-in triangle. Please remember it's binding. Put it in.
Set and ready. Stevie Ward's most decorated player at this table. 2.3 million in live cashes. So in terms of scores,
There's the chip counts as well.
Iman Sarkashik making his first ever GUKPT final table.
Good luck, guys.
And we've got Will McMurray, who final tabled this event, comes second back in 2019 here in Blackpool.
First hand. Who was that?
Will McMurray.
Yes.
Also, see on Will Tower, he's only got 2 GUKPT final tables. He got second in Blackpool in 2010 in the main event, GUKPT Summer Series.
Yeah, that was the year they were doing the Summer Series. Instead of doing they had the GUKPT 1Ks and then they put the 500s on during the summer.
So Will, second ever GUKPT final table, third ever, and they've all come in Blackpool.
That's the first bluff of the day, yeah.
Fifth in Blackpool in 2019, second in Blackpool in 2010, and here he is again at the FT. As Peter kicks us off with an open.
Where was Pete second? Feeling around me in Walsall.
He comes second in the grand final in 2012 for 72,800, and he comes second in Walsall, good memory tower, in 2008, 15 years ago, for 48k.
I think that was Kimber that won that. Mr. Jeffrey Kimber.
This is Peter's 4th ever GUKPT final table. Payouts coming across the bottom of your screen. I'm going to take the initiative here on the double pair board, which leads with the Jack 6 for near pot size, 35 into 42.
That's a bit optimistic, isn't it?
What's that?
Only giving the seniors 2 minutes to sit down before the tournament starts. The seniors is always the biggest comp for nearly everybody who sat down for the first hand. It's amazing. And there's going to be 60 runners starting the seniors.
80k call, showdown.
Peter with the snap call. They're going to leave Eman with sub 15. Went for the bluff with the Jack 6 of diamonds. Didn't work out and leaves him a short stack.
Up to 400,000 and 35 bigs.
Lin Chen, as Tower mentioned, third in the National League. However, Tower, this is actually Lin Chen's first cash in a GUKPT main event, and he's sitting fourth in the National League. And this is actually his first ever cash in a GUKPT main event, and it comes in the form of a final table. Lin's had really good results in a lot of the side events and some of the MPL events over the last 4 or 5 months, but this is his first ever GUKPT final table.
Any of these won a GKPT before? No, we will have a new champion. Oh, that's a nice flop. Any jacks about? Greg in C3, unbeknown to us what his old cards are.
Yeah, no winners here.
Bet 13k.
Greg King's first ever GUKPT cash as well, Tower.
Yeah.
In the form of a final table. So
come over from Dublin.
So Lin Chen, Iman, and Greg, all with their first FT, GUKPT main.
Check. Check.
Check. Could just be ace high for.
Yeah, spot on Tower.
Greg.
Could definitely have ace high here, Greg. Little call once on the flop. Could have some small pocket pairs this deep that just want a flat versus the button opener Jimmy, but Jimmy gets a lovely looking river and going to be wanting to go for some value here.
He is indeed.
That's 65k.
Jimmy goes fairly large, 65 into 94, 2/3 choice of size. Does get Greg off an unknown holding.
So Steve Warburton 1.5 mil. Leo 1.1 started superbly as well. He's in a good position.
Yeah, Leo in the hunt for a GUKPT title. Got some good results over the years. Biggest live cash of only 62k though. I'm surprised to see that from Leo. $500,000 in live earnings for him.
Is he predominantly a tournament player?
Yeah, mainly MTTs, Leo, I believe.
Raised to 25k.
under the gun, raises the king queen to 25k. Leo flats the nines. Warps comes along in the low jack. Over to Greg in the small blind. The king 5 suited. And we're going to take his price and come along here. And Lynn with the most perfect shove spot now with the jacks. Surely we just have to send this for 32 with all this dead money in the pot. Have to move all in here as Lynn. Jack's just too strong to do anything else. Like, you don't expect ever Leo or Warbs to really be playing any traps here once gun opens. I think it's just going to be Michael, the player that we're worried about, but still, Jack's still going to be more than good enough to send in versus the range of hands that Michael should be opening from this position. I'd love to just see Lynn pile here, tower up for 32. Oh, he's going to go for the free bet, not all in. It's 115k. Like, when we do this, we've got to ask ourselves as well, what hands are we going to free bet not all in here that aren't our value hands? Like, what bluffs are we going to choose as Lynn? Where will we build them from? And can't just be free betting not all in our premium holdings like jacks, queens, kings and aces. Going to have to find some other hands in there to balance it out, but maybe Lynn might do this with some of the suited ace-x or even offsuit ace-x from the big blind. An immediate blocker in there, but this one looks like it's just going to get through, so it would have got the same result as an all-in.
Just get out of the way. So if you just tuned in, welcome one and all to the final table in Blackpool.
Who has the most Hendon mob earnings? That would be Stevie Warbs.
Yeah.
Top of the shop with 2.3 million in earnings.
Yeah, didn't they chop an EPT?
Yes, he come second in Barcelona. Lost heads up to Joanda, didn't he, back in 2016?
John Joanda.
Yeah, so in terms of earnings, from best to last, top of the shop, Stevie Warbs. Second, Peter Charalombus, 800k in live earnings. Then Leo with just over $500,000. Then we got Minji with 400k in live earnings. Then we dropped to Michael Howard with $250,000 in live earnings. Will McMurray's got 115k in live earnings, and then we've got Gregory King with 92,000 and Iman Sarkaship with 14,000 in live earnings. It's actually Leo's first final table as well, Tara. I'm just having a little browse.
Won some sides, hasn't he?
At the player.
Leo.
Leo's first GUKPT main event final table. Did final table bubble the UK Poker Open when we were in Coventry a few weeks back.
Playing well. He is playing well.
So Warps, King 10 suited. Has to open this one, raises to 25. Folds round to the blinds. Just going to be the play that's going to make us the most money, Phil. That's all it is. Obviously flatting, we don't want to go 5-way and split equity 5-way with jacks. Like the free bet not all in, we're going to be out of position if someone does choose to pill and come along, and then we're sort of in no man's land on queen, king or ace high boards out of position. So the best option is just to send for 30 odd bigs, and simply because Michael only really the player that can call us off and have aces, kings or queens there. I just don't think once Michael opens under the gun, Leo or Warbs are going to have too many traps in the form of aces or kings there. So jacks just worried about the range of Michael that's going to open under the gun, and Michael's going to open all the suited ace-x, he's going to open king queen, king jack, then all the suited broadways, like the low down is probably 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, this type of stuff. So just against that range of hands that's opening under the gun, we just get so many folds, and once there's an open and 3 callers, there's just so much dead money in there to pick up that pot, and the jacks is a really nice hand to just move in and take it down. What was the reason for the book not running today? I'm not sure, Billy. I'm not
We
sure.
don't know. Unfortunately, we were advertising it all week. McMurray under the gun +1 gets out of the way. Jimmy also out of the way. In G. Back round to Greg in C, number 3 from Dublin.
No, the book not running, Ryan.
Yeah, the cup's running. The cup's definitely running. They had about 15 buyings for day 2. Did the cup? 17 day 2 buyings for the cup. The book for the final day of the GUKPT unfortunately didn't run, and we weren't too sure why. We were advertising it all week. It just unfortunately didn't happen.
30. The other one. 30.
We've got Greg with the king 10 raises to 30k, and Peter with the ace 5 suit just defends in the big blind. Seems fine. Both players catch a piece, and the king 9-5. 2 club board. I think this one is Greg could opt for a little bit bigger size or potentially check on this board. And the king 10, a nice actual candidate to mix in some checks with some top pair. We've got that middling card between the king and the 9. We've got the king of clubs as well for the backdoor flush draw. That does just come out firing, which is never going to be a bad thing once you do flop top pair. Now Peter, with a piece of his own, does have bottom pair nut kick up. Prefer at least 1 spade on board, but get him 4-1. Expect him still to call 1 tier. The ace 5 suited.
In the think tank, Mr. Peter Sharonambos. Bottom pair.
Yeah, I think once he tanks this long tower, he's going to have to fold now.
Yeah.
But I always do find it interesting when players have long tanks on turns or flops, because a lot of the time it does just give away, if your opponent is aware that you're not actually Hollywooding and you've genuinely got a decision, it does sort of give away the strength of your hand. Like once we take a minute there to call on the king 9-5 flop, like it's probably pretty clear that like we're going to have a 5 at best, because we're not going to take that long with a 9, we're not going to take that long with like a flush draw or some sort of combo draw. So opponents that are aware will just pick up on that weakness and then can just fire on a turn card that doesn't change the board texture and just get us to fold that hand immediately. So just something to take note of. If you are having long tanks on flops or turns against good opponents, they will pick up on that and maybe think you're lower down your range because of the lengthy decision. Howdy and Barnesy. Afternoon, gents. Looking forward to the FT coverage. So are we.
Indeed, Barnesy. Afternoon, Fizz.
Walk for walks.
Walk. There we go. No need to do anything. Next event for the team.
Oh!
There it is. There it is. Down in the Vic for the team. That is the next event. We'll be there on Wednesday the 19th of April until we crown a champion of the main event on Sunday. Back home on the Monday as you do.
You might be there Wednesday, I might not be. I'm striking for the cash game if we've got the Vic regulars on. I'm letting you know that now. I'm striking for the cash game if we've got the Vic regulars on. Not doing it. I want some action. I don't want boring poker.
That's the next event for the team. Cardroom Direct will be down in London. And then the next NPL event and the GUKPT is up in Edinburgh at the start of May.
The Jimmy Open from Gum, suited ace. Greg calls with a 10-9 of diamonds, and Will with the 7-6. Like these spots here on final tables, like Greg peeling the 10-9 suited. We're full ring here now, 9-handed. There's an under the gun open from Jimmy, who's sitting third in chips and has us covered. Like, we don't really want to be the player calling and getting involved. Just probably better here with Greg to muck this one from early position, and Jimmy puts in a nice check here. Just lots of checking out of position, and now we get this fire from Greg. But like on FT's tower, you need to be playing so much tighter in terms of the hands that you're just going to be calling and open from under the gun. Like usually 10-9 of diamonds, we're happy to come along, but at FTs you just need to be aware our opponent has us covered. They're still going to have a strong range opening from this position, and we can find better spots throughout the final table. Like it's a bit different, let's say we're on the button or if we're on the small or the big blind, but once we pill from +2, there's still another 6 players that this has got to get through for us to go to the flop. We've still got Leo and Moores with decent stacks that may have tendencies to squeeze. Greg going to just give up on the turn. 5 diamonds river. And this could plausibly be a King Queen, King Jack, King 10 suited for Greg here. Just a hand that took a stab with backdoors on flop and picked up a king and now wants to take it showdown. So might see like a 50-60k lead here from Jimmy, small sizing. Goes even smaller, goes to 35k. So between 15 and 20%. Greg now just got a fold.
Indeed.
Can't be calling
to the
the
next.
high. And can't even be raising here, Tao, because this isn't our board. Like Jimmy's opened under the gun. He's supposed to have the stronger hands here, and Greg might have been thinking about going for the bluff raise on the end there, but can't really credibly represent much. Just going to continue firing our 2-pair plus on sets to build the pot on the turn. So once we check, hard for us to have too much.
There's not a senior. There is a seniors. Honestly, seen Ian Needleman's the seniors of the Vic next month. There is a seniors as part of the 888, and as the 888 main event being bin, no, they do there are a few more events for 888 that we won't be covering. There is the 444 mini. There's also an 888 event as well sometime during the year. So we're doing 2 events at this moment in time, one in April, one in October, down in London for 888.
Just find out about these things, just suddenly.
It's on my calendar. It's in the schedule. It's there. One in October, end of October, before we come to Blackpool for the second time of the GUKPT. But we'll be there. I just had to check that there's a seniors on, and there is. It's good. A lot of their regs and a lot of their online pros will be there from the 888 team. They all turn out in force.
There's 24,000.
goes for the free bet here with the king queen suited versus the +1 open. I'm not sure about this one, Tower, whether we're meant to play flat here. Maybe free bet more of the offsuit variety, but the one suited maybe going to have more flats just for the playability and the times that Greg does opt to go for the 4-bet. That we'd just probably have to let this one go, and we don't get to see a flop with a great looking hand and good playability with position on the opener. So might have just gone for the flat here with the king queen of diamonds, but I guess Lynn can find some free bets with some suited broadways, and going to choose the king queen suited on this occasion. I do like the size of the choice though, but Lynn's opted for here 2.5x, just slightly smaller than what we see at most stages of the tournament. Greg is going to come along with the pocket 8s. So heads up, 3-bet pot.
Number 10, that's seat 10 for your button. Dealers, please place your button in seat 10 now. Your opening blinds are 100, 100 with a big blind Andy of 100.
Like if we 3-bet the king queen off or the king jack off, and we're met with a 4-bet, Jerry, it's like an easy decision. We're not really fussed if we get 4-bet, we just got an easy fold. However, with the suited variety, when we do have more playability because it is suited, it's a bit annoying the times that we 3-bet and Greg just wants the 4-bet, because then we got to get out of the way, and we just got such a great hand that we can just go post with position on the opener.
Tennis maid's turn.
Yeah, it's going to work out lovely on this occasion though for Lynn, because gets the first street from Greg on the king high board. And we're not really worried about too much. Greg's just going to send ace king pre, so essentially from our perspective we have the nut kicker. 10 to get there on the turn, that will be in there for Greg for sure, but other than that I think this is just going to be bet, bet, bet for us, just simply because Greg's not going to have ace king, he's not going to have aces. So from Lynn's perspective here, we've got the nut king, only worried now about pocket 10s and king 10 suited with the king of diamonds in our hand, meaning there's only one remaining combo of king 10 suited to king 10 of hearts. So nice little hand to just go bet, bet, bet here. We run into 10s, it's just a call up. 8s just has to get out of the way, faced with the double barrel.
Playing plenty at the minute. Here's Greg, dropping down to 34 bigs. What channel will the 888 be on when we get to London? It'll be on the 888 Twitch channel for definite. It might be on YouTube as well, but we'll let you know when we get down there. We'll send plenty of links out. Just be aware that Grosvenor Poker will be there, obviously, with Cardroom Direct as a team. So a lot of information will be on Grosvenor Poker because it's in the Vic. Well, definitely the 888 Twitch channel and probably YouTube as well. What's the Sunday comp at Luton? Ian, is it a decent one? A lot of decent comps have started coming about locally now.
Folds to Warbs in the cutoff. Gonna open the king 9 off perfectly fine with the big stack. Can open a lot of hands, Warbs. Jimmy goes for the flat with the kings here. Sneaky, sneaky in the small blind, and might have something to do with Iman having a 12 big blind stack and knowing that Iman can shove slightly wider once we flatten the small, so setting the trap with the kings. And should be getting a street here. King of hearts, 9 of diamonds on the jack 8-4, 2 diamonds. Think this is going to be a nice continue for us as Steve. Holding the 9 of diamonds in our hand. Goes for 20 into 74, just south of 30%, and Jimmy continues to play it slow. Keep the bluffs in the Warbs, knows how wide he's supposed to be opening, so can just have a real lock on this hand, but you hate to see it, Tower.
Yes, the heart's turn.
Things you hate to see.
Man.
You slow play the kings, you get the nice flop. An incoming double barrel, and might even see the third coming on the river, Tower, because Jimmy's going to have to call once more here. The problem we've got is we know Warbs is going to be firing on this ace whether he hits it or not, and it means we still need to be calling. Just aware of Warbs being a good player, and he will know that Jimmy will know this ace is good for him. So that's not the best river though for Warbs to unload the clip on. But saying that, Warbs could definitely go for some value on some turns with some King Jack, Queen Jack, simply because you don't expect Jimmy to have too much ace X. He will have some, but we are supposed to have more, but does slow down and goes for the check. Shows the King 9, and Jimmy's going to show the Kings, which are good, and Warbs is like, Kings?
Kings? I weren't expecting that, is this? I was not expecting that.
I wanted to see a nice little brick tower, see if Warbs was going to unload the clip early, pause in the FT.
3 players over the mill. Mean G, Jimmy and C number 1. Good afternoon. If you're just tuning in, this is the final table in Blackpool. We got there within 20 minutes.
No, listen to the stream, guys. You can't listen to the stream. You can't listen to the stream. Yeah?
I wouldn't even know if you're thinking you watching it as well.
Did you really listen? You wasn't?
Yeah, I checked before. It's okay.
No, no, you don't sound like that. You can't listen to the stream.
Yeah, I didn't want to listen. Yeah, I know.
How you doing? Huh? Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know whether we're having the same conversation.
One's having off for Jimmy. Going to choose to open on the button here. I think this one's fairly close to for Jimmy, but now we have got a lot of chips. Well, he's going to go for limp instead. That makes sense. I was basically going to say Iman's got a stack that can shove over our button open, and we'd have to fold. And Jimmy's also got a stack that will have some shoves off of 32 bigs versus our button open. Not many, but can still have some. So Jimmy just going to save a big blind at the time that we're met with aggression and opt for limp instead of raise. Could have even folded perhaps tower. I think fold could have been an option. Don't just have to open any 2 on the bottom when folded 2. Got to be aware of a few factors. Stack size is behind us. Do they have a stack size that can just shove over or open? If the answer is yes, maybe you want to be slightly tighter.
£120 comp, 10k guarantee at Luton today.
Oh wow.
Very nice indeed.
I might be there. I might make it for Lake Ridge the way today's going in.
Views on this, guys. No headphones at the final table. Yes or no? I don't mind it at all.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, I don't mind it. They want to listen to the motor racing, or they want to listen to the football, or the best favourite band. I'd have the Proclaimers on.
This is not far from in.
It is. You know, raise and take. I'd have the Proclaimers in me. That's what I'd be doing. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind the headphones. A lot more people now watch phones for the social media and for the TV side of it all. Who ain't got Sky go on the phone these days? So this is the FT. The blinds are 12,000.
They're going to be increasing in about 15 minutes.
60 minutes. Levels. Was you up for breakfast this morning, nice and refreshed? Went for a jog round the Pleasure Beach or anything?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay.
I went for a jog from the hotel to the casino when I realised I had 4 minutes until we were live. That's the only jog I had this morning.
It's Scrolling across the bottom, the buying and the payouts for the FT. And the main event, 305 runners in Blackpool, another great turnout.
10 seconds.
Side events been really good.
Raise 45,000.
Mick the Mod's doing his job and he's just deleted the treble. Cheers, Mick. Always good to have you on board on an FT and during the week as well, considering your work as well. Thanks for all your work in the background.
Peter with the ace king off of 30. It's going to be an open from under the gun.
And we had no shows either with the clocks going forward.
That's true.
We had 0 no shows.
Well, it's funny last night because I got back to the hotel. I was in the bar just playing some cards, and I ordered my food at about midnight, and it went delivery time at 2:10, and I thought, what? It went 2:10. I was like, hour and 40 minutes waiting for my food, and then I realised about half hour later the clocks changed, didn't they? And I was like, oh God, thank God for that.
But they changed at 1.
Yeah, I was thinking hour and 40 minutes for a burger and chips. I'll tell you what was Tower Burger's lovely. You ever had Tower Burger in Blackpool? King's Cross Hotel, I think it was.
Oh, right, okay.
And it's called Tower Burger.
Is it really?
It was,
I better have a words.
It was a nice bit of scrying yesterday, I'll tell you that.
Okay. Yeah, automatic, the clock's going forward now. You remember when you used to change all the clocks, all your phones, everything like that? You won't remember anything like that, you see. They never, computers never updated on themselves or anything. Well, that's been done manually. You'd have 19 clocks in the house. One by one, you'd have to change them all. Afternoon, Chrissy. I've still got the Jaffa cakes. Thank you very much.
See, Chrissy knows about Tower Burger. There you go.
I've never heard of it, I must admit.
Someone,
I've never heard of it.
It was Cal. Cal had one the other night, and that looks nice, and ended up trying it out, and it was really good.
Nice one.
Really good.
Yep. We do also sell a lot of burgers here. They do.
That's a Michael on the button here. Opens to 25k and ace 10 off. Nice one to potentially put some juice on. 3 bets to 112. I like that we've gone big here as Peter, but I just think gone slightly too big. Obviously, always say you want to go bigger size out of position. Usual remit around 4x, but on final tables with the ICM implications, you do still want to tone that down, maybe to just like 3.5x. Whereas Peter could have just made that 80k if he wanted to, maybe slightly more, but went for the larger sizing, would have been the same result. Whatever size he did elect to go for, because Michael just with the trash on the button. Afternoon guys, any recommendations for MTT specific training please? Ask Big Jimmy. It depends what you want to learn. It's a question that could have 1,000 different answers. It's MTTs are just so complex in terms of poker, and you're supposed to play different in terms of stack, in terms of percentage of the field left, your final table strategy. There's just so much to learn when it comes to MTT tournaments. So if you are wanting to improve your game, what I will say, just start running some 20 BB spots, because in tournaments you usually there'll always be that point where you get to your 20 big blinds around that sort of remit, and I seem to think that's sort of the stack size that you will be at the most. So just start drilling these sort of spots, try and understand why we're doing what we're doing, and start applying it at the tables, and hopefully you'll see an improvement in your game.
Is there a list of poker events and tournaments online somewhere for Blackpool? The Poker Live app is the only app you need. It's every event that Grosvenor run around the country, advertised in every club. It's an app, it's free. It's called the Poker Live app. Get it, and you'll see there's weekly events.
You remember 20-second Tom?
Yes.
I think we got a 30-second Lynn.
Ah.
Right, so take his time with each decision.
Where did 20-second Tom go? He seemed to be around for 6 months, and then that was it.
With the C-bet, just gets it through.
Gary Gilbertson says 25.50 next week for him. Well, that's exactly where they're going next week. Very New Road in Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, Reading and Stockton for 25.25, and Very New Road is at 25.50. Plenty of action then. Then it's the Irish Open for this lad. I'm going over to do what Steve O'Dwyer did last week, last year, and just absolutely rip the table to pieces. I think out of the last 50 players, he must have knocked 47 of them out.
To be fair, I did bust him in the high roller before.
Oh, did you?
Before the main event. I did bust Steve O'Dwyer in the high roller before the main event.
There you go. So there's plenty going on. That next week, Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, Reading and Stockton.
I had 2 things for the gravestone in the same day. Well, the busting Steve O'Dwyer in the 5k, and then putting Domnishka in the bin for a 2x pot River Bluff in the 5k as well. Two things on the same day. They're going on the gravestone tower, and that's it. That is literally it.
Lovely. How are we doing, Gary? Good to have you back on board. Hope you're well.
But it's funny because when he was sat on my direct left in the high roller, Steve O'Dwyer, before the main event. And he was talking to some guy I didn't know he was talking, but they obviously knew each other, and he was saying how he's not had a good week, hasn't been running the best and all this. And then you just see him with heaps in the main event. It's like, I'm not running the best, this guy, apparently. And he's just storming the main. And he had the lucky chair, didn't he, that he was taking with him on every table break, moving around with the chair, making sure he was sitting on the same seat regardless of table change. Irish Open, if you can get out, guys, I'll be there. Tower might be there. It's going to be a fun one. It always is. I'm hoping that the new location won't really change how it's been the last few years. Just hope it's going to be the same sort of atmosphere. We'll see when we get there, but hopefully see a few of you over there. Come and say hello.
Barry Neville gave me a tip this morning. I didn't want to share it, just in case, because the way it is. Well, he actually said it yesterday on the stream.
I swear, if you say it's 1, I'm not going to be happy.
No, he said, can you remember what he said?
No.
Sheffield Wednesday, so you can't put a treble in with a Sunday game.
Yeah.
Sheffield Wednesday -3, 8-1.
Yeah.
They're playing bottom of the league, who haven't won in 31 games.
Yep.
Sheffield Wednesday lost to Barnsley last week, first game in 23 they lost.
Yep.
Forest Green 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
What a bet.
Well done, Barry.
What a bet, Barry.
Well done, Barry. He says, nailed on, -3, 8-1.
Try the Dr. Pepper chicken bites from Tommy Shakes next time. Also, the PLO bounty on today. Yes,
Yes,
PLO
3 o'clock.
bounty.
Try the Dr. Pepper chicken bites from Tommy Shakes next time. Where's that? Where's Tommy Shakes?
I don't know. All these hidden gems in Blackpool we don't know about. I've been having McDonald's for the last 5 years.
I need to stroll along the prom, where the brass band plays. I need to do that more often. Anybody fancy it?
The hand in progress.
No, I didn't like to be beside the seesaw. Yeah, the PLO does start at 3 o'clock. It is on the app.
Warbs raises the 25k, suited king more than qualifies over to Iman in the big with the queen 5 of diamonds, and I think this is fine to defend off of 11, suited queen in a heads up situation.
Here's queen 6 flop.
So Iman flops best, but going to be Warbs' board, could go as small as one big here potentially versus Iman's particular stack size. It goes for the 20k, so 30% roundabouts, and Iman has to call once. Nine of clubs on the turn. Iman checking over to Warbs with just a pot size bet behind here. King 5 could be dead to an ace-x holding, so Warbs just going to wave the white flag.
Queen of Hearts river. Iman loves to see it.
The Undead Omen won the Fab Friday at Berry New Road on Friday, a nice 2.5k.
Beautiful.
Very well done.
Well done.
Very well done. That's a nice little score.
Yeah, and 71 in the seniors as it stands right now. And the blinds are going up for the first time today. 8-16 next hand. Tommy shakes his mint, and pastels used to be good is if it's still going. There you go. Well, keep an eye on these, write them all down.
This is the final table, Chris.
It is. This is the FT of 9. 9 players left.
Jimmy just going to open rip with the ace on the button. Blind's now up, so... Oh, and Iman's got a call. Ace-jack here as the short stack. Just going to have to put this in as Iman. We're sitting bottom of the pack. We've got 12 big blinds, or 13 big blinds, and we are way ahead of Jimmy's button shoving range here. So Ace-jack, just going to have to put it in, sir. Let's hope he finds it. And
He has
the
indeed.
triangle.
He has found it.
All in call.
Greg says no thanks. First all in and a call on the FT.
He's going to like what he sees.
And Sharkasik.
First all in and a call of the FT. Fading 5s, clean flop, no real runners other than the 4 deuce. So nice start for Iman.
That'll do.
Just fading 5s.
Does he do it? Does he get a double up?
9 or 3 to chop.
Yes.
And it's the 4 of spades on the river. Iman Sarkashik gets the first double of the FT up to 466k.
Back in the game.
Jimmy losing around 25% of his stack, slightly less. And now look at it, Tower.
Yeah. 25 big short stack. Plenty of play in this FT. Looking good. And that is what we're playing for. JD's going to sort us out a list of food places to try next time GUKPT lands in Blackpool. Well, we're back in November. I found out the other day there's an APAT event here in April as well. But it's on the same weekend that we're in London for the 888. And I didn't even know it was on. So I said I'd come to see the boys from the APAT. We will be back in November.
Yeah, shoving into a 13 and a 24 big blind stack. I'm not sure from G, like the suited wheel aces, yeah, I'm definitely going to be sending in the ace 5 off. I'm not sure. 13 bigs effective with him and 24 bigs effective with Greg to start the hand, honestly. We are just going to get so many folds so often. But I might have not gone as low down. Is the ace 5 off. It's probably close. Like Greg's under some pressure himself, sitting with 24, so he's not even going to be able to call off like the ace 8, the ace 9, ace 10 even, these type of hands. Gets me ace block up. Here he comes, sits there quietly, 3 bets the under the gun open as a bluff, picks a beautiful candidate to do it, Will McMurray. Very nice from him, and this will work because I think if I'm Michael I'm just going to give Will the respect here and just let it go. There we go, Will McMurray, well played with the ace 5 suited. Nice hand selection to find a 3-bet bluff. We need them in there. We can't just be 3-betting our value. We need to balance it out, and that hand is a terrific one to do it with. Well played, Will.
Final table, Blackpool. The Cup is ongoing, the Seniors is ongoing, and the PLO starts at 3.
Ace 5 suited, Jake, get me in. Yeah, if Greg had like sub 20, like it is actually really fine margins on NFT, but if Greg had like sub 20, then yeah, probably just going to send any ace, but 24, fairly close. Suited wheel ace is probably going to put in. But like you say, triangle, I think just clicking it up with the ace 5 on the button would be fine. We can still fold to the 13 big shove of him, and if he does elect to move in, obviously fold to the shove of Greg. But it's so complex, final table spots. Most difficult in poker just because how ranges change, simply because we're not playing to make chips anymore, we're playing to make money, and how that affects our decisions.
8-4-8 flop, 2 clubs. Jimmy checks. After the turn, and Iman checks as well, 3 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I think we're just probably happy to try and show down now. As a man, we do have position, but ace jack here. Not too much merit in betting once check 2 twice. I think we're just happy to try and get to showdown and see if we show down the winner.
Who wants it? Iman.
Ace 4 suited for Peter, under the gun. One we could potentially come in for a raise for, try and just nick the blinds and ante, but it's just going to go for the fold. Obviously still full ring, 9-handed, whole table to get through. Jimmy room to open with the king queen now in the low jack. Once folded 2 makes it 35. The way Greg's been playing, I don't think we're going to see him fold a suited ace. I'm going to go for the 3-bet here. Don't mind it at all from Greg, but sizing maybe a little bit too large with position now. With our stack size starting the hand with 23 bigs, just make it. We don't have to make it that big as Greg. Don't have to go the full 3x now. We're at the final table. Just make it like 80, even 90k. But still, well played. Suited ace. Nice hand to choose. Ace blocker in there. We're suited for more playability. The times that Jimmy calls and we go post and gets Jimmy off of the king queen. Well played from Greg. Only on being nitpicky. Only thing I will say is just the size in there might be a pinch too large at this stage of the tournament. It seems like everyone's come to play. We've seen a couple of light 3-bets from a few now. People aren't afraid to put some chips in without the goods.
Chance we get a ballet over.
Greg's time to get the A7 suited. Raises to 35. Easy fold for Lynn.
GUKPT Cup. You got new plan on 4,000, 8,000.
Got his piece up.
4,000, 8,000.
Yeah, we can flop straights, but I think just a bit too far down at this stage.
100, 200, 200.
Greg having us covered slightly. How are we doing, Tom? Tom Arabara, really great FT lineup today. Should be a good watch. What time do you reckon we'll get heads up? I reckon I said we'd finish about 9 today. I always just look at the chips in play, look how many levels until we get to 80 big blinds in play, and then usually around that sort of time, give or take an hour, is when we finish. So I said about 9 PM. So probably going to get heads up any time between, say, 8 and 9. It'll be slightly shorter day for us today than what we're used to, simply because of the smaller turnout we had here in Blackpool this time. Still over 300 runners, but nothing compared to the leg we had here in November. Then hijack just going to have to fold. And Michael finds kings in the cut-off. Lovely sight to look down at the FT. Raises to 32 and ace-4 off here for Leo. Out the way. Thought about it for 5 seconds or so, maybe about a light 3-bet, but it's a well-timed fold. There's Michael with the goods here. And Warp's going to be defending in the big. And flops a flush draw, and not the nicest of boards for Michael here with the kings.
That's 22k.
Still continues for 22. 22 into 88, finds quarter on the ace-5 deuce. And like Warps here, Tower might be thinking about going for the check raise. with the 9/8 clubs. Like these spots here with late position open, ace high boards, like a lot more nowadays you get people going for the check raise versus the LP on the ace high, just because Warbs knows that Michael's going to be better in range here. It's simple as that. It's ace high, Mike's the opener, he's going to have the stronger ace X, so on this particular board he's going to have a lot of bets just because of range. So he'll have just random like 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited, Jack 10 off, Queen 10 off, all these type of holdings. So Warbs just going after all of those, and the times that we are called an armit from the continue from Michael, we still have the equity to get there in the form of our front door flush. 10 of spades on the turn. Now Warbs, and we got the double barrel in the lockup after our check raise has been called. We've obviously got the advantage in that we would defend the 3 deuce suited and could have flopped the wheel. We'll also have the 5 deuce suited, which Michael won't. And Warbs is going to go for the second barrel here. Goes for third. And that really tough spot for Michael to be continuing on this 2-tone board. Don't even love any river really.
Looking down there, stack 418 gets out of the way.
Yeah, very well played from Warbs. Nice bluff.
Tom says he's in hotel. T-boy now, Tom. You know me, that's it.
He's just turned up, Tom.
T-boy.
I've been here since the start of the day. He's just rocked up. Know what he's like with sleep. Getting him out of bed.
Half man, half mattress, me, let me tell you.
Half man, half mattress.
Yeah, T-boy. That's what it is. That's all it is nowadays, Tom. T-boy. The FT of Blackpool is upon us. 9 players left. Who takes it down?
Queens for Greg. Oh, and Michael with jacks.
Ouch. This could be huge.
Cold deck alert. And for 30, Michael might be, yeah, there we go. He's just going to move all in for 30 bigs. I'm going to be getting called by Greg. Jacks into queens. And Greg will have to call with the ladies.
All in call.
And tough one for Michael to take, but can still find a 2-outer. Come back to that in a minute. All in a call. Michael Howard at risk. Will he be first out at this FT, or can he find a jack? Well, that's not a good start.
That is not. We need running straight cards.
Yeah, going to need to see a 10, 8 or king on this turn to keep us alive.
10.
Oh, it's a
2.
big, and that
Dead.
will kill it. Michael Howard out in 9th for £5,960.
Well done, Mr. Michael Howard.
And Greg up to 3rd in chips.
Greg is king.
After this final table, will the stream restart for the £500 final table? What do these people think we do, Tower? We sit here and stream for 5 days on the trot, 12 hours a day. We're tired, and they want us to finish this FT and continue streaming the 500. Just expect too much. What was it? Logs wanted us to come in on the Tuesday and start streaming on the Tuesday and do another cash game. Do we not get time off?
If it was all just done on itself, we'd leave the stream running. But unfortunately, the team are just concentrating on the main event today. Good idea, though. I'll put it to the boss, see what he says.
Don't put it to me.
You're not taking one for the team, are you not going to do like...
I've got to take that rig down, Tower.
Well, that's true. That's true, yeah.
You think that rig takes itself down there?
They've got a £60 on Friday as well. Can you leave the stream up so we can do that?
Iman now with the ladies.
Raised 35k.
Queens and kings are out in abundance today.
Nice fold there from Lynn with the ace jack. Just lets it go. No comment, Robbie. No comment. That is a bit outrageous, to be fair, but I didn't even realise that.
No, not to do with us. We just advertise.
Going to get looked up in the big blind from Jimmy.
Up to 506,000 so far. There we go.
Just top set again for queens. Oh my word, I thought Jimmy had queen deuce and it's queen four. So we'll lose a street or two. Not the end of the world. Won't want to be seeing a four on the turn, that's for sure. And how's Iman going to proceed here with his top set? Obviously these are tricky spots because blocking the top pair, only one queen remaining, so unlikely Jimmy does have a queen X holding, but lucky for us on this occasion we are up against a queen X, so Jimmy proceeds with a check call.
Ace of spades turn.
Yeah, bad card for Jimmy to see. This one's going to hit him, man, fairly often, and the times that it doesn't, he may elect a double barrel, and we're just going to have a tough decision with our queen four.
That's 60k.
Jimmy call.
It's a tough one, Tower, because out of position here, like, it's just a hand that's not going to be able to withstand the heat of three barrels. That's the thing. Sometimes just think about the river. Like, are we going to be able to call a third street on the river with this hand? Probably not. So might just let it go here. But like, Iman here can for sure have some stuff like King Jack, Jack 10, King 10. These are going to be all clean double barrels for him. Once this ace rolls off with equity still to get there in form of a gut shot or a double gutter. So it's a tough one for Jimmy with the queen four, and I think Jimmy will let this one go, Tower, once it takes this long. No, he's going to go for the call. So putting in money, drawing dead. That can't fault him because he'll probably be aware this is a card that Iman is going to be taking off on, and 8 on the river. Like, we do chop with all other queen X now, but kind of irrelevant because if Iman did have like a king queen, queen jack, queen 10 type holding, they're probably all going to be check and turn, and if not check and turn, definitely checking back river. So once met with this three barrel hit, going to be a difficult decision to continue.
That's 150k.
Goes from 150 into 280, so just a little bit more than half. And river doesn't really change anything here, Tower. 8x of diamonds gets there, but from under the gun only maybe 8-9 of diamonds going to be in there, so literally just the one combo. Ace 8 of diamonds is a boat anyway, so regardless, not too much that I think we beat now as Jimmy. I guess just the bluffs, the king jack, the king 10 and the jack 10 are going to be the bluffs here for Iman, and then value is going to be the ace king, the ace queen, ace jack, this type of stuff, just because Jimmy's not going to call twice with an 8 unless it's 8x of diamonds specifically. So I even think the ace king, the ace queen, all going to be able to go for value on this river. And then he obviously has the strongest hands, the aces, the queens, the quad 8s, deuces not going to be in there, should be folding from under the gun. So tough one from Jimmy. What I will say though, Tower, the bluffs are probably only going to be the suited combos. So the jack 10 suited, the king 10 suited, the king jack suited, 12 combos in total. And then in value wise, he's going to have all 12 of ace king with an ace being on the board. He's going to have all 9 of ace queen, well, from our perspective. It's actually only 6 of ace queen with a queen in our hand, but good fold from Jimmy. And nice pick up from him, man.
Up to 695,043 bigs.
Really thought Jimmy was going to get sticky there once he tanked for that long, but did manage to find the fold. I don't know the free roll password.
I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh.
And if anybody guesses it, I'll buy them into the main event of the World Series.
Yeah. Does that include me?
You might have contacts.
What contacts? I've got no contacts. No one speaks to me, Tower.
16.
Yes, we'll release the password about 4 o'clock. The free roll is normally... Yeah, the password is winning treble.
It's just keeping... This password is incorrect.
All right, all right.
A7 suited for Warbs raises to 35k.
There you go, Gilbo's got it. It's our his ears. Prize pool, there we go. Brilliant. 83,400 up top. All going along nicely. We're down to 8. We've lost 1 player, Mr. Michael Howard. Greg King building his stack up nicely. Come over from Dublin to play in Blackpool. Used to be able to fly from Dublin to Blackpool. About 7 years ago, Blackpool Airport, which is just around the corner. About 5 minutes away. It's still a working airport, but it's for the helicopters that take you to the Isle of Man.
Oh, okay.
And the air ambulance and stuff like that, and police helicopters and all that. But it was so nice. You just got a taxi to the airport for £7 and got a flight to Dublin for 25. It was great.
Chris Doherty, you got it, mate. Keanu Reeves, USA.
How is he not American? Like how?
Wars with the ace jack raises to 35. Into the big blind of Greg, who's had a great 30 minutes or so. Chipped up to 1 million chips now, and going to defend here with the jack 3 of diamonds. Action alert, Tower.
Uh-oh, it's jack and a jack eye flop as well.
Potential decent sized pot going the way of Warbs here. Just going to be continuing with his top pair, top kick up. Goes for 25k, and Greg with an easy check call here. Don't want to be raising, obviously too strong to fold, so that leaves us in the middle with the call. That's an interesting one. King of Diamonds rolling off, bringing in a flush draw for Greg. So now sitting there with the flush draw to go with his second pair. Warbs is going to go for a second street with the jack 3, with the ace jack versus the jack 3. Maybe just thinking that this king not going to hit Greg too often. Still can get value from some jack X, some 10x potentially. Like Greg will have the king 9, he will have the king queen, but that's about it. Ace king obviously going to be moving in pre. Ace queen might actually flat because of ICM, but Warbs still thinks that he's just going to have the rest of it. Oh my word.
Broadway flush. Wow.
Second nut flush on the river for Greg, and Warbs has got the ace jack. Don't lead, Greg. No! Steve's gonna have all the ace X, and the times that we check, he's gonna rep these ace X hands as well. Gotta find a check here as Greg Tower. We just have to. This is just Steve's board. It's literally just the times that Steve has an ace, he's going to value bet, and the times that he doesn't, if he's not got like a 2-pair hold-in, he's probably going to be inclined to bluff. So I just don't see how this lead can ever be good here, and potentially could have won some more chips. But he's gone big. He's gone pot size nearly, Tower. And Warb's thinking about folding this one, and it will be one hell of a fold with the ace of diamonds specifically here, Tower. If Warbs can find a fold here, just because like Greg might do this with some ace X of his own, ace 10, ace jack as well.
I think he has to call this.
I can't see him folding. I can't see him folding, but how's Greg not gone for the check raise here? I do not know. Have to go for the check raise in this spot. Just simply because Warbs has to value bet an ace, and Warbs has to bluff, like let's say 10-8 suited that he's opened, or like his pocket 7s, his pocket 8s, his pocket 5s, his jack 9, no, jack 9's a straight, jack 8 suited, king 8 suited, like all these hands he has to bluff on the river. So, and we're not getting called by 2-pair with a lead either as Greg, so got to ask yourself, what does our bet achieving? If we get Warbs to fold this, it's an unbelievable fold from Warbs, but it's just a disaster for Greg how we've left so many chips on the table. This would be a great fold with the ace of diamonds, Tower. This would be an unbelievable fold from Warbs. 225 into 250, 90%. I can't see Warbs getting away from this.
Yeah, I think he calls. He's already said how he got the flush. I like how Greg just says absolutely.
Like jack X of diamonds, 10X of diamonds, 8-9 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds. Maybe even some float candidates versus the small size, like some 7-5 of diamonds wrapped around that 6. And Warbs burning through the time chips here, and really gross spot for him. But if he finds the, I don't see how he can fold this spot, just simply because Greg might be doing this with an ace as well. Obviously it's never a bluff. I think Warbs has deducted that. It just comes down to how often does he rock up with Broadway, how often does he rock up with a flush. And there's the call eventually, showing the jack-eye flush.
He flicks them over, and Steve just says, well done, my friend.
Yeah, but could have potentially got more, Greg. Yeah, I think, Tower. If we just check river, go for the check raise. That can't be results orientated in this game. Yeah, it's probably worked out on this occasion, but I think in the long run there, need to be checking that spot.
Chip leader, Greg King from Dublin.
Yeah, Greg's biggest live cash of $25,000. So
was that in Dublin?
Looking to surpass that. Yep, it was in Dublin. It was the GUKPT in Dublin last year. On third for 24.5.
Peter raises to 32. And the sixes.
At 3 p.m. we have our PLO 456 bounty event. And we are probably taken in the courtroom.
Now caught some heat, ace king suited. Peter's open sixes.
Raised to 150k.
Makes it 150.
That's a bomb of a free bet, Tower. Veering towards 5x, but still going to get the same result. Peter not going to be continuing the sixes, +1 versus a small blind.
You don't think you could move all in?
The thing is, Tower, like, we've got no fold equity. Once Greg makes it this big, 150, if we move all in, we know we're getting called. So, like, best case scenario for us is what Greg has right now, ace king, maybe ace queen, and then the rest of the time we're drawing to 19% equity against the bigger pair, or we're flipping 50-50 versus 2 overcards. And these are just not nice spots to be in. We obviously can't flat because then we're going to be working with less than 1 SPR going post. So these should just be in the muck for Peter. Be surprised if we saw anything else.
Indeed, indeed. Correct. Samondo in the muck they go.
That's been -3 looking on Sheffield Wednesday that Barry Neville guaranteed me this week.
Yeah, guaranteed everybody. What's the score?
1-0 Forest Green.
Ah.
Cheers, Barry.
1-0 price -3s right now.
He was planning hot, I would have done with it.
Good afternoon, Colin. Watching on Facey. He's got 3 out of the 4 golfers in the semi-final of the match play today. Good luck with that. I don't even know who the 4 are, to be fair. Couldn't tell you. I know one of them's Rory McIlroy because he's not got that one. Good to have a bit of match play on TV. Great.
Do you have any idea when the first break is, Tower?
No. I've lost all concept of time. It should have been 2:30. We had a break for the FT. It could be 2:45.
Sounds about right. That's the Wolves with the ace queen, raises to 35k. Let's see how Greg plays the big stack now, whether he opens up a little bit, if he gets involved a bit more. Obviously 10-5 off has to hit the muck regardless of situation. Unless you're Ali Malou actually, then 10-5 off doesn't have to hit the muck.
Too soon. Too soon, son, too soon.
That was some jam yesterday though, Tower. I just still... Imagine if the king come after that flop. I'll just keep thinking about that.
We'd have not seen Wolves ever again.
What if that king rolled off? That would have been one of the hands of the year for sure. Still might be. The old 88 big blind rip with the 10-5 off versus Wolves, and Wolves just had the goods in form of aces. Wolves mixing in a check to start on the ace-9-8 board, and picks up nut flush draw on the turn to go with it, and we'll be getting a street from Leo. Leo going to have to proceed with a check call here with the king-9. Can't be folding just yet. Can't see anything else other than check call here from Leo. Right, is he going to fold? Is he going to make the... Wow, what a fold.
It is fold.
Wow, just check folds the check flop and then just check fold second pair, nut kick up. Like with Steve, not value bet, like some 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, Queen-9 suited on the turn once flop goes check. I think he might have some worse 9x in there. Leo just sniffs it out with the King-9. Top notch laydown that. That is a fold that I can't make, Tower. Just because I think Steve might have some 10-9 suited, some Jack-9 suited, Queen-9 suited. All these hands that are going to check back river once getting called on the turn that we actually beat. But what a fold that is. May just look from you guys' perspective that it's an easy fold, but it's not. Flop goes check. Check on the turn. And we've got second pair nut kicker, and we just fold to 1 bet from Stevie Warbs, who second in chips is supposed to be aggressive. So we're going to be on break in 20 minutes time. We've just found out.
Are we?
About 22.
Is that not what I said?
You said 1/4 to.
Oh, did I?
Definitely said 1/4 to.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
God.
I'm sure. Damn. Break here. Not sure about this one again, Tower. It's King Jack off facing the under the gun +1 open here. Personally, just like to see a fold and then 3 bet at some frequency. I think calling's going to be the worst option, especially versus Will, who's fairly snug and doesn't really get out of line too much. And now we just have to fold. Once Leo squeezes to 140, nice size and choice. Nice 4x with an open and a call. Could make a normal stage of the tournament, probably go closer to 5x, but now at the F2 of ICM, just accounting for that and realising that we need to size down. Goes for 140, seems good. And now Greg just has to get out of the way, but got to fold the King Jack off in the first place or free bet at some frequency. I just think flat's going to be the worst option versus Will's under the gun +1 range, because we're just going to be dominated too often. Yes, we got the chips now, we can get involved a lot more, but if we are going to get involved with this hand, take the aggressive route. If we want to get in, free bet rather than flat. Now just having to fold. Good to see him get out of the way and not get sticky after Leo does go for the squeeze.
Greg chip leader, Steve Warburton second, and Leo bang behind him. Iman has moved his stack from 100k to 600k.
It would be funny if Iman won this tower, because Ali Sarkishik's been trying to win a GUKPT for 20 years, and then he brings his boy along. For one leg, and imagine if he scoops it. Ali would never live it down.
Imagine. But currently, it's all about Greg King. He is now chip leader.
Nice
stack to have for Greg. Use it to his advantage. Just like spots like there, for example, if we want to continue the King Jack, put the free bet in tower. It's not the worst hand to do it with. King Jack off, flat the suited maybe in position versus the +1, free bet the offsuit at some frequency.
Nice one, Mick the Mod. Enjoy your pub poker. Make sure you're watching the stream. Make sure everybody in the pub knows that the live stream is on. Get them watching.
You did it, mate.
Yeah, this is nice from Greg, 9-8 suited. Jack, easy open with the chip lead. Raises to 40. Little bit of added juice on it, 2.5x. Suited connect up, even as low down as 4-3 suited. Comes along for the ride to the flop. Queen 10-7, rainbow board. Up and down for the 8-9, so just expect continue here from Greg, and that's obviously going to be hand over. Wolves not going to be playing the 4-high.
£6,930 now locked up.
How are we doing, Holly? Go, Leo, go.
Go, Leo, go, go, go. He's one of the favourites too, isn't he?
Yeah, he's playing very well as well, Tower.
Yeah.
Don't know what he had in that squeeze spot, but that King 9 fold was top notch. Like, from just a normal viewer's perspective, it looks like, yeah, there's an overcard on the board, there's an ace there. Yeah, it's an easy fold, but it's not. So once flop goes check, check, we've got second pair nut kicker and we check again. I was just expecting the check call versus Warbs, and he just finds the check fold and was in horrendous shape against top pair in the nut flush draw, but that was a world-class laydown.
Might have called if you hadn't turned your hand over.
I don't like to see that as well, though.
84 for Will and a big, can't do anything with it. 24 bigs for Will McMurray in seat 9. Pete Cheryl Amboss has got 21 bigs in seat 7.
Still here, guys. Oh, God. Sorry. Pass. Ready's all there.
Peter with the triangle. Peter with the triangle of 347. Can't see his ace queen off. Steve's out of the way. Oh, Mr. Wilmer Murray. Tens. He had 10 yesterday against Ali Malou.
What I will say first off, Tower, Peter's jam is for way too many big blinds here.
Yeah.
21 bigs, just open the ace queen from the cut off, and we can still get value from worse hands. We can potentially get a defend from the big with hands that we have dominated. Once we shove for this amount of big blinds, like even ace jack might be folded. With Peter's image, how he's been playing, if I'm in the big as Jimmy and I've got ace jack, I just hate my life and I'll probably muck it. So our jam really doesn't ever get called by a hand that we have in a dominated spot.
He is in front.
But with these two holdings, cut off versus small, it was very likely to go in pre anyway, regardless how it was played. So Will McMurray with the tens, Peter with the ace queen. This is a huge flip
for both players to get themselves right back in it. One's going to have nearly 800,000. The other one is either out or on absolute fumes. Will McMurray with the tens in front. Pete, Sharon Lambos, ace queen, and at risk.
Oh, and have both, ace and a queen.
Ouch.
But two's the same as one because we still need to fade the two outs. Three of clubs changing nothing.
Pete Charlambos needed to fade a 10 to survive, and does.
Just
fills
the
up.
nuts. Just the nuts. And that's going to leave Will with three big blinds.
Yeah, 47,000 chips. Unlucky Will.
Three bigs and a dream. Not much you can do, Will, mate. You've got to win those, and he who flips best.
Indeed. Pete collects the chips. Will McMurray on three bigs. Tens for Will. He was in front. Ace queen for Peter. Under 15 minutes to go of the first session of the final.
Where's all that?
There we go.
Will is in, no hanging about.
Yeah, nice one to find on the button as well for three bigs here. Tower, the king three suited. Jimmy will make the call, and Iman here should be making the call fairly wide. Or pocket fours.
Yeah, the call as well.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What?
Whoa! Folding the fours.
Wow!
Folding the fours to two bigs.
Yeah, just an extra two bigs to call. Less than
Even
two
I'm
bigs to call.
calling there.
That's strange from him, man, because like we're protected. We're not going to get bluffed off our hand post flop, Tower, because Jimmy should just be putting on his check shoes and checking it down and see who wins at showdown. But Will stands up, and you're going to need a three or some spades, and there we do pick up additional outs in the form of a four. So 7 outs to find to stay alive.
Threes and fours. Can he do it? We need a 3 or a 4, or we lose Will in 8th. And it's not, it's the Jack of Hearts. Unlucky Will. Very, very unlucky. 8th. And the fours would have taken it. Well done, Will. £6,930. We're on 8. We're on 7 players in the final. 7. 7. Very unlucky. Very, very, very unlucky. Well done, Mr. McMurray. Good to have you on the FT.
Raise 35,000 plus. Yes.
Here's Queen for Pete. Again, all the cards now is Pete. Here's King for Lynn. 3, 4, 6. Flop. Not a bad flop for Greg. If you're going to flop, just flop the nuts.
WKF and FG20HKE, that's been KF17.
Nice check from Greg. Lynn bets 55 ace high. Peter gets out of the way. Back down to Greg. Just a call. Is Greg going to lead on the 9 of hearts turn? And the fold from Lynn. We're flopping the nuts. We're gaining more chips to improve our chip lead. 1.6 mil. Greg King, Leo and Steve Warburton 1.1. Peter's doubled his stack after taking out Will McMurray.
Attention, starting at 3 p.m. we have our PLO 456 bounty event. Entries are going to be taken in the book room. That's anybody interested in registering for the PLO 456 bounty. Entries are currently being taken in the book room.
So heading towards the break, £83,400 up top. There will be a 15-minute break soon, about 5 minutes time, just under 5 minutes, or just over 5 minutes, sometime soon. It has been a quick start to the day. We started with 11. We lost Danny Whitbread for £5,000 in 11th. We then lost Ben Jackson, who was short stack of the 11. He finished 10th for 5,470. Then we hit the FT. We had a 15-minute break to get up to the FT and the new redraw. And then Michael Howard finished in 9th for £5,960. And Will McMurray just gone out for 6,930. Well done, Will McMurray, great run. 10s against Ace Queen. Couldn't hold against Peter Sheralambos. The buy-in strolling across the bottom. 1250 in total. 305 runners. Eight, queen, 9, 2 diamond flop. Top pair, top kicker for Steve. It was just under the millie for the first time in a while.
That's 60,000. Sir. Check.
Mr. Trotter, how's Blackpool been? Yeah, it's been good. I know people look and think 305 for a main event's not a lot, but it's super turnout. First time Blackpool has been held in March. 305 for the main, 557 for the mini, nearly 100 for the seniors. The cup's going along nicely. I think that got something like 165. They're down to 22 in the cup. Seniors 94 played it. The Bounty PLO is starting at 3. And we are down to 7 in the main event. I think it's been great. I think it's, the CAF Cup last week as well, when we raised nearly £13,000 for charity. Well, that was excellent as well. 257 runners for that. Hard to see that not running next year. And Chris Dougherty says Sheffield Wednesday are 25-1 to win at the minute. 10 minutes to go. They're still 1-0 down. The daft thing is, if Wednesday get 1, they'll get 2. Oh, look at these for hands. Pete Sheralambos has got 8, Iman's got 8, and Greg is sat there with the ladies. What a, wow, chance here for Greg if Peter does call. I think it's a break. Have we just announced a break? I think we have. 15-minute break after this hand. Pete folds the 8s. Right round to Imma. I think that's what Frankie said. There was a break after this hand. Nobody's moved. Wow, both 8s have folded. What, 2 good folds there. 2 great folds. And as you can see, it is a break for all the players. Jay's off for the tees. Better be anyway. We will see you back with the final 7 players here in Blackpool in 15 minutes. Don't be late. No.
It's going to be a biggie, Tower, I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary's still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer, Tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards now, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. Yeah. So Carl and Gary both just getting the lot in.
Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, Queen.
You could have jacks.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. Something like that for Mitch.
Spreader Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the King, Queen, Jack, 10,
Queen,
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, Jack, Queen, King.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the Shablammer.
The Shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 459. There is side betting because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got 10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby, the gentleman.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table, but Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK, Camille.
Louis got a call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think I'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the king's improved. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has.
Looks like he's raised again, tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
Oh, the 3 as well.
Deb's would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow.
Top 2, get it in, and the king just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
KK got the KK.
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up. Got the lot. Short lived from Louis. Louis unlucky. There's a 10-seat guaranteed on Wednesday if anyone's interested. £40 rebuy for the 25-25 at Walsall. Well, this could be going in.
Well, Connor's got King Queen here. Yeah, he's going to shove tower. There's the all-in triangle, and it's going to get caught. Wow, the Turk's got lines in the small blind.
Oh, this is a bit of a tanker.
And the Turk is working with... Ooh, we've got just sub-8 bigs here.
What will the ace-queen do?
With the 9s. Well, the ace-queen's going to snap Connor off. And I think, the ace-queen's calling whether Turk calls or not.
Really?
Andy will snap in
okay.
whatever scenario here. It's just Turk with the 9s. We are the short stack, but there is a 3-bet rip from Connor. But Connor's only 3-bet ripping for 13 bigs, and he's ripping over the open of Andy, who's been opening so many hands in this tournament. And he's asked for a count, just figuring out what Connor's ripping for, even though he's got him covered. But I just can't see how we can fold the 9s here, tower, as the short stack. Because the thing is, he might be thinking, I could fold and Connor could get busted by Andy, but Andy's not guaranteed to call Connor in this situation. If Andy's still opening like 60-70% of hands, so probably like 50+% of those hands are going to be folding in this situation.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, well, Connor could bust here and I could ladder, potentially. That might be what he's thinking. But the thing is, it's not always a guarantee that Andy's actually going to call this off. We can see he is going to call this off with ace queen, but Andy's going to have so many opens here that are going to fold to Connor's shove. But it's tough. It's tough here for the Turk, but here's the short stack. He has folded, and it should be a snap here from Andy. And there's the flipping with the call. And Connor, this could be a spin if he doubles. He was down to 200k, but he's at risk, and he's going to need to find a king to stay alive.
So Connor O'Driscoll is at risk with 1.1 mil. He's up against the chip leader Andy Mock. Oh, we've got redraws abound everywhere.
Well, yeah, jack for a chop, but we've only got 2 outs now. Direct to scoop. We need to find one of the 2 remaining kings. It's a 9 on the turn.
That doesn't.
Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. I forgot the Turk had 9s. 7 of spades on the river. We lose Connor O'Driscoll.
Oh man,
Connor O'Driscoll, 5th place for 43,900. Great effort from that lad.
Oh my days, the Turk had 9s. Oh, it was marginal. It was marginal.
The Turk had the 9s.
We are down to 4.
Turk would be second in chips, Tower. He'd be second in chips, the Turk.
Connor O'Driscoll, by the way. Every credit. How much has he won?
£43,900 for Connor.
43,000, and the whole of Ireland are rooting for you, buddy. Well done. What a good effort from Connor O'Driscoll. Hope to see him again on our live streams because he was class. He was a class act. Well done, Connor. Well done, Connor. Connor O'Driscoll, absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Hi, Dina. Oh, well, just look back. We've got another all in. All in from Ed and Andy. And we could have 2 bust outs and 2 hands here, Tower. Ed with the 7s. He's been behind a lot of all in situations and got lucky today. And he's picked up a little few extra outs. So working with 4 outs now instead of 2. Offsuit 5 or 7. King of spades on the turn. Could we lose 2 in 2 hands?
5 or a 7. Oh, we've lost another.
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond. Oh my gosh, the diamond Ed, sorry. Oh my days.
Tower 40 double.
Is it the 7?
Tower 40 double.
Is it the wrong 7?
And the 8 of diamonds is playing. So we lose 2 in 2 hands. Look at that. We've been waiting, and Ed, 70 grand for him, £70,000 exactly. 4th place for Ed Roger. That leaves us with 3. Just like that. And look at Andy's stack. Look at Andy's stack. How can this go wrong? It can't. It surely can't.
10 mil. Jack and oh my days. The Mad Turk, man. With the stack. Oh. Oh dear. Everybody now has locked up a minimum of £110,000. How is that even possible?
Crazy, Tower. 2 bust outs in 2 hands. And Jack here, blind on blind, sub 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Turk is very short. We got a 70k pay jump, but Jack's been fearless in these scenarios, and he does move all in. And it's cool. It's a call from Andy. Andy's got ace jack. Are we going to lose 3 in 3 hands?
No way! What's happening? Somebody's taxi outside.
Look at Turk. He's high-fiving people. He's got.
This is a 70k jump. This is a £70,000 jump if the Turk. He won't be cheering, that is for sure. He won't be cheering. But Jack is all in with pocket 5s against Andy Mock's ace jack.
Well, there's no help there. Right. Jack could be doubling up, and that will put him right back in it. And that is clean. We do have counterfeit outs to fade now.
Queen.
Ace jack queen to fade.
An ace jack queen. He'd like a 6.
It's a queen! It's counterfeited! Counterfeited!
Oh,
what a mental freelance!
To go out!
Oh my god, look at Turk!
To go out!
Turk's jumping around, he's made 70k! He's just sat there for 3 hands and he's laddered from 5th to 2nd as the short stack. The mad Turk is loving life. He's pointing at Andy saying, "You're the man! You're the man!" And just like that, we're heads up. What? We were 5-handed 3 hands ago and we're heads up.
Wow. To get counterfeited out of the GUKPT Grand Final is ill. Yo, ticker's going a bit.
So's mine.
By jolly.
And I think Andy,
oh my days,
heads up. I think Turk's got like 5 big blinds, Tower.
Live poker will never die.
Oh my word, we've been sitting here. We were 9-handed for what, 4.5 hours?
That we were like, really?
And then we were 5-handed to 2-handed in 3 hands. What on earth is going on?
I'm padlocked off now.
I'm tilting now, I'm tilting. I went for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
Yeah, he's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straighter with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny. River. The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount, so we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited. And the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price.
Why don't you free bet me on ace queen, man? Free bet. Ace queen suited, free bet.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
I played good then. 2 deep. Oh, you had ace king and you?
Stop the straight, yeah. Running gold.
Free bet, bad play. No 3 bet. Okay. All in better. All in.
Right. You blocked the house earlier. You hit a house earlier, basically. You should like the house.
Suited as well.
Yeah, I know.
Are you see the hand so quick?
It was 20 minutes ago.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome back everybody to the next session of the final table. Greg King, chip leader 1.6 mil, Steve Warburton 1.3, Leo Worthington Lees in third at 1.1, Pete Charlambos
720, Frankie.
660, Min G, Jimmy 600, Lin Chen
10,000.
on 470 and Iman Sarkashik on 395. Let's do it. Next sesh. Jay will return once he's had his roast dinner. They do a cracking roast on a Sunday.
Attention anybody wishing to register for today's PLO 456 party, and these will only be taken in the book room. That's anybody wishing to enter today's PLO 456 party. Entries are continued.
Afternoon, Jem.
In the book room.
Gemmo's now watching on Facey. How you doing, Gem? Hope you're well.
A really nice photo. They updated mine as well.
Smiley. When you make this final table, you gotta be happy, right? People fight like 4 bully, 5 bully. They still trying 500.
7 left. £8,370 locked up.
Not even dry.
£83,400 up top. Good luck if they're playing the PLO. I'm not sure if the PLO is going to work on a Sunday. I think it should be midweek. But people do like the PLO.
Registration LK16XPN.
Seniors. 100 runners exactly. For the seniors. I'm guessing most of the seniors don't know what a GDPR form is. Because there's a lot of red letters. So Keith Littlewood busting out and Roy Cyphers already busted out of the seniors. Susan Franklin was eliminated. Ian Smith, Arthur Harvey, John Miller's gone. Simon Wynne, who ran well this week, he's gone. Very good to see so many playing the seniors. Johnny Zaid from Manchester also eliminated. Keep you updated with that, and also the cup as they're down to 21. Johnny Wilkinson busting out in the cup. Adam Bromley, Hong Pham, Matt Davenport bust out. Bixie's bust. Ben Jackson jumped in and bust. Brandon Shields, John Bousfield, Ben Dobson, Paul Maguire. Tell you what, that's got some names on it, but it's bust out today. Tom Aravora, Cal Morial bust out. Riggy's bust. What a field. What a field to bust that lot. Do I ever punt the seniors? No, I'm always working. Always working. But the last seniors event I did play, I cashed in. Which was the seniors at the Irish Open last year. I'm hoping we have the seniors week at the World Series this year. I need to check the schedule. I need to check all websites. I know Poker Atlas is pretty good when it gets closer to the thing, but I don't know if anybody knows what to use. I know Jay says there's somebody that does some kind of spreadsheet for everybody to be able to use during the World Series. But they've now started putting all the seniors events all close together. The Golden Nugget has one in Vegas. I know the Venetian has one. But so yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they do that again, because for about 10 days they had a seniors, it was like a seniors 10 days, so it will be interesting to see again this year if they do that. We'll be finding out all the schedules for all the places in Vegas that have the events all in one go. We'll try and check it out. Players all in. Says he, man. Now then, Lynn. Greg won't be doing anything with the 6-7, but the 7s could be a call. Oh, get out of the way with the 7s. Decided against it. There we go. Spacey FCB, aka Kenny Hallart, does a spreadsheet on 2+2. And there we go. Cheers to Joe and to Shamu. I don't think it was good that they stuck all the seniors within the space of 10 days, no matter what casino it was last year. The ante each hand is the same as the big blind. So our big blind at the moment is 20k, so the ante is 20k. When it used to be, a few years ago, every single person used to put the ante in every hand. And it got a bit tiresome for the dealers to shout, antes please, antes please. So the big blind now puts in the ante for everybody on the table. No, the ante is just one big blind, same amount as the big blind, so 20,000. So only one person puts the blind in, the ante in every hand, just the big blind. So one big blind will be 20,000, one big blind ante will be 20,000. Not every single person puts them in like they used to in the past. They literally consolidate them to one person. And he goes round with the big blind.
Raised to 75k.
Greg, our chip leader, raises to 75.
Attention, could all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup please start making your way back to the hooker? You've got 4 minutes remaining on your break. That's all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. Please start making your way back.
So Lynn 20 bigs, Iman 20 bigs, Jimmy in seat 1 27 bigs. 7 players left.
Coffee, anyone?
Saw Will McMurray at the break, shook his hand and said, well done. He just said gutted. He says all we needed to do was win the races. And right back in it. But unfortunately for him, 10s didn't hold up against the ace queen.
Raised 55k. Pass. That's
779 flop, 2 clubs.
check. Check.
Ten a club's turn after it's checked. Steve with ace 6.
That's 45k.
Greg with the redraw with the ace of clubs. Will be calling. Really race? No, just a club. And the 8 of diamonds for Greg. We've got bottom end for Steve, we've got top end for Greg. Wouldn't surprise me if Steve puts in a bet, which he does. 90,000 it is indeed. Paired board, flushing board. Wouldn't mind just a call. And he does. So the bottom end for Steve and the top end for Greg King. He is on fire this final table. On fire. But at the moment, Greg is king. Leo with Jack 8 in the cut-off.
Raise 40k.
Raises to 40. Pete with the Ace 7 gets out of the way. Steve looks down at Queen 7. Won't be doing anything with that. And Jimmy, same hand. Won't be doing anything with that either. So the payouts for the table, there they are. Oh, £83,400 first place. 58.6 for second. 36,000 for third.
GUKPT Cup, you have a new man level, 5,000, 15,000, 15,000 with Larry, 5,000, 15,000, 15,000. Let's please begin the deal.
And we're on 7, so min cash now is £8,370. Unfortunately, Blair Toast, there wasn't a sports book, and we didn't find out until like 3 in the morning. Leo would have been second favourite to Steve Warburton. I reckon Leo would have been about 5 to 1.
Cool. Check. Cancel. That's 20k.
Just under 100 bigs for Greg. And the line's at 10.20. It's all about the king at the minute.
Raise to 40.
Here's 10 for Leo, raising to 40,000.
I'm back.
Oi, oi, here he is, fueled and ready.
Unbelievable. The roast dinners here, the best ones you can have. One of the best I've ever had, to be fair. Top stuff. You're in Blackpool.
There we
Go
go.
into a casino, get a roast today.
Like it.
12 quid, and it's lovely.
Beautiful.
Have I missed much? Everyone's still there, I can see.
Yeah. No real action either, to be fair. Leo getting involved for the first time since the break.
We're going for the defend with a 10 deucer. Oh, he's chipped up, Greg. 1.9 milli. Is he going to find the check raise, Tower?
Well, he's bossing the table at the minute is Greg.
10 seconds.
Let's get out of the way.
So we're on 7. Spoke to Will. He just said you got to win your flips. He said I'm gutted, but obviously it is what it is.
What are the odds? of getting dealt ace king suited in the small blind versus aces in the big.
Large.
Did you tell him, Tower?
I tried working it out and I said I'll just wait for Jay because he's on his way back.
Yeah, so throughout 420 to 1 for ace king suited, 222 to 1 to get dealt aces. So for those specific positions, I guess you just times them by each other. If you want specifically small blind to have ace king suited and specifically aces to have big blind, odds of the small blind having ace king suited 420 to 1, odds of big blind having aces 222 to 1, times them together. It's going to get you just over 100,000 to 1. Doesn't happen very often, blind on blind, but it will happen.
Do you know what? I was just working it out on my working out paper and I nearly got there. Surprised Jimmy folded the fives there, to be fair. I didn't see one. Just do an open from Leo.
We're going after it.
King 4-7.
Where is the main man, CCTV guy? Does he follow the tours? He's on there. He's in today. He's doing the valeting. Old Lee. Do you know what? He got me last night, big time, Lee. I'll tell the story after this hand because we've got a pop rubber. You'll love this, Tower. This is funny. So Greg continues for 150. And Leo just got an easy forward position with king queen suited.
That is 25 for the break in the season.
Indeed he does. Makes the call of 150. Pot brewing. 8 of diamonds turn.
Would you look at that? Now Greg picking up second pair, nut kicker, and Leo with the second nut flush draw to go with his top pair. I expect to see Greg check now, out of position once we turn a pair, and there is the check over to Leo. 5x behind. He's going to choose to check behind here with the king queen off diamonds. For a bit of pot control. We have position.
What a river card for Greg.
Things you love to see. Goes to the back door, 2 pair. And once Leo checks turn, I don't think he's ever checking turn with 2 pair. So this is just always going to be the best hand. Ace 8 here, ace king. Probably just going to 4-bet pre.
Leo in the tank. Top pair on the flop. Leo with it to lease.
Yeah, and this is a toughie, Tower, because Greg obviously, as the 3-better, will have a lot of ace-x here, and this is going to be a tough river decision for Leo, because it's one of these spots, whether he's got the ace or not. Like if he's got just like a queen-jack, a jack-10, this is a card that he is probably going to go after it on. However, how often is he 3-betting as a bluff versus the under the gun open? And Leo sees the bad news, the ace 8. Unfortunate river for him, and down to 735k, and Greg up to 2.4 million. So back to the CCTV guy. So last night, get back to the hotel. The dealers are all playing as they are, just a 25p a point, big 2.
What's that?
It's a good game. It's a good game if you ever played big 2. But anyway, there was no seats at any table, so I go, who wants to sell their seat? Who wants to sell their seat? So Lee, he's popped up. He goes, I'll give it you for 50 quid. And then someone else goes, I'll give you mine for 25. But because it's a scoring game, you have to take their score, and I'll go in on their score. So Lee was losing money, but less money than the other guy. So eventually I haggled him down to 30 quid. So I bought his seat for 30 quid. We've been playing for about 10 minutes, and then the game finishes, and they go, yeah, we were only playing 4 more hands. So he sold me his seat, knowing they were only playing 4 more hands, and he's just ran off with me 30 quid. Yeah, he sold me his seat for 30 quid, knowing there was only 4 hands left.
Hey, I tell you what, he's not daft, that Lee.
The cheek, the absolute cheek, and then I've had to pay everyone because I lost in the game because I didn't have enough time to get it back because there was only 4.
And nobody said anything.
No one said anything.
I got you like a kipper.
I know, literally. Just ran off with a 30 quid laughing. Yeah, so
4 hands later, you're off to bed.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, that's funny. Oh.
Because usually when we sit there and we play that game, like we usually play for like 2-3 hours for one game.
Yeah.
Like you just write all the scores down each game. 4 hands, Tower. 4 bloody hands. Is all I got.
Is this the FT? Yes, it is, Jazzy. It is indeed. And we're down to 7. Michael Howard busting out first and then sat at the TV waiting for Sheffield Wednesday to win -3. It was a big Sheffield Wednesday fan, is Michael Howard, and sat there. -3 was always coming in because Barry Neville told us so, and Sheffield Wednesday lost 1-0. And then we lost Wilmot Murray.
Yeah, it's one of the smaller first prizes we've seen in a while, 83k.
83,000 pre-COVID would have been massive. Must have been, would have been massive. But nowadays, it is considered a small. Strange how things turn around.
Leo's hand can't be right here, Tower. Just can't be. Cannot have Queen 3 off. He's not calling twice with Queen 3 off here. Yeah, make a good point, Ross. Says if small blind had ace king suited, the odds on the big blind having aces isn't 220 1-to-1 anymore, as an ace is dead. Yeah, it would be, what would it be, 17 times 25, 425 to 1. So essentially 425 squared, 170 odd thousand to 1 around there. It's probably the chances. And Greg shows an 8, which is good. Interesting one from Leo. If he did have the Queen 3, what he was up to, but I'm going to make the assumption that he may not have had that hand. What cash tables are there at this casino? Smallest game that there's been this week is just the 1-2. There's 1 3s, there's been 2 5s, 5-10 Hold'em. We had a 10, 25, 50, 6 card PLO the other night. So it's been some good games and all different sort of buy-in levels. So anything from 1-2 up to 10, 25, 50, basically what's been going on in Blackpool. What a nice one to open from under the gun. The King Jack suited. Raises to 40k. And Greg is going after it. Fair play, Tower. Like, he's got the chip lead and he recognises that, and he recognises with the chip lead that he can play a lot more wider. 5 deuce of spades, obviously a bit dubious, but I think he understands the concept that we can get involved in a lot more pots, start applying pressure. Lynn's got an easy shot here for 16.5. Easy all in for Lynn. He does everything so nonchalant, Lynn, doesn't he? Like,
yeah.
So he's like a sloth the way he moves. It's just like so slow. It's
indeed.
So this one should be getting through. Rob's not going to be able to call it. The King Jack suited, and Greg won't be calling with 5 high.
Gets out of the way, there's Greg. 2.6 million chip leader, Mr. Greg King from Dublin.
Yeah, flying is Greg.
He is indeed. Just during the stream, where is Ali Malou? Well, if you were watching last night, you'd have known he didn't make day 3. Greg is from Dublin. He will be at the Irish Open. He asked a question to me as we walked in the room this morning.
Yeah, Ross, if you're saying specifically the small blind having ace-king suited and specifically the big blind having aces, then it would just be the odds of getting dealt ace-king suited in the small. And then times by the odds of getting dealt aces in the big with an ace dead. Yeah, it works out about the same. The way you've done it, it works out exactly the same, Ross. 452, 351, 2613. Yeah, it's about the it should be exactly the same. Doing it that way would be the same as just doing the two individual prices of getting dealt each in that specific position times by each other. Gets another one, playing well now, got the chips. Yeah, Ross, where you're wrong in that calculation, I'm just looking at here, the first card's not 4 out of 52, it's 8 out of 52, if that makes sense, because you can get dealt any ace, any king, so it's 8 over 52 the first for the first card in the small. That's why you're probably getting 270 and not 160 or 170. Spencer, do you play full-time as a pro in the past and do you still now? Well, I play a fair amount, just cash online and cash live. Don't play any Hold'em really nowadays. Hold'em just takes a back seat, probably one of my worst games, as I always say. Like playing some mixed, likes playing some Omaha, but don't really get any chances to play any Hold'em these days. I still enjoy doing the comms on it. Get that one through with the king queen. Like MTTs aren't really my forte, and Hold'em's not really it either. Omaha Cash is probably the main variant that I'm playing mostly, but I enjoy going Vegas and grinding the series, playing some Hold'em tournaments. Leo got a bit unlucky in a pot versus Greg 3-bet coup. Greg 3-bet the ace-8 off, Leo called the king-queen suited. It was king 7-4, 1 diamond board. Turn was the 8 of diamonds, giving Greg second pair with the ace-8, and Leo top pair improved to a flush draw, and then the river coming off suit ace. So Greg made aces up, and Leo paid off a small size on the river. Yeah, I'll be playing the main in Vegas. Playing the main event. Yeah, Blair, but just mainly on apps and stuff. A lot of them are private. This Jimmy moves all in with the pocket eights from the cut-off. Just rips it in here, Jimmy, for 23. Surprised to see this from him.
I don't think so, Mel. I'm not sure I'm going to be up Edinburgh early. I'll probably just travel up on the Tuesday because we'll be streaming on the Wednesday. But hopefully we can find a cash in the main event this year. Hopefully we can find a deep run. Yeah, bounty went all right last week, Ross. Man now just shoving the cut off. 21 bigs, 2 really big shots back to back. I played a couple of Omaha comps, Russ, this year in Vegas. Greg's not calling her, guys, so no need to talk about it. It's just an easy fold, but did play a couple of Omaha comps in Vegas this year. Only like small 1,500 buy-in, 1K buy-in, but I couldn't believe how soft they were for the buy-in level. It was just crazy. There was actually a $600 one I played one day because I busted something. I max late regged it. I come in at like level 12 or something, and the first hand that I sat down, it went limp, 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 limp. And then the big blind made it like, I can't remember the size exactly, but he made it like way over the pot. And obviously it's pot limit Omaha. Not a single player at the table said a word. The dealer didn't say a word. It went cool, 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 and they just went to the flop. And I was like, okay, no one's playing pot limit here, obviously, even though it's a pot limit tournament. They've been playing for 12 levels. I've max late regged it, and no one at the table knows what the pot's supposed to be. I was literally shocked, and it was only a 600. It was like a little bow Omaha tournament, but I was still in shock that not a single soul at the table knowing that his bet was over pot, and the dealer not even realising that his bet was over pot. But I guess that's what you get over in Vegas.
Yep. Slow playing the aces. 5-minute call with the aces. Oh, I hate these. I don't win in hand with these. So many bad memories of these. Alright, okay, what you got? Aces. Okay.
Ace jack suited for Jimmy, raises to 45. Yeah, not going to defend the 10-3 in the big, just out of the way.
Not too many in the Omaha either today. Bit of a low turnout for the Omaha here in Blackpool.
What time's late reg close on
just
that?
15 players. Yulb is still doing the comms.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
What time's late reg close?
Late reg will close at 5:15.
Well, you never know, Tower, you never know.
95 minutes. Yeah, good luck. Just 15. The cup was very busy today. I think it was like 20 buy-ins today for the cup. They're down to the final 20. And the seniors 104. Great tournament again for the seniors, 104. Just 15 in the Omaha. Omaha.
How you doing, Adam? It's payday. It will be payday for you soon, Adam. Couple of months.
And where's he going now?
No, he had a bet with him, didn't he? Arsenal Spurs at the start of the season.
Oh yeah. Yeah, mine's rolling over to next year. I'll get him double the quits.
How we doing, mate? Final table here in Blackpool, 7 remaining. Phil Pratt, hey Tower and Jay. Was the actor over 50 yesterday? I missed the answer. Yes, they were. It was Will Smith.
Will Smith. One person guessed it out of everybody. Well done, Valerie. got it correct. We would have reused all our 20 guesses.
Bit of a big size here from Greg, but love what he's doing now that he's got the chip lead tower. Just realising you want to be playing lots of pots and putting a lot of pressure on these stacks. Really like how Greg has opened up since winning that big pot.
Still on 7. Will McMurray last out 10s against ace queen.
That's nice.
Cheers, Phil. Phil Pratt watching on Facebook. Thanks, guys. Great turnout for an extra Blackpool event. Great comms as always. Thank you very much. Good luck to anyone playing the Sunny Million 1 million guaranteed today. Is that a big one? Is it? What's the reasoning for that?
It's just every year on the anniversary of when the Sunday Million started, they do a bigger one.
Ah, right, okay. Good luck to Rick Trigg. He came second in the biggest. The anniversary one that we did a few years ago.
Jimmy gonna go for the call here in the small blind after Greg's open from under the gun, and Iman just lets the ace-9 off go here, and probably to do with sizing that Greg's up before. Greg's gone into that 3x remit, so just chooses to let it go, and Greg flops the best of it on king, deuce, 2 spades, and puts a nice little check in behind here. Mixes in a check with top pair. 8 of spades on the turn. Jimmy goes for a small lead, just denying some equities and bare spade hands and overcards, but Greg just with an easy call with position.
Attention, your all players remaining in the seniors event. Please make your way back to the guard room. You have 4 minutes remaining on your break. That's all players remaining in the seniors event. Please
Make the
make your way back
assumptions
to the
Greg
guard
that
room. You
Jimmy's
have 3
always
minutes
going to be
remaining on your
leading
break.
here with an 8. He's going to be leading with a deuce. So this is just really good senses from Greg. Goes for value with his king high. And Jimmy makes the call, and very well played from Greg there with the king jack, and it is good. Playing well, up to 3 million chips, half the chips in play for Greg.
Good position to be in at this moment in time.
Jay, if you were 50k to 100k early doors while you're there, would you take a shot at the 50k PPC? I probably wouldn't buy in directly. Like, I'll play the satellites, I'll play the 5k sats into the 50k seat, but I don't think I'd be buying directly into the 50k. Obviously, I'd love to play that tournament. One year I will. This year might be the year. Let's hope if we can turn a 5k sat into a 50k seat, but it's just the tournament now. I think it's just the creme of the creme. Just poker.
It's a big one.
Not just hold'em, just
How many runners
purest form. Doesn't get too many. Just not loads. Tower. In the hundreds. That's a little with the ace jack. Opens the 40 from +1, and Peter here for 25. Just going to move on with the ace queen. Seems fine. Leo won't be calling it off when he gets back round to him. Ace jack will be a snap for Leo. Snap fold. All know that. There we go. Greg is crushing it.
Attention, this is the final call for all players remaining in the seniors event. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. That's final call for all players in the seniors event.
No, this is Greg's first ever cash in GUKPT. the final table. Now finds the goods in the small blind, raises it up, thinks it's 60k, and just out of the way with a 5 deuce. Jay, how many people have won a GUKPT on their first try? There's no way of me finding out the answer to that question, man, I'm sure. But I can tell you a few names that I know. Tommy Lee won his first ever GUKPT. Charlie Carell back in 2014 won his first ever GUKPT, which was the grand final. Do you think of any others, Tower? First time winners? Yeah, no, what happened was he won the Sunday Millie a couple of months before, I think it was, and then he just went for a shot out in London, played the 2K and ended up winning.
Seniors event, you have a new blind level, 300, 600, with a 600 big blind, 300, 600, 600. Deal up, please begin to deal.
10-9 off here
Entry
for Wolves.
for the seniors is now closed.
It's surprised to see. Makes it 40. Greg makes the call on the button, and Leo got an easy defend in the big 7-6 suited. Definitely going to be coming along. Nine, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. So we got action three-way here. We got Greg 2 overs and flush draw. We got top pair for Wolves and middle pair gut shot for Leo. So there's going to be some chips going into this one. Greg starting with a half pot bet. Leo stack a lot smaller than what it was half hour ago. Awkward one for him here, still with Wolves behind. Like, Wolves will be checking over pairs for sure on this flop. Here's the call. Now what do we do? There's Stevie Wolves after mixing in the check with a top pair. Just going to play call. Three-way action to the turn on an FT. Deuce of hearts on the turn, and now I expect this one just to check through here. Tower, both Leo and Wolves will be checking to the aggressor. It's Greg as the chip lead up, and Greg's probably going to take a 3B once he gets called in 2 spots. Can't see him going for the double barrel now, especially Leo in the top of the big blind who have some traps perhaps.
So checked all the way around, 5 of spades river.
So Wolves with the check mark. Nice one to be taking down this. Is Greg going to go for the bluff? Yeah, this is going to get looked up for sure by Wolves Tower.
Yeah.
Maybe even Leo.
125 it is.
Goes for third on the end. Front door diamonds brick out, Jack 10 bricks out, Jack 8 suited, 10-8 suited, that Greg would be peeling, all brick out as well. And the question is, what hands does he check turn that now want to bet river as well? Like, if Greg's got a set, he's obviously just going to fire turn three-way. If he's got somehow 2 pair, only really 9-7 suited, he's going to fire. Like, I guess he might have some checks with some of his 9x, ace-9, king-9 suited that now want to go for value on the river. But other than that, doesn't really make too much sense of what Greg's supposed to have here, and it might actually be a situation where we see Leo call, and because of Leo's call, Wolves was going to be getting a ridiculous price. I think Wolves was always going to be calling regardless whether Leo calls or not, especially once he dwells up this long. Like, bluff's going to be the 10-8 suited, the Jack 10, the Jack 8 suited.
the front door diamonds that have bricked out, ace-x of diamonds, and then a hand like Greg has. And then for value, doubt he's going to have 10s plus here because he's probably just going to free bet versus Warbs pre, having him covered. So basically just a stronger 9x, and Warbs, as we said, always going to be calling.
Yep. Steve gets a few chips back up to 1.4 mil. Good shout from Chris Flint, Spuddy, Simon Moorman, Chris Moorman's dad. 60th birthday present.
Yep.
Played 1-1-1.
That's a good shout.
That was it. And obviously, how many people have won a GUKPT on the first try? Praz Banzi.
First ever GUKPT.
First ever GUKPT. Good shout, Chris. Good shout. Do we have the password for the free roll? Yes. We'll give it out in 10 minutes. Need to make sure it works.
Even after losing that one, continues where he left off. Opens the 8-5 suited from the cut-off into the big blind of Peter, and just going to do raise and take for Greg. Get some chips back straight away. Everyone locked, 8.3k. Ladder's starting to get more significant now. Just under a 3k ladder from 7th to 6th.
That's the one that you'll keep talking about with the binds. And
oh, you mean the money bubble?
The money bubble.
Yeah, the money bubble.
With Andy Wilson. 7th to 6th is the first time it goes over 2.5k. Seven players left. Chip leader C3. Greg King.
Players all in.
Leo moves all in on the button with an ace and 13 bigs. And Warbs with the king queen. Gonna be calling. Gonna be calling. Has to call here. We dominate king jack, king 10, queen jack suited, queen 10. Leo shows the a6 and Warbs with the king queen.
Leo at risk.
So
Not in front.
Are we going to be down to 6 players? Or will Leo find the hold? Wow.
Wow. Any more outs?
Just the 13 outs, twice the fade for Leo. Ace, king, queen or 9. That's a good one to see. So same scenario, ace, king, queen and 9 to fade and double up.
And does. Leo gets the much needed double up back up to 570,000.
Remember third from last session of the day, yesterday, with Ali Malou on the table.
I remember Ali Malou on the table.
And remember him having about 1 million chips.
Yes.
That would be good for second in chips right now at this final table.
That's true. That is true.
It's crazy when you look at it like that.
Yeah.
That was some day yesterday we had. Love having Ali on the table. Yeah, may have torched it, but great entertainment. You won't see that from anyone else at that stage of the tournament. There's only one man in the whole poker scene that would pull off the jam with a 10-5 off for 88 big blinds.
Next two events for us, 888 London, Wednesday the 12th it starts. We'll be there Wednesday the 19th for 5 days of action. And then the next NPL event and the GUKPT moves up to Edinburgh, 3rd till the 14th of May. The next two events for us, London and Edinburgh.
Raised to 60.
So 6s for Greg. And Greg's been opening nearly every hand since he's had the chip lead here, so just going to send this one as Lynn for 18. Just going to get so many folds. 7-handed here.
10 seconds.
I think we're sitting second from bottom of the pack. I just think off 18 here, the way Greg's been playing, just want to move in as Lynn has just been opening a whole host of hands since he got the chip lead, and 9s here are going to be well ahead of that range. And good to see Lynn take the spot, shoving for 18, and we'll get through unless someone does end up waking up with it. Lynn's been fairly snug. I don't think Greg's going to be calling off with 6s. Greg's never going to see Lynn shove 5s. Okay, he is going to make the call.
He has called with the 6s.
I just don't think Lynn's ever going to shove deuces or 5s here. They're just going to fold pre-tower. So it's one of those situations where we're either flipping or we're drawing to 19% in the form of 2 outs. And fair play to Greg, he's got the chips, he can call it off, and that may have been why he went with a snap call and may have made his mind up already that he was going to be calling off a jam from Lynn. I just don't see Lynn ever turning up with deuces through 5s, but can still find a 6, but not on that board. So just the 9 to fade to bust one.
Same scenario.
And 9's
Fade
holding.
a 6.
9's holding for Lynn.
We get a double. There it is, double for Lynn Chen. 4th. 3rd in the NPL. Yeah, it's a double. Drops Greg down to 2.5. Lynn up into 3rd in chips. Afternoon, Sven. Sven Cole's watching on Twitch.
How are we doing, Sven?
Hope you're well.
Rooting for his fellow countryman. He's playing the big stack well. He's playing it very well since he got it. Maybe just a bit giddy there with the 6s for 18, gun versus +1, but he's got the chips to be able to call it off. And what do you think the worst wars would have to call off Ali's 88 big blind shove? We were having this conversation last night at the bar yesterday, Mel. I was chatting with someone about it, and we were saying if you sat there with Ace King or Jack, you just like hate your life. Although it's the Ali Malou factor, because he is capable of finding an any 2 jam. Like we're saying, how we might have to just fold Ace King and maybe call Jack's plus, simply because if he's shoving, it's basically like satellite strike. You'd like prefer to call your bigger pairs.
And now Jimmy looks like getting a double up off Greg.
I'll come back to that because another all in and call.
Yeah, Greg snap called and the big with the ace. But Jimmy, ace, Jack. Could be 2 double ups in 2 hands off Greg King. That's clean. Needs to fade a 2 to get a double up, and that's 2 double ups in 2 hands through Greg King.
Chop outs, 10 off 3 to chop this one.
Doesn't want to chop.
2 win out, right?
2.
And it's a 9, so another double.
Oh, short start that up. Yeah. Oh, short start that
Greg down to 2 mil just like that. Jimmy and Shen both doubling up through Greg.
Do you need to be a member of Grosvenor Casinos to play the GUKPTs?
Yes. You do indeed. And the Goliath.
No, I've not played ahead and kill you already.
Sven grinding 10 tables and watching the stream at the same time. That's some multitasking.
10 tables. Good luck. Good luck with that. Some button clicking. Minus 10,000, 20,000.
Keep the turn for Leo out the way from gun. Peter letting the Jack 10 suited go in. The muck from +1. Thought he might fancy opening that off of 27. Let it go. And over to Greg in the small. He's just going to complete with a 10-9 suited, and we'll give Lynn a chance to check his option with the Queen 5 of pots. Lynn does flop best. Not the worst candidate for Greg to perhaps lead for one big here tower with the plausible backdoors and still having decent equity versus 7x and 4x if we are called, but goes to the check and Lynn just trying to get maximum from his top pair straight away, but Greg is going to float with 3 to a straight and 3 to a flush.
Queen of clubs.
4 to a flush now. Greg picking up the flush draw on the turn. And if we're floating flop with some plausible backdoors and we pick up one on the turn, I don't think we're going to be seeing a fold tower facing.
Recording turn.
That's 60,000.
That's 60,000. Will be a call from Greg.
Five of clubs.
Oh, 5 of spades.
Imagine. Imagine.
Oh.
So Lynn boating up. Oh, and Greg gonna go for the bluff on the end, bluffing into the boat. And we love to see this as Lynn. We're just praying that Greg's backdoor to flush here with like 4x of spades or 6-8 of spades, 8-9 of spades, something like that. We are licking our lips at this lead, and only one move here now, tower, and that triangle is going to be sent into the middle. Want to get the maximum from the flushes, or perhaps if Greg did happen to hold the case queen.
460,000.
Not going to go for the max.
And a snap fold. So, password time. Anybody want to guess it? 10 seconds. Anyone want to try and guess it? You have no chance. You'll never get it in a month of Sundays. In the last few months, Tom's been sending over the password that has something to do with where we are.
Ah, is it tram?
It is not tram.
Is it tower?
It is not me.
Is it freezing bloody cold?
The free roll password, and I think it's all uppercase, which you need to try for us, please, is it's what the Frenchmen do when they come to Mark Ellis and they have a good night.
Le dance.
Le pull.
Oh, le pull.
The password is le pull. L-E-P-U-L-L. I need somebody to try it, whether it's uppercase or lowercase, but I think it's uppercase. Le pull.
Well, I got the first le bit right.
You did? Graham said surrender. Le pull. It was a historical drainage channel that was running over a peat bog which discharged discoloured water into the Irish Sea. Well, that right there behind us is the Irish Sea. So it gave Blackpool its name because the water was a pool of black water. So it became Blackpool, and that's how it got its name. So Le Pull was the name of the water and the stream that it poured into, and that's how it got its name. So Le Pull, L-E-P-U-L-L. Nothing's ever easy, nothing's straightforward, but that's the password if you want to get yourself into it.
Paul, and there'll be a £110 Road to Vegas ticket up top in that.
There will.
£30 tokens in that free roll, as well as some £5 tokens as well, I believe. So good luck if you're going to be playing that one, guys. That starts at 6 o'clock.
So there we go. Lepull. Blackpool. All one word.
Greg gets them back with the ace four of spades, and I think Ward's paying off just because of the price and how Greg's been playing at the moment. Shown down a few bluffs, has been very active, so Ward's thinking that he's probably too high up to be folding that one versus small sizing on the end.
Yeah. The free roll is on Grosvenor Poker. It'll be in the lobby. Good luck, everybody.
Sticky says, I'll get a great night's sleep knowing that useless fact now.
Well, me too. I was like, well, there you go.
You hear me? What?
Good luck, everybody. Let us know that somebody's in. Uppercase Blackpool works. Cheers, Gary, and good luck in the free roll. And good luck, everybody who joins in the fun of the free roll, starting at 6. £250 in tokens given away.
Blind Leo just goes for the jam for 21. I'm going to get it through. 19 effective of Peter. Blackpool works fine.
Excellent. All uppercase. Thanks, Piano Cat. How are you doing, Cat? Hope you're well. And Colin says yes, small capitals. So there we go. Blackpool was the reason how Blackpool got its name.
Peter blind on blind here with the Jack 7. Stevie Warps in the big. We're just going to be shoving here, Steve. Peter starting the hand with 19 bigs. I think this is just going to be a jab from Steve. Well, he's going to go for the raise call. We're trying to induce something from Peter. Makes it 100k. Big 4x sizing. That should be the end of the hand. Blackpool, yep.
No.
No.
Spelt wrong.
Oh, is it spelled Paul was in Paul?
Pull as in pull.
Or Paul was in Paul?
No. P-U-L-L. Blackpool. L-E-P-U-L-L.
So not Paul was in Paul or Paul was in Paul, but Paul was in Paul?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Work that one out. Yeah, cleared that up.
There's 3 Pauls, isn't there? Paul was in swimming pool, Paul was in the name, and Paul was in your Poilador.
Make the model, we'll stick it into the thing. It is Blackpool, P-L-E-P-U-L-L, Blackpool. There we go.
Action here between Warps and Jimmy. We've got top pair versus top pair, blind on blind. This is kind of cold. And Jimmy could plausibly go for the raise here with a strong top pair and blind on blind situation, and does choose to go for the raise with the king 10. And Warps can't go anywhere with a 10-9, has to call and see a turn. Teach him to talk proper, Tower. Coming from you lot, coming from you northern mob. Unbelievable, Span. It's not Paul is in Paul or Paul is in Paul, it's Paul is in Paul.
Yeah, exactly.
At 160. Cool. Chef.
So turn goes bet from Jimmy and a call as he should with the top two pair, and Morb's calling still because still ahead of all the bluffs, and this king shouldn't really hit Jimmy too often. And Jimmy's going to go for the check back with the king 10. 5x of hearts is a thing, so decides to check back, maybe thinks that with the king on board it's going to be difficult to get called by a 10. Although all other 10x chopping, all 10s except ace 10.
Do you hit the king or 10 or something? I should probably bet.
Attention dealers and players, any seniors event, 2 million one level, 400, 800, 800 with Larry, 400, 800, 800.
That's 8 for Peter in the cutoff.
Players all in.
Wow, I'm just going to shove. Yeah. It's a hand we can definitely enter the pot with. I just think to shove for this amount of bigs is too many BBs. 18 big blind shove, ace 8 off cut off. Just think doesn't really achieve much. Yes, we do pick up blinds and ante more often because big blind obviously going to defend versus the min click, but when we get called we are just dead. Always going to need to find a 3 out, whether it be an ace or an 8. But Peter was happy to take the jam and does get it through. How are we doing, Mikhail Bruce? Got any Aussies on here playing? Also, hello from Australia.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I'm guessing it's good morning or good, yes, late. Which part of Oz we in? Michael. We've got friends in Australia at the moment. Jack Hardcastle and Dave Doherty is in Melbourne.
Raise to 50.
My niece lives in Darwin.
Plus.
Warms with the ace queen, raises to 50, and Greg can defend with the suited 10-4. Queen 9-5 rainbow top pair, top kicker for Warps. Nice board to see.
and just think gonna want to be firing here, building this pot.
30k.
Goes fairly small, goes for 30k. That should be the end of Greg. Although we have seen Greg float a couple of times. The 10-4 just has to get out of the way. I'm in the NSW South Coast. It's 2:14 AM. Come across the channel and love poker. Well, thanks for tuning in.
Love it. Nice one.
Hit the follow button. We do stream fairly often. This is what we have got coming up next.
Where are we next?
Off to Edinburgh.
Yay!
Go to Scotland.
Yay!
More cold weather.
We don't do a GUKPT Alicante just yet.
Well, we need an Alicante. What about GUKPT Benidorm? That would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I like that idea.
You'd love that in the show bar every night, Tower, on the karaoke. You'd be in your element. But that's where we're off to next, Edinburgh, 3rd to the 14th of May. That is our next stop. Slightly smaller main event buy-in for that one, just £1,000 on the nose. Very similar schedule to Blackpool. But that is the next stop. That's where we're going to be streaming next.
Indeed. Have we got a free roll today? Yes, the password is LEPULL, L-E-P-U-L-L. Is there going to be a stream cash game at Edinburgh? Yes, there is, Robbie. If you want to get involved, just message PK, and that'll get sorted out very soon. Just better take a woolly tower up into Scotland, says Chris. But come on, I'm very sure because we're going to be calling the Imams all in. It might be, it should be, but it might not.
It's not a nice one, Tower. It's not very clear from me straight away what we're supposed to do here as Leo, I'll be honest. It seems like a toughie. It's a 13 big blind shove, just sub. We've opened gun and Imam wants to rip versus our gun open. It does look fairly strong. Like, we can be in a dominated spot fairly often here as Leo up against the ace-king or the ace-queen. Aces, kings and queens in there obviously, although we block some of those and Leo does go with fold. And I understand why he's getting out of the way there. If he calls, he's wrong, he's dominated, doesn't find the 3 hour, he's going to be left with like 4 big blinds. Like, there's a lot less merit of getting to 35 big blinds. Like, if we call there, we're either going to have 35 at the end of the hand, or we're going to have 5 big blinds if we don't win the pot. So where he is at the moment with 21, I think he's still comfortable. 21's not going to be much of a difference to 35. However, sitting with 5 big blinds, then it's a big difference, because then the probability of us busting next goes up drastically. And I think I can definitely get behind that fold tower on first glance. You might think king queen suited, only 13 bigs. We got 2 invested, get it in, but we've opened under the gun. Iman hasn't got out of line at all on this final table, when I think Leo just thinks he's going to be in a dominated spot more often than not there, and then the times that he's not, he's got to win a flip. And like I say, it comes down to, if we win the hand, we got 35 big stack. If we lose it, we got a 5 big stack, and 21 bigs at the moment. It's not really going to be too much of a difference to the 35 big. However, we do somehow lose the hand and are down to 5 big blinds, it's going to be very difficult to come back from that.
So 3 bet to 130. What does Peter do? Right down to Peter, 80,000 to call.
Well, it's a well-timed open from Peter. We should be opening these hands, but he's been having a lot of open jams, Tower, off of like 22, 21 bigs with these type of holdings. So it's a very well-timed open from him. It's what we should be doing off of this stack size, just opening, not jamming. But Peter has been playing a lot of jams off of between the 20 and 25 big blind stack remit, just choosing to open jam rather than open. And the fact that he has just opened here could potentially be saving his tournament. There is the fold. No action from the aces there.
English Chris says you better take a woolly. Well, let me tell you, I have got 2 new golfing woolly hats. 2. And I will be using them very soon. 2, let me tell you. One of them, you won't miss me.
Is that luminous green?
It is. How do you know? How did you know that?
It's not going to be black. It's not going to be blue, is it? It's not going to be.
And it
might be luminous orange.
And it's got a pom pom on top as
go.
well. It's amazing. It's my favouriteest hat of all time. It's fantastic. I'll be using it when I get up to Edinburgh for golf, let me tell you. And at this moment in time, it is 7 degrees in Edinburgh. So you need your flip-flops and your shorts. So don't worry about that.
What, 7 degrees?
Yeah. 7 degrees, sweltering up in Edinburgh. 7. 7 degrees. When will it become spring? It's actually officially summertime today. No, put clocks forward and we all lost an hour's kip.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, officially summertime. And it's freezing cold, it's like...
I didn't think it was summertime.
Yeah, they only give cheerleader. You got chips?
40 minutes to the next break. 14 minutes to the next break.
Yeah, and then I think it's going to just be a 15-minute break, guys. I doubt it's going to be an extended one.
No.
The players may grab a bit later, but I think with this being the FT already at this time of the day, there may just be 15 minutes break throughout, which is good for us. It's actually quite spring-like now. Have you been to Blackpool lately, Piano Cat?
No, she's in Edinburgh at the minute.
I floated home from the casino last night.
You just
I walked
jumped
outside
up.
the door, I put my arms around it and I floated back to the travel lodge. The winds last night, oh my word.
Fresh. That's all they were, fresh.
And here we go. Oh, good foul from Lynn.
Well, Jimmy's calling. Where's Jimmy's cards? There they are. So here we go.
Are we going to be down to 6 players? Jimmy with the ace king. Iman with the queen jack suited.
Iman is a man. 7, 6, 10.
Yeah, just a 6 out still. Some plausible runners. Club would be interesting on the turn, but queen or jack needed at the moment to keep his tournament alive, and doesn't look likely. Just the 6 outs, queen or jack. Otherwise we're down to 6.
Oi, oi.
Finds it. Jack of diamonds on the river for Iman. Sit back down, young man. Up to 920k. Unlucky for Jimmy. Brings him back down to just north of 20. But Iman finds it on the end. And still 7-handed.
A huge ship blew over in Leith Docks on Wednesday. Yeah, I saw the pictures. Would you have been able to see that from Aberdour Golf Club across the water?
What about from the Forth Bridge?
Well, it's very close. Leith's very close. I think. I think. Seventh locked up £8,370, all the way to £83,400 and the title and the trophy. There was only one person touched the trophy this morning.
Will McMurray.
And he was on the table and he's not here anymore. Jinxed it.
With binoculars maybe you might be able to see it.
Alright, okay. I just thought that stretch of water would lead to Leith Docks.
My heart was broken. My heart was broken.
Tens for him on this time.
The field of 456, you have a new ground level, 100, 300 with a 300 landing, 100, 300, and 6 cards. 100, 300,
a local
6
tune.
cards.
Who sings that?
The Glens.
Leave it to them, please.
Oh, okay. Don't know if you can see the leaf dogs from Aberdeen. You want to be quite high up to see, you would think.
Anybody wishing to enter today's 456 PLO bounty? Entries are still being taken in the book room. That's anybody wishing to play the PLO 456 bounty event. Entries are still being taken in
We
the
are
book
playing
room
in
for the
Great
next
British
hour and 50
pounds.
True. What's the dollar to the pound at the minute in Australia? About 1.7, I reckon. Not checked my Revolut in a while, but 1.7 is about what it's normally currently standing at.
There's a pocket threes for Greg. King high board. Do expect to see lots of bets on this one. Fairly high frequency as the under the gun opener. This is just our board versus the big blind. Continues for 50 and Iman just an easy check call here with middle pair. One Australian dollar is around 54 pence.
Need to buy something. That's amazing.
Good card on the turn for Iman to see. Making it less likely Greg does have a King X type holding. And I'd like to see Greg slow down now with the threes. Like, the way to think about this, we're still in front of the Queen Jack, the Queen 9, the Jack 9, all the straight possibilities, and then we're not going to be folding out a 10 or a king with a double barrel now. Got to be thinking about the calling range of our opponent on the flop, and it's going to be King X, 10X, some 4X in there as well, and we still do beat the straight draws that Iman can have here. But like Greg's decision to check this one, just understanding that once Iman calls flop, King X and 10X are a thing and won't be folding to a second barrel once the king pairs. But now Iman going to go for some value with the 10-9. Maybe going after some like 6s through 9s, maybe some ace highs that are non-believers. Greg does get out of the way, and Iman just like that, up to 1.1 million in chips. Here he goes.
Just like that. Need to get the Aussie dollar. It's 1.83 at the minute. If you're buying and exchanging, love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Yes, 1.83 at the minute. The straight flat rate to Australia. Very nice.
Wolves opens the pocket 8s, raises to 50k. Jimmy makes the good throw with the 4s there. Discipline laid out. Like, the pairs are going to go down in value at FTs. Like, we prefer to shove like an ace-5 suited there than the 4s. It's just for the blocker effect. We want to be blocking that calling range of our opponent. Make it less likely that they can have a strong hand when we have the small pocket pairs. We're blocking the trash essentially and unblocking the good hands. Nice fold from Jimmy.
Gary McGaffney in Dorset. Near Pool. This is just risk.
Oh yeah, that's another one. It's not Paul is in Pool or Paul is in Pool or Paul is in Pool. It's Paul is in Pool. I forgot about that. I forgot about that Pool. I forgot about the fourth Pool.
Yes. Just witness the 10-5 Ali Malou, and the man. This is the man and the way he plays. Wolves must be favourite now. Not now, but last night he would have been favourite in the books. He's fourth in chips at this moment in time with 7 left.
Line on line here. Greg gonna bump it up.
Not many in the Omaha, Gary, today. Not many. Maybe the 456 bounty is not appealing to Blackpool Omaha players. There was only 15, I thought, last time I saw. A quick scan of the app. I'll tell you, in the Omaha, there are only 25 players. 25. 104 in the seniors, and in the cup, 168 total. When we get close to the FT or 2 tables out of the cup, we'll give you the runners and riders. How many's left in?
I'm going to have a look now. Unfortunately, my iPad's broke.
That's it, you might need to just wander into the room, get the Wi-Fi, and then come back. Seven left, as you can see right there. 1.9 mil Greg. Iman, second in chips, was the shortest stack coming onto the FT. Lin Chen in third, Steve Warburton in fourth, who was big chip leader overnight. There's a note. Pete, Cheryl Amboss not been involved too much. And Leo lost chunks to Greg King. What you don't wind it in the sea?
Yeah. Exactly that.
You went out with the iPad, you come back without it.
Yeah. There we go. Got a new one.
DKB says, Blackpool in Capital Works, let's get the win. Good luck to everybody paying the £250 free roll.
So 2 tables left in the cup, 16 players. I will run you through those 16 players after this hand. As Lynn got a nice candidate to lead for one big here. Will draw 2 nuts, backdoor flush draw as well. So it does go for the lead and gets called by the 7 deuce. 8 on the turn. And like Leo's calling Moon Chill on the flop's going to be the Ace X, the 8X, Deuce X. Will draws himself and some King Highs. And against the size as well, Leo will also pill some hands like 9-7 of clubs, 9-7 of hearts. These blind on blind situations can get very complex just because how wide ranges should be for each player. So facing this size, got a call now as Leo getting 6-1 on our money. Ah, he's going to fold, getting 6-1. Wow, really thought he'd call once there, facing that size from Lynn. 6-1 on a call. Guess he thought there's situations he can just be drawing dead versus an 8.
Cheers, Gary. You played in Birmingham last night and now you're in Poole in Dorset. That's a drive. There is a 25-25 in Birmingham next week. Showing you all the fixtures for next week. Anybody who wants to play. How many are left? We're on the final 7. 7 is what we're on.
I'm going to open the 4-3 suited and Peter here with an easy jam for 15, just sub from the big. King Queen suited Broadway versus a button open for this amount. A big blinds tower, it's just a fist pump all in for us, and Peter agrees. In goes the triangle and Lynn will get out of the way. While we wait for Lynn to fold, I will run you through the final 16 players in the cup. We have Mikhail Chesil.
How many's left in?
16.
Oh.
Ian Gascoigne, Yunus Barakat, Martin Kay, Justin Devonport, Aryan Hassan Kashani, John McCann, Majid Nadeem. John McCann, no surprise there. Gary Whitehead, Jamie Lee, Tim Chung, Keith Littlewood, William Kang, Kelvin Cheng, and then Ali Sarkashik.
Oh, so Ali's representing the cup, and Iman's representing the main event.
There you go.
Is Ali in the seniors?
Aria in the seniors, yeah. Imagine. Don't think he'd get in. He might be in the PLO bounty though.
Oh, that's true.
He might be in the PLO bounty, old Aria.
And then there's Pops.
To be honest, I think he's probably watching this. If his little brother's on the final table, he's probably tuned in right now, showing his support.
Queen 9 flop, Queen 7-2.
Interesting one here because we've got top pair versus middle pair nut kicker on a really dry board texture here. And once Warbs calls on the Queen 7 deuce rainbow, I think we want to either check this one back or block Turner's Greg to check back river. I think check's fine, I think block's fine. And he's going to go for the check.
Hey, the club's river.
Yeah, now it's just going to be probably lead from Steve. No, he's going to go for the check. Will be best with the Queen 6. Thought he might have gone for a little bit of value there with the Queen. Just think Greg's going to continue firing all his Queen X on turn on such a dry board texture. I think we've got us out-kicked in terms of Queen X. We're going to hear about it on the turn. I think once he checks back turn, probably just not got too much going on. I think our Queen's always going to be the best hand, go after some perhaps River 8X and 7X, this type of stuff. Ace Jack for Greg. Going to be getting involved again. We'll be opening this one.
What time is the dinner break? They don't normally have a dinner break during the FT, but they can have an extended break if they ask for it. The next break for us is at 5 PM. All in a call straight away. Greg and Jimmy. Jimmy.
Yeah, went for the shove here, Jimmy, for 18, facing the big stack open. +1. I guess Greg's opening so many hands that Jimmy thinks Ace 10's going to be ahead enough of the time. Not really fussed about it being a +1 open, just thinks Greg is going to be raising lots of hands and decides to move in. And Greg with the snap call with the Ace Jack.
And there is the Jack, so King's working now.
Additional out though, we've gone from 3 outs to 4.
Greg King looks like taking out Jimmy, Mr. Ming G.
And Min needs a king. Doesn't find it, so we do lose Min G, also known as Jimmy.
Well done, Jimmy. Great effort.
The tournament.
£8,370 for Jimmy. We're down to 6. So just been announced that when we go on the break at 5 PM, it is a 30-minute break. There is a roast dinner style buffet in the club for everybody to have whenever they want it. And they are taking 30 minutes at the end of this session in 20 minutes time.
I used to remind gentlemen, there are 6 players, when it goes down to 5.
Ready to take 4.
And
Greg there gets that one through.
30 minutes, so you can go for dinner. Next break.
I thought you said something. I was just listening to Frankie. This is when they're just announcing their dinner break. 30-minute break. Give them a chance to grab something to eat. If they fancy.
Everybody wants to get dinner, that's fine. I obviously,
Yep, definitely Greg's for the taking now. He's had the chip lead for a while now. Was up to 3 million. Did do a few back, but got a few back in the last 10 minutes. One of these 6 players are going to be taking home maybe £3,000 and change. Everyone now locked up 5 figures.
30-minute break, because it gives us time to like. I don't really. 30-minute break or 20 minutes? What do we want?
You guys do 20.
I'm happy with 20.
I'll take that.
Ace King suited for Warps. Sixes in the big, not going to be going anywhere. Quick defend from him. I love how quick Greg plays Hotel.
Yeah.
I do love it when we got people on the featured table that are just playing really fast.
Jack 9-8 flop. Checked. 3 of clubs turn.
Walker's just happy to get to showdown in the tower on this particular board texture and hope that the nut high hand is going to be good.
7 of diamonds, river.
Don't enjoy
Check
it.
mark goes to Greg.
Don't enjoy this run out though.
No, it's all.
Greg actually going to go for value here with his pocket 6s. This isn't a bluff. This will most certainly be a value bet from him. Trying to get called specifically by an ace high of Warbs. Maybe Warbs. Maybe thinks that Warbs thinks that he's going to try and fire on this board from the big blind once the 4-liner gets there, and does get value from the ace king. Very well played from Greg. That's a beautiful value bet there on the river. Very nice indeed from Greg. Nice stuff, sir. That's a really, really nice value bet. Goes for value with 4th pair and a 4-liner to a straight, and I guess he maybe thought Warbs thought that once he leads that river he's only going to be leading like 2 pair plus or a 10, and from the big blind he maybe reckoned a straight too much, so Warbs flicks in the call with the ace high.
He's not, is he?
20 minutes of this session to go, and then a 30-minute break.
He's not sure he's going to be.
When we get there, the FT will continue at 5:30 p.m.
We're going to be involved again.
Yep.
We're going to go for the 3-bet. Pressure in Warbs.
Speaking of Warbs.
Makes it 150. Don't mind this at all here from Greg. This is nice. Guess it will find its way in some of the time. The Queen 10 suited. And Warbs just has no option but to fold the ace 8. Now tower can't be peeling the offsuit ace 8 even with position. Has to get out of there. It is going to come along for the party. In the mix, and that just has to be priced that he's getting 2.5 to 1 in the call with position. I think this is just always going to be down to price. The reason that Warbs has opted to continue here. 4, 6, 7 mono. Probably going to see some small sizes on this particular board in the 3-bet coup. And Greg going to start with a check, and Warbs with a quick check behind with the ace 8.
2 spades to turn.
No, Greg would just queen high. May fancy delay continue, but still want to choose a smallish size and does go for the small sizing. 75 into 350. Horse with the ace-8. Getting a really nice price, going to make the call, and off to the turn, off to the river we go.
There's the 2.
Now, Greg.
Yep.
Can we find a second barrel on the river? Because it would work, and he is going to find it. Goes for 200k and gets Wars off the best hand. Greg
playing some super stuff.
He's gone through the gears tower for sure. He's really opened up and really putting pressure on some of these middling stacks now. Well played, Greg.
Playing some fantastic stuff. Vicky Southworth's playing today.
Yep, saw her. She said hello.
Nice one, Vicky. Is that John Preston? It is. That's John. I've seen John for years. He plays Kaluki on a Sundays.
Well, they've got Kaluki game here.
They've got Kaluki. Oh, don't start.
Oh.
Yeah, they've got Kaluki.
Oh.
Free to enter.
Yeah.
Money up top.
Yeah.
The club put the money in.
Right, I'll see you in see you in a couple of hours.
And they get a discounted Sunday roast. No? Look after these Kaluki players. Still DJing as well as John. He's still doing a bit of DJing.
I should see a small size here from Eman. I don't think he's going to go too large on the ace queen 10 with this particular holding. That's for 40k. One that we could plausibly check as well, Tower. Backdoor nut flush draw, straight draw, and third pair here. Nice check candidate, but Eman going to go for the small bet. 3 of diamonds on the turn. No, I think this is where we'll be going check. Still can show downs. Leo's going to be calling his King X and his Jack X that he would defend out the big blind to 1 bet. Still in front of these hands, so nice candidate to just check behind here and try and get to showdown. But Iman has other ideas, and if we are barreling turn tower, I don't mind it. If we are unloading on the river, it's as simple as that. Yeah. So if he's firing 75k here to set Leo in on a brick river, I love it. If he's firing 75k here, I'm just going to be giving up river. I'm not the biggest fan. So if this is the plan of Imam, simply because like Leo here, he's going to fold his 10x on the turn. We've got the nut 10, so we're only getting continues from better hands on the turn or some sort of hand with big equity like a combo draw.
4 of hearts river.
But this is not the best of rivers for us as Imam to be firing on as hearts does complete. But I wish it was an offsuit 4 to see if he was going to unload and put the pressure on Leo's 1 pair ace X and queen X holdings, blocking some 2 pair combinations, blocking the flop nut straight. It might have been a really nice 3 barrel candidate on a brick river, but we'll never know if that was the plan of Imam. But just going back to the turn bet there, like, you always got to ask yourself, what does this bet achieve? And when we fire again with third pair there after Leo's called on ace queen 10, he's going to start folding his 10-9 suited, his 10-8 suited, all this stuff. So we don't get action from worse hands. We only get action from the queen X, the ace X, the 2 pair plus, and then hands that are still going to have heaps of equity against us. So that's why it becomes a really nice check back and just take a river with position. Went for the small bet, maybe lining up the river shove on a non-heart river, and if that was the case, fair play to the man. Could definitely get behind that line. Greg opens, a snapshot from Peter from the big blind, and Greg not going to be calling off the ace 3.
Not calling off the ace 3. 10 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then a 30-minute break as we saw Greg fold in the last hand.
Ace jack for Leo will be opening. Raises to 50. Wolves with the king 5 off in the big. Versus button open. Should be defending king high. If it's like a gun open, might let this one go just because we're more likely to be in a dominated spot. But versus button, going to be fine here for Wolves to make the call, and does jump out into the lead in the form of bottom pair. Leo with 2 overcards, backdoor straight possibilities, could be happy to c-bet the 10-9-5 small, but opts for check.
7 of clubs turn.
And does pick up gutter ball on the turn. Steve checking once more. And Leo now, once we are at the turn, might be happy just to try and get this to showdown. The ace jack high still will showdown versus some of Steve's range. 7 on the river. I might like a little small bet now from Steve once it's checked the whole way. Maybe the old 25k big blind, 1 big blind. That's what I might do here as Wolves. Going to go slightly big up, but does recognise that very likely to have the best hand here. And goes for value on the end, 70 into 130. So actually goes bigger than half here. Maybe trying to make it look more like a bluff than a value bet. And trying to get Leo to hero a hand like he actually has on this occasion. But Leo's been making some top-notch decisions. Really, really good decisions in each spot. Folding correctly, calling correctly. I want to actually chat to him about the Queen 3 hand that we saw, because I don't think he had Queen 3 that hand when it went double barrel with the 8-4 of clubs of Greg and ended up check river. Because I can't see how he would have turned up with Queen 3 off in that hand if he was tuned in for that one, guys. I'll have a chat with him on the dinner break, I'll find out. Suited king for Greg, good enough to open. Under the gun effective low jack, 6-handed, and we do have the chip lead and every player covered, so this is definitely an open for us. Makes it 60k. I'm going to get raise and take through. Yes, I do, man of straw.
What's that?
There it is.
There it is, right there. That's where we're going next. The 888 Poker Live in London at the Vic. We will be there live streaming Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Looking forward to it. Seeing all the team. We're down there. Setting up on the Wednesday.
Don't say silly things, Tower. Setting up on the Wednesday. I did set up on the Wednesday once.
Did you?
Yeah. Leg 1, 2018, my first gig of the shift.
Really?
Yeah.
And you thought, what's this?
Yeah.
What's this?
I remember. Don't worry, I put my work in.
You thought Gary Lineker don't pull the wires down when you were in Sky Sports.
That's exactly what I thought, Tower. I was like, exactly my thought process. But that's what we got for coming up at 888.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a 444 event, there's a 220, there's 1100 main, All sorts going on.
Best thing to do, screenshot, and then you got it all there. You can go back and look as you please. Crop this part out, and then you can go back and have a look. Yeah, I will be going Ireland, Cosmin. 888 is the week after Ireland, so I will be at Ireland, and then I will be at the Vic the next week.
The last level for entries and re-entries.
Looks suspiciously like a GUKPT stop.
It does actually. There's a couple of 444s in as well. I'm sure because it's at the Vic that Jim had an input into it. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how many days we're streaming.
5.
Might be 4 for me, because I am striking on the Vic cash game if we've got the Vic regulars. I want action. Get Vinny down. Get Umish down. Put the boys in Coventry in a limo down to London. Get them on the live stream for the cash game. And then I'll happily commentate until 6 in the morning. If I have to go through another 8 to 10 hours of Vic Reg, open, call, C-bet fold. Open, fold, 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 fold. Open, fold, 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 fold. Open, free bet, fold, 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 fold. If I don't think my brain can cope with another cash game session like that at the Vic, so we'll have to do something about the lineup, because I'm sure the viewers will agree as well. The last couple of games that we've had at the Vic haven't been the best in terms of entertainment. Like, in terms of theory, the guys seem to play well, but we don't want that. We want blood. We want action.
We want blood. I love it. So heading to the 30-minute dinner break. About 5 minutes to go. We're on 6. Greg chip leader. Look at that chip lead there for Greg King in C number 3.
Yeah, it will get to a point soon, Tower, when we come back after the break, like the big stack's then going to have sub 30 bigs, and Greg can then actually play a strategy of just playing a lot of open jams rather than raising, just because of the immense ICM pressure on all these stacks sitting together at the bottom of the pack. And whether he will take that strat or not, I'm not sure, but there's definitely merit in just playing a lot of open shoves when your chip lead is as substantial as Greg's is in this given situation. Bet 3 completes blind on blind, and then gets to check his option with the Queen at 3 suited. Again, drops a flush draw.
That's 25.
And I'm going to go for the small raise here. Number 994, 2 spade board. That will be the end of it. Should take us into the last hand before the end of the session. Nice play from Lynn. Did have the best of it, but choosing to take the aggressive route with his flush draw. So guys, we are going to be back at 5:30 with the 6 players you see in front of you. This is the final table. Everyone's locked up 5 figures. We're playing for £84,000 and change. We've got Iman Sarkashik. We've got Gregory King. We've got Lin Chen, Leo Worthington-Lees, Peter Charalambos, and Stevie Warbs. Yeah, Peter just waiting for the clock to run down. So he gets the full 30-minute break.
That's all that is from him. Ball's going to open. Queen Jack suited. Raises to 55 and then out of the way the 10-8 suited and over to Greg on the button, who's going to make a loose pill here. Prefer free bet if we are going to continue, but I think fold is meant to be the play here. But is going to come along. Greg, he's been getting involved in a lot of pots and fancies himself post flop, so going to continue.
7-3-3 flop. Check.
So this is going to be the last hand.
Last hand, ladies and gentlemen, last hand. Last hand. And that was have an update on the cup as well, and the seniors, and the Omaha. And back for the main event at 5:30. 30-minute break. He goes check. Greg with the king. 8 players. Not the best session for Steve Warburton, but there are 6 players still in it. We will see you back after the break in 30 minutes. 6 left in the main event. See you at 5:30.
See you at 5:30, guys.
But brave move from Andy. And I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the king 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So we see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack. Can open a lot wider here with the chip lead. A lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s. Easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time is 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential Go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with D8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the Broadways, the King Queen, Jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check, check here. Tower. I think Tom may be a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised Jack 9 of us, ours, somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Ah. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some one pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1 pair holdings here of Tom. Like Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. And he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head, Tower, is we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff, and what are the bluffs, Tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board texture on the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2 pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2 pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket 8s. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tower. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3
Indeed
bets
it.
to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so it's
my
Monday.
word.
What's happening here? 4 bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4 bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be start
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4 bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4 bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. Fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4 bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No way
is he gonna 5 bet? Has he picked up on something
about
here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5 bet bluff Tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6 bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done. I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6 bets here. How often do we even say the word 6 bet on stream? Oh wow. But Radu 5 bet bluffing the ace jack. This is just a leveling
Not the
war
lot.
between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6 bet
Solve that, baby!
10. How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6 bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6 bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money, but wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6 bet rip. Well. So we've gone 3 bet to 375. Rodrigo's called. Jamie has 4 bet to 1.7. And now it's back round to Vinny, who's up to 20k from 5.
I can't see Vinny calling Tower. Jamie here, ace 10. Definitely one we can mix into the 4 bet bluff range. Ace 10 off can be in there, especially versus Ben as well, who's more than capable of finding 3 bet bluffs. It's this ace 10. Not a bad candidate to choose. Obviously, we're not going to 4 bet 100% of the time, only going to be at a small frequency, but it will find its way in that. Now on Ben Tower, and this is a dicey spot this deep, just because of how deep we are. I think we're just supposed to play flat here on the button with position. Don't think we're going to be 5 betting here, because Jamie's still obviously got the aces and kings.
I bet with almost 200.
If it doesn't, he's gonna see it or anything.
Although we block them, only 3 combos of aces, 3 combos of kings from our perspective.
Can we 5
but
bet?
we can Tower, but I just think this deep against a 4 bet here from Jamie that we're supposed to just flat.
He does just flat.
You drink it?
Now Rodrigo getting a really attractive price with the king queen suited. But we're only in for 390 tower, so probably happy to fold the king queen. I think he'll be aware that so likely to be in a dominated spot here. Look at this, 3.9k in the middle already.
In the tank is our Rodrigo.
I'd be surprised if he called tower. And the other thing I will mention as well, he's got 4 1k plaques there and probably a 2k stack of things, so he is actually a lot deeper than what the graphic shows. I'd be surprised if Rodrigo was going to come along here after this action that has just occurred. So here we go, guys. Nearly 4k in the middle, 4-bet pot between Jamie Lee and Ben, battle of the GUKPT champions. Jamie winning Luton last year, Ben winning Manchester back in 2019.
Jack 9-7 rainbow.
Yes, we have flop day gut shot here as Jamie. If we are going to elect to c-bet, should be a fairly small size choice here. But Ben will definitely have the jacks, the 9s here. I'm not sure he's always going to be 3-betting 7s. But I think it's a board we will play some checks on as Jamie as the 4-better. He does choose to check. And over to Ben with the ace-king. Now I've got to start thinking about Jamie's range. I think Ben will be aware Jamie's good enough here to be checking some overpairs, the aces, the kings, because we're just more likely to have the 9s, jacks, these type of hands. I guess Jamie will call 4 jacks as well, can have top set. Ben weighing his options up. It looks like he's going to be firing.
21. Oh, 1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. Small size in here. Going to be small size choice in the 4-bet pot. And Jamie, just expect him to play check call here, tower. Getting this price over 4.5 to 1 on the call. Should just be a check call from him. Does elect to check call, but look at this pot, 6.1k in the middle, and the best hand is ace king high.
Oh, what a turn!
Oh my word. And this is danger for Ben now, tower. This is dangerous because Ben, in theory here, as the caller of the 4-bet, should probably have a lot more 10x here than Jamie. So in terms of ranges, he's going to have a few more straights here than Jamie. So it may be a card that Ben might start taking off on here, just because of the 10x advantage that we should have in this spot, as Jamie as the 4-better and us as the caller. Surely Jamie just has to play check here for that reason as well, and Ben did have the better lead after firing flop. I'd be surprised if he did lead, tower. He's had a little glance at his chips, so he is going to lead.
You see the dark blue chips? Plaques?
Yep.
The 5k.
They're 5k.
The dark blue plaques are 5k.
So that looks like just under 6.
No, it's not.
Oh,
the
that
500.
one's a 500.
There is, yeah, there's a different one. So 2600 was the bet. That was a 500.
That's a massive pot here already. I think Ben now going to get away from it. The thing is here, Tower, Jamie checks, Ben might have gone for it.
Oh,
well, he is going to go for it. He is going to go for it. He just knows he's got the 10x advantage. And he is drawing dead to a chop. Ben has gone after it. Jamie snap calls, 9 of spades on the river. And we got a 24k pot in a 5-5-10 game. Ben Maraged's going after it. Can't fault the heart, but oh my word. Was not expecting that, Tower. Just unleashes the 9k rip on the turn with ace king high, drawing dead to a chop, and all that's down to is the 10x advantage that Ben should have in that spot. But oh my word, that was something else. 24k pot going Jamie Lee's way. Ben bluffing for chunks. That takes some calibre, Tower.
Oh, and he just sat there and he just nonchalantly went.
I know you may be watching, looks like Ben's just dusted off 10, 11k, but not many people can pull the trigger for that amount of money. But Ben was just going on the 10x advantage there. That's all it can be, Tower. Jamie as the 4-bet are going to have less 10x than Ben as the caller of the 4-bet. Jamie scooping by far the biggest pot of the night, and I think that's going to sport him well over a 20k profit now. What a hand.
£25,000 hand. You've seen it live.
And look at Jamie's stack. That just looks beautiful there, literally. Lovely looking poker stack. More to come, please, stream.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
So Carl, Queen 10, 9, 7, pocket 8s with one suit. Gary with double suited kings, although the cards working with it aren't the most attractive, but still going to come along on the button with position on Carl. Mitch is in the big blind, and Mo here with ace king jack 5, 3-3, closing the action. Oh no, he's not, he's got nil on the 50 behind him, my mistake. Oh, is Mo just going to put it in here with all this dead money out there? He's just going to flat, and Neil is going to pot it because Neil has got triple suited aces here. Queen 9, 6 deuce. Makes it 1.2. And Carl's going to give him a spin here.
Absolutely, that's a great board. 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, queen.
And Gary good enough to fold kings now, Tower. This just becomes an easy fold with pocket kings here for Gary, I think.
Double suited?
Yeah, they're double suited, but the thing is, like against ace X of spades, ace X of diamonds out there, obviously bad reverse implied odds. The deuces, the times that we flop a set of deuces, we're not really going to be in love with our hand, whatever the board. So basically, call in to hope for a king here as Gary, and I think he'll come to the correct decision to let this one go. As well as that, obviously 4 spades in our hand, less likely to make a flush. But maybe the nil factor is what's doing it here for Gary. Maybe thinking nil, not necessarily going to have aces in this spot. However, usually in a
Mitch
scenario,
has put a lot in for 3.4. More snap called.
Wow, Mitch
Neil's never folding. Not ever.
What is going on here? Mitch can't have anything. Kings he can't have. Aces he can't have. Queen Jack 10, 9, 8, 7 rundown's unlikely because Carl's blocking that. What on earth has Mitch got, Tower?
Spread your cards, Mitch. Because Neil's never folding, and now Carl is thinking, what's happening here? I've got a call. He calls. Gary, is he a family all in?
Oh, he's asking for a count. This is one
3-3.
Yeah, this is one of the other problems with obviously flattening the kings. We're not closing the action behind, and now we've probably got a call getting this price on the call.
Absolutely. 5 all in.
6 to 1.
We're talking a 15k pot going on.
It's going to be a biggie, Tower. I'll tell you that. And Carl and Gary still going to have betting on the side. Good luck, Sean, sorting this one out. Pray for the dealer, Tower. That's what I'm going to say when this all goes in.
I mean, I'd still like to know what Mitch has got.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to me because obviously he can't have aces, he can't have kings.
He's just took a picture of them for his fans.
I reckon he's going to have Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10. We'll go with that.
Queen, Queen, Jack, Jack, 10, 10.
I'm going on the dead cards, Tower, but the fact that he's taking a picture as well, I'm guessing it's a hand he's not going to have too often. So Carl and Gary both just getting the
I
lot
think
in.
he's got. Well, he can't have kings. He could have queens.
Yeah, queen.
He could have jacks.
Queen,
There you
jack,
sit.
jack, 10-10, something like that for Mitch.
Spread him, Mitch.
Maybe with the ace of spades in there.
There we go.
He's got the king, queen,
10,
jack, 10,
queen, king.
6, 7.
There we go. 6, 7, 10, jack, queen, king.
Having a little gamble. Neither his suits lives. Heart's
Yeah.
not working for him. Diamond's not working for him. So Mitch going to need a miracle here.
Good luck, Sean.
Oh, he's got 3 suits here, Mitch, to be fair to him. He's got the shablammer.
The shlabama, I do like that word. So we have a 5-way all-in, 15k pot, and it's 459. There is a side betting, because we've got 2 people still with money. It's checked. 10 on the turn.
Yeah, that's a massive turn card for Mitch now, Tower. He has got the super wrap here. Any 6 through king that doesn't pair the board and isn't the club is going to give him the nuts. And the 9 on the river. Who's got the 9?
Who's got the 10s?
Does someone have 10s? Carl's got
10-9
10-9 for Carl Shaw.
Carl Shaw, baby and gentlemen.
He's going to scoop the lot. 21.5k pot.
Whoa.
Going the way of Carl. Phelps the entire table. But Mark and Carl is just up to 21.9k, just like that. And the 10-9 does it.
Wow.
On the end there.
Well, if nobody pulls up, we've done.
There we go. There we go. That could be it, guys.
He's felting everybody.
Oh.
Wow, Carl Shaw. 10-9. It comes 10-9, turning river. Wow. What a game. Well done to the dealer. Big round of applause, please.
It's just
for Sean.
Kelly and Mark weren't in that one. Well, it shouldn't be too hard, Tao, because I think Carl's got everyone covered. So
Yeah.
it's not. It's just everyone give Carl their chips, I think. I think that's how this is going to go. I think everyone's just going to be giving Carl Shaw money.
The old nut low for Debs. Three bet to 900. The old KK Camille.
Louis going to call. Bit cheaper this nutcracker. Deborah comes in now. So King's way in front, but it doesn't change much, does it, before they go way behind?
Not with the nut low. Deborah's a bit optimistic.
Whoa.
She's a 3. 3-8-6 is the flop.
An 8-6 has flopped top 2 tower.
8-6 has got 2 pair. Kings.
Knowing how KK's been playing, he'll not be folding this in a hurry to any
No.
action. Probably coming for about 2,000 here. And usually I think you'd be wanting to peel here, but against someone I don't think could fold an overpair, I'll probably want to fast play it tower and just make it 4k, 5k, and then just get the rest of it on the turn.
Yeah.
So I think I'd probably raise in this spot. If I was playing online against someone I thought was high level ability, I'd just call. And I think he's going to double up tower unless the King's improved. I think this is going to get jammed all in by KK.
Yeah, raised to 5.2 from Lewis.
He's going to see the bad news in a minute. I thought there'd be a bit of a clash, didn't I? I could see it, how it was going on.
They're in. Oh no, just call.
Has he raised again?
Oh, he has
Looks like he's raised again, tower.
3 bet at 12.7.
Yeah, Louis all in.
Yeah, now they're going in, and then there'll be a call.
And he's going to call, yeah, and he's going to need to improve.
The old 8-6 at the moment, busting the Kings. Deb's out the way with a 3-2.
And Kings are going to need to improve. He's not going to be dead till the river, whatever happens. He's still going to have a couple of outs. Oh! And he's dead as a doornail with the 8-6 tower.
Wow.
It's just brutal, isn't it?
Oh, the 3 as well.
Deb's would have made trips. That's just brutal. I mean, what can you do?
Wow.
You flop top 2, get it in, and the King just turns it like it's easy. And it's brutal for Louis. He's going to be out, I think, is he?
KK got the KK.
Is it gone?
Yep, stands up. Got the lot. Short live.
is the final fall for all players remaining in the main event. Please make your way back to the final table. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. That's all players remaining in the main event. Please make your way back to the table. You have 1 minute remaining on your break.
Still gone out.
No, I live in Liverpool now. Moving to Glasgow now. My missus is just got me offered the job. Oh, that's good. Don't make a difference to me where I live. Same thing.
You all the stop?
Yeah. Do you still live in Disbury?
$50,000, $30,000, $30,000, auntie. 15, 20, 15, 30, 30.
And we're back. And we are back just like that. Straight after the break.
Yeah, you can find the break clips. They won't be singular on YouTube. They'll be part of a stream, but we have all our live streams that we've ever done on our YouTube channel. So 6 remain. Iman Sarkisic is not there at the moment. Did he miss a hand? Was he in this hand? Either way, Iman Sarkisic in 2, Gregory King in 3, Lin Chen in 4, Leo Worthington-Lees in 5, Peter Charalumbus in 6, and Stevie Warbs in the 7 seat. And Peter just goes for it here with the a6 off, facing Greg's cut-off open. Maybe everyone's aware of how many hands he's been playing now. Information getting fed back to the players perhaps. And just takes the ace blocker there and gets a nice shove through.
So let's do it again.
Yeah, when we lose one more, guys, clock will be shortened to 40 minutes.
And there are the payouts for this event. We're on 11,270 locked.
Be interesting if Lynn wins this tower to MPL points.
Yes, that's true.
Might close the gap between him and Cal.
That's a good point, actually. That is a good point.
So here opens the King 9 into the big blind of Warbs, and this one's just going to be raise and take. Warbs can't do anything with the 8 deuce, but get out of the way, and Leo be happy to pick that one up.
Attention, all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. Please start making your way back to the program. You have 3 minutes remaining in your break. That's all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. Please start making your way back to the program. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
Right on time. At least he didn't miss his big.
Right on time. Terrible song. Lines 15:30, 6 left. Greg opens with ace 10.
Get that one through. Great raise and take. How are we doing, Stephen Craig? Shrudy and Andy Gillett watching from Florida. Great streaming. Thanks for tuning in.
Nice one, Shrudy. How we doing, pal? And Andy Gillette as well. From Florida. Very nice indeed. Two local lads who would have been playing some events of this festival if you'd have both been here.
Yeah, this is close for Leo. He is going to go for the jam. 17 exactly.
Oh, Peter. They're in as well.
And Leo hates to see this. Now we're just praying that Peter has ace, king, 10s or 9s. And sees he is in horrific shape here to keep his tournament alive. Peter Charalambos, 85% equity here pre-flop, and this could be the end of Leo. Went for the shove for 17 with the Queen Jack suited.
Attention, this is the final call for all players remaining in the GUKPT Cup. Making your way back to the program, you have 2 minutes remaining on your break.
So Queens for Pete Charalambos, Jack Queen for Leo.
Yeah, so he does have direct outs now. 2 outs to get the double. Needs to find a blackjack.
Ace of hearts.
So same scenario.
We need a jack.
2 outs for Leo.
Not 9 of hearts. Great effort, Mr. Leo Worthington Leash yet again.
5-figure score, £11,270 for Leo. And that leaves us with 5 players.
That means the next level will be a 40-minute clock. £11,270. Well done, Leo. Good effort.
How are we doing, Dan? Dan Laidlaw. Evening, lads. How are we? We're all good. We are all good here in Blackpool.
We are indeed.
Nearly there. Been here since last Friday. Can't wait to get home. 5-handed. Still very deep though. I know the clock's going to be short on next level, but still got a good 3-4 hours of this FT for sure.
How was it last Friday as well?
Will you live in Blackpool?
Well, yeah, that's got something to do with it.
I don't.
That's true.
I miss me home.
Cat came with you.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait. Cat on tour.
She's back home now though. Wolves with the pocket 5s showing from the cut-off. Big shove here from Wolves, 19 with the pocket 5s. We're not going to be able to call off with the ace 3 suited.
10 seconds.
He wants to. You could see. No action for Steve.
Attention, this is the final call for all players remaining in the payload 456 party. You have 2 minutes remaining. Please stop making your way back to the program.
Music's great this week. Nearly as good as the Calf Cup.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, Perry. I said it when both of them shoved. I'm surprised. I think Leo's is going to be okay, the suited Broadway. Still going to have decent equity pre times that we do run into it, unless we are up against obviously queens that just have us absolutely dead. And Lynn hit from the small. 26 bigs in they go. Well, he's going to just go for the free bet here, offer 26, maybe trying to get and induce something from Greg. What I will say about this is when we do free bet not all in with the ace king, like Greg will have a chance to go for the 4-bet rip with some like smaller pairs, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, hands that might just fold if we elected to go all in, and then we don't have to take a flip for our tournament life. But Lynn has gone for the free bet not all in. Not saying that we won't have any free bets not all in here. Obviously the aces and kings are going to be nice free bets all in, but then we need to counteract that and have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited ace-x, suited king-x, king-queen off, stuff like this, just to balance it out.
The 456 field of Rocky, you went level 200, 500 with a 500 big Milani, 200, 500, 500, 5 cards, entries for this event are now closed.
Just going to be folding now after this action has occurred in front of us. Should be getting out of the way too. Unless Lynn thinks that Gray is going to be wild and just ripping in a lot of his ace-x that we dominate, and then we can call off ace-x that he might fold to the all-in but might go for the 4-bet shove instead. But did just go for the 3-bet, not all-in there, and gets it through. Would have had the same result as a shove.
Nate John, who was one of our team dealing with seniors, he's just posted it. He's just said, you know you're dealing the seniors event when a player says thanks for dealing and hands you a wagon wheel. Oh, brilliant. Just don't eat it mid-hand. They're a bit sticky.
1-0 England, Harry Kane again.
Again.
Says Matthew.
Easy game. Top there. For Greg, Steve. Check. Probably check folding. Numbers. So we're down to 5. £15,140. Next out.
They're going to be Iman's biggest ever live cash.
Excellent.
Actually going to be bigger than his total live earnings tower, this cash on its own, assuming
Yeah.
5th or better. Boards in the small. Shoves the ace-3 suited, lovely hand to do it with versus the button open for 18 and gets it through. Nicely done.
Leo first to bust this session. We're down to 5. $2.8 for Greg. Dominant performance. How many's left in the cup? So many watches. $10. John McCanstone, Polish Mikey, Ian Gaston, Chin Chung, Justin Devonport,
Kings for Wolves, and Iman with ace-10 suited here on the button with 20 big blinds. May take this one tower, and triangle looks like it's going to find its way into the middle and going to be getting snapped off when it comes back round to Stevie Warps. Kings with Steve, ace-10 suited for Iman. I love the way Luke the dealer looked round to see which player was at risk. Just had a little, rather than
love it.
So Kings.
The ace-10 at risk?
Yeah, I think the ace-10 is at risk. That's why I thought he turned around, but on the graphic it says the ace-10 is at risk.
The ace-10 is at risk because that's the man.
Well, 4 not going to win it for us now, but still would chop. But ace to win it outright for Iman. And it's 6 on the river, so I believe we're going to lose Iman Sarkaship. We are just going to clarify the stacks, but it says that he has been eliminated.
We're going to check him very, very close. Steve Warburton with the Kings against Iman Sarkashik and his ace-10. Has he got him? Or is he left on fumes? No, he's got the lot. Taps the table. Well done, Iman. Great effort.
Yeah, great run. Biggest ever live cash for him, doubling his live earnings just from that score. He'll be happy with that, I'm sure. Sometimes you bust the tournament and the rest of the day you're in a bit of a mood wherever you come, unless it's first, but when you wake up the next day, it does settle in, and I think you'll be happy with that score. Well played. Plays well as well, Tar, for someone that I haven't actually seen too often and hasn't been around on the scene for too long. He seems to play fairly solid. How are we doing, Raquel?
How's the head? Raquel, how is it? How's the head? You know when Raquel posted in the chat box yesterday, she was at the bar slowly sipping a pint.
Yeah.
The sipping didn't stay sipping.
Oh, did it not?
It was drinking and flowing and enjoying and having a good time and drinking more.
Was she at the casino bar?
She was.
Oh, I didn't even...
She was in the casino bar yesterday. Was Raquel and the partner Chris, I think it was. Oh yes. The free roll password in 13 minutes time is going to be started is Lepull. L-E-P-U-L-L uppercase. Lepull.
He said we can look at the
numbers.
You want to look at the numbers?
Frankie.
Oh, what's happening? We're looking at numbers. Dealer shouted, Frankie, no, nothing. Nothing.
I know. I can see why.
Lin Chen wanted to look at numbers.
Opens to 70. I'm just going to get that through, raise and take.
8 pints of Madrid. 8? There's no wonder you felt a bit rough. I don't drink 8 a week.
Cool. Beat you into the pot with that one, Tower.
What?
I don't drink 8 a week.
Now if they were caramel porn star martinis, maybe. Do a chocolate martini as well. One of them espresso martinis.
What was the fairy up liquid that they were drinking last night?
Oh, gee, whoever come up with it, it was a Southern Comfort, a vodka on ice with the Blue Wicked and fresh orange juice. Yep, your face says it all. That's exactly what it was. And when as soon as you put the fresh orange into a blue wicked, it makes it turn green.
Raise to 60.
Did you screenshot it, man, or straw? If you screenshotted it, go to your screenshot and have a look at the top. They will have the dates at the top. We can go back to it after this hand, but the dates are there.
I think it's Wednesday the 19th is when we start.
Ward's thinking about 3-bet here with the ace deuce off. Best blocker, best unblocker. Is a nice little candidate, and he's going to find it. Very nice from Ward's timing. Very good here, makes it 200k, like the sizing as well. Just south of 3.5x, and that should be end of hand. Gets Lynn off the Queen Jack. Nice play from Steve.
There it is.
Oh, it doesn't say.
Wednesday the 19th is when we start.
On the left hand side.
You're pointing at.
Did I?
Wednesday the 19th is when we start. Thursday we'll be doing the high roller day 2 at 12:30. Friday, Saturday and Sunday we're doing the main event. There's plenty going on. But it does look a lot like a GUKPT.
I love the way it's not a turbo on a Wednesday now. It's the Dash Rumble.
The Dash Rumble. Ooh, fancy a Dash Rumble, anybody?
It does look suspiciously like a GUKPT.
It does. It does.
Great.
Maybe we need a mix up.
I'll show some aggression by the blind, raises to 100k. He gets that one through.
Dealers, please raise off the 100-point chips.
The password for the free roll is LEPULL. LEPULL. And that's where the name Blackpool came from originally. LEPULL.
Ace King for Lynn, blind on blind here. I think we can go either way, complete's fine, raise call off's fine. I think a mix of both is going to be good here. Want to have some completes with our strongest hands, blind on blind in the small. If we're only completing mediocre to weak, then our opponent can just pound on us relentlessly and just start raising very wide in the big the times that we do complete. So do need some strong hands in there in the complete range, but Lynn opts for the 3x, just north of, and 7-5 off for Peter. I'm not sure if he'll be continuing this one. If you want to rumble in Blackpool, just go to Mark Kelly's 20 minutes before closing time.
Or halfway through the afternoon and said the bar's closed. See what happens then.
Was that Sunday the 21st, the ladies event? What time does it start? 7 p.m. the ladies event on the Sunday.
7? 7? That can't be right. 7? That's late.
Yeah, that is late.
That's mega late. But they do have the big shot final day as well. So there is plenty going on. It's ever so late to start a tournament. Half an hour clock starting at 7.
A big shot.
Jimmy, is that right?
Raised to 80k.
Ace on the clubs for Greg. Opens to 80.
Tower will be there that night, Julie. He'll walk you all home individually. He'll make sure you all get home safe. I remember in Coventry when we were streaming the UK Open, and we come back from break, and 15 minutes later, Tower's still not back. I'm thinking, where on earth is he? He's not let me know. He'd usually let me know if he's got something to do and going to have some food or something. He's not let me know. I've gone to PK. Do you know where Tower is? He goes, yeah, the ladies is on break. Having a little mingle he was while all the ladies were on break.
Sorry, I couldn't see it.
Raised to
Here's
79.
for hearts going to be opening. Leo coming 6th, busted as we got back after the break. Shove Queen Jack suited for 17 exactly from the hijack run into Queens in the cut-off. Leo defend the suited 9-3. Is dominated here.
7, Queen 10, 2 hearts.
And Peter just flopping, not flush draw here. Nothing going on for Lynn, so just expect this one to be check back fold.
Check.
A lot of the time. It's going to mix in a check back with the ace-3 of hearts here. Queen of diamonds on the turn. Yeah, open jam, 17 bigs, hijack. I weren't sure, Spand, I weren't sure, but Leo's probably a lot more studious than me in those spots. He's probably looked into them, whereas I haven't. I'm just going on sort of just logic. He's probably going on robots. But yeah, 17, folded 2. Like I'd open that hand in that spot. It might be a mistake, but I'd personally just open the Queen Jack suited once, folded 2, and go from there. But he opted to go with the open jam. And what I will say, especially on this FT as well, Tower, I think Leo would have fancied himself in terms of skill level, so maybe want to just lower the variance for that reason, not play too many open jams off that stack size, simply because I think he'll fancy himself, especially versus Greg and Peter and Lynn. Obviously Warb's decorator player himself, but that's why I'm surprised to see it. And Peter going to go for the raise here on this Queen of Diamonds turn. Props theoretically fine, but surprised he'd find that spot to jam, so Spand. That should be the end of the hand. Lynn with the 9-3, just saving some face, trying to make it look like he has like a 7, some sort of decision. But well played from Peter there, gets the bluff raise through on the turn, but did actually have the best hand.
Now over $1 million, Peter Sheralambos. Do you think this leg will be held again this time next year, as it's not guaranteed the same numbers as November? Yes, I do actually. I think it's been pretty good for the first one. You know, yes, we know November's totally different and hugely busy because it's like the grand final of the North.
What you should do, here's a suggestion.
Go on.
Jim's watching.
Jim!
Move Blackpool
Yeah.
to June
No.
when it's hot and sunny.
No.
Why
No.
not?
You're in Vegas.
No, but no, June, at the start of June,
You're in
when Luton is. I'm not
Right.
in Vegas. When
Okay.
Luton is,
Uh-huh.
and put Luton
Yeah.
where this Blackpool leg would be, because Luton's dreary anyway. No one cares if it's cold. If it's hot up here, like,
Yeah.
it don't matter whether it's good weather or bad weather in Luton. No one's going to have a good time anyway, are they? Whereas in Blackpool, if you have a bit of sun in June, coming down here in June, I reckon it will be.
What you mean is you really want to bring your flip-flops?
Yeah, basically, I want to have a dip in the sea, Tower. That's it. I want to have a dive off the pier into the sea. I just think maybe move the Blackpool leg to the start of June for the one before Vegas.
Would June and November not be too close? No?
No. And then, well, you think we've got
Well, you got June and October
yeah,
for Lunar,
yeah,
suppose,
exactly.
eh?
There you go.
got June and October for Luton, and then we get a sunny leg in Blackpool in June when the weather's nice. And like I say, no one cares about a sunny leg in Luton, because no one likes Luton anyway. It makes sense. Blackpool gets mad busy during the summer. Scottish come down on holiday, speaking as a local. There's enough donkeys in Blackpool in June, Jay. If you dive in the sea, better take roll with you. I'd just like to experience Blackpool in some nice weather. I like Yarmouth when it's nice weather. I suppose it's going to be similar to that.
Well, the last time I saw you in Yarmouth, you had a coat that was warmer than John Motson.
We went there in February.
Why?
Because we got friends, we got family friends down that way, and.
Do you ever go to Yarmouth in the summer?
Yeah, and in the summer. Yeah. I don't take the coat with me.
What happened to that coat?
Left in a cloakroom somewhere. Yeah, the amount of coats that have been left in a cloakroom over the years is. Wolves just shoving in with a force hit, applying maximum pressure to Pete up blind on blind over his complete, and this will just get through.
Hey. Good evening, Darryl Rock, watching from the Swindon Poker Club. Very nice indeed. We're all good, Paul. Thank you, Paul Skinner, watching on Facebook. And good luck, everybody, in the free roll. Password is Lerpull, Lepull. Lerpull.
And with the sevens under the gun, be just opening these.
Raised to 60.
Raises to 60. Along with the 10 mobile phones I've left as well. I don't think I've actually ever lost a mobile phone in a nightclub or pub. I don't think I actually have.
Reading.
Casinos, yes. Holidays, yes. Vegas, I guess that falls under the holiday racket, yes. I probably actually broke more phones than I've lost. Probably broke more than I've lost.
Check. Check.
Not the flop you want to see. When you open sevens, 3 overcards, and now a fourth rolling off on the turn. Now just probably wanting to get to showdown then with the pocket sevens.
Check.
Please, all players remaining in today's
Gets
senior
there
event, please.
on the end.
Please start retaking your seats. You have 3 minutes remaining on your break. That's all seniors players. Please start retaking your seats.
Seconds. 200k.
Yeah, sorry guys, just missed that hand. Someone popped in, had to mute the mic, but what a play from Lynn on the river there. Turns the sevens into a bluff.
Yeah, look at them stacks now.
Just makes the assumption that Greg's never going to choose that size with a jack himself. We can still plausibly have some jack X, or the sort of pair and gut shot hands that want to check twice. Going to be nice candidates and gets Greg off the best hand. Very well played from Lynn there.
There's 1 minute remaining in the series tournament. You have 1 minute remaining on your break. That's 1 minute remaining on your break. Please retake your seats now. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players at your table, please prepare your decks now. Please, please.
Pete Sherland was with the King 8, raising to 60,000. Steve gets out of the way, so too will Greg. Back round to Mr. Lin Chen.
Yeah, this is close tower, right on the cusp. I think fold or call could go either way. Might be a pip out, but Lynn is going to come along. Got some momentum, and there we go.
That's not a bad flop. 6-6-2.
Just going to be checking over to the aggressor. Not going to be checking over to the aggressor. Goes for the donk on the 6-6 deuce. 2 spades here. Donking into Peter for quarter pot. And I think on this paired board here, obviously we've got the 6x advantage. Peter's going to have the overpair advantage here, but like what we do to ourselves sometimes when Peter has a hand like he has, we just miss a c-bet. I understand why he's donking, but the donk lead here is just going to get Peter off the hand and potential for him to c-bet. We just call, he hits a king or an 8 on the turn, we win a decent sized pot, but Lynn goes for the donk with trips there, and I'm not sure about that one, Tower. I'm not the biggest fan of the donk there.
100% you'd have checked. Campbell Monroe says, what's the free roll link? It's on Grosvenor Poker. It'll be in the lobby. It's on the live stream free roll. Grosvenor Poker. Go play, it's free. The password is LEPUL. L-E-P-U-L.
Plays strange, Lynn. Like, he's had some great results over the last few months, but very unorthodox Tower. Like, doesn't play like your standard way. Has sort of his own game, it seems.
Raised to 75.
I was just surprised to see that lead there. He's free suited off of 32 in the small here, facing chip leaders, button open. Might be thinking about a light free bet. Could definitely get behind it. Probably don't need to make it more than 220. We're going to go with it, but flat going to be fine as well. I think we're going to be flatting more often than calling. But now that short stack is 30 bigs of Peter, a lot more play left in this one, and potential to do some chips here as Lynn. Top pair v top pair.
Himself into a bit of bother here, Mr. Lin Chen.
And Greg puts in a nice little check here. Nice candidate to check behind the ace-10 with the 10 in there for the backdoor straights. And Lynn checking once more like this from him, deciding to check the ace-3 twice, and now we just got an easy check call on the turn.
Second Lynn.
What?
30-second Lynn. Folds.
What?
Folds.
What has just happened there?
I don't know.
The way Greg's been playing, he just finds the check fold on the turn after checking twice.
Yep.
That's some fold. That is some fold. Once like the problem with that tower is he correct on this occasion. Don't get me wrong. He's made a fantastic fold in the short term.
Yeah.
But Greg can be value betting worse. He can value bet some check back jack X on the flop. King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10. Some jack X are going to be some really nice checks on the flop, and then bet turn once there's the Jack 9-7 out there. It's some fold how he finds it, but surely it cannot be good in the long run. I don't see how getting that price, we just fold the ace on the turn. Surely that has to be a mistake, looking at it from a long-term perspective, but in the moment maybe he just had the feel and found the correct laydown. Fair play to Lynn. Yeah, kings and queens as well, Perry, you're right. Delayed c-bets just as a bluff. It's just crazy fold, but correct. Crazy, but correct.
Yep. 4 left in Blackpool. Greg King, Lynn Chin, Peter Lambos and Steve Warburton.
Mad fault. I'm still trying to get my head around that. I'm really trying to get my head around that one.
And now he's going to open the twos.
Raised to 60.
Maybe he has a read on Greg with his delayed c-bets.
Steve next to go with the 10-9 suited. Down with the small, which will bring along Greg. Down with the big. 3-way to the flop. Any twos about? Oh, what a flop!
Oh my
2, 3,
word.
4. How is this not a double?
Oh my word.
What
We're gonna
a
have,
flop!
gonna have a new chip leader, I think, Tower.
Yep.
Unless it runs off like a 5 or an ace. And Greg gonna go for the donk. Now this donk from Greg I much prefer than the donk from Lynn, and the reason being, Tower, is because we just have an advantage here in terms of nutted hands. Like we've got the 5-6, we've got the ace-5, we've got 2 pairs that our opponents can't have, so it's a much more dynamic board where we can have a lot more hold-ins in terms of nutted hands, and unfortunately for us we're just going to run into a set of Lynn here, and Lynn is going to win a biggie. Goes for 200 on the turn. And how's Lynn going to play this? Obviously needs to start thinking about what Greg's going to be donking with on the flop, and then continue barreling on the turn. Like may do this with some like 6s, 7s, hands like this that he feels like he needs protection. Maybe like a 4-5, ace-4.
10 seconds.
But the question he's got to ask himself is, do we want to go for our value now and risk potentially an action killer coming off on the river? Like if a 5 rolled off, an ace, a 6, it's going to kill the action. So does Lynn want to try and get the chips in now with his bottom set to prevent that from happening, or not getting the full double on rivers? He's going to go for the jam, and Greg makes the call. There's the call.
There's the call. Oh, Greg already knows what's happening. Once he sees 1-2 turned over, he then sees the other 2.
Good, have a new chip lead up. After Lynn just made an insane laydown. And is he going to get rewarded for it? It's looking very likely. Greg down to 4 outs, needs a 4 or a 3, otherwise new chip lead up. And it's the ace of spades, and there we go. And that's why we move in on the turn as Lynn. If that rolls off on the river after just flattening, it's surely going to go check, check. Yeah, you think that Lynn could do that with kings, queens, aces, that he just wants to go with there, guys, and for sure he cannot fold the 4-3, has to call it off.
15 36.
Yeah, I agree, Mark. I think he did play that hand perfectly. I think he's played that hand exactly how he should. Getting all the money in on the turn, prevent action killers on the river, not losing action versus a hand like Greg does actually have. So very nice there from Lin Chen. And I still can't get over that fold, Mark. I'm actually gobsmacked by how he folded that ace-3 suited, faced with small delayed c-bet on the turn after checking top pair twice. It was crazy fold, that one. You know, I have no idea how he found it, but he did. And if you don't make that fold, you don't win the next pot.
Yep.
Not a main event. Lynn has never cashed in a GUKPT main event. This is his first GUKPT main event cash. He did come second in the mini, leg one at the Vic for 31k. He also
that would have been a really big one as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he also comes second in the mystery bounty at the grand final last year for 21k.
Another big one.
But this is his first cash in a GUKPT main event, and here he is with the chip lead.
And he's fourth. Is he third or fourth in the MPO?
I think he's fourth.
I think he's third.
Is he not fourth?
I think John McCann's fourth. I think.
And Robbie Ball is second. I think it's Robbie Ball second. John. No, we'll have a look. Let's have a look. Stu Kirby, John McCann,
Stu
Lynch.
Kirby.
There we go.
He's the one that's missing out there.
So Lynn actually fifth. I thought he was higher up than that, but
well, he will be very soon.
So Greg with a king on the button, happy to open.
Password is Lepull. Lepull. Lepull.
I hope that's a troll in the chat, Mark. I thought you was had a decent poker brain.
Old Fizz.
Can't just be scared of monsters under the bed. Like, Greg's gonna value bet worse on the turn. All the jack X that check back flop, kings, queens, might start delay c-bet in some 7x. But the way Greg's been playing, it's just, I can't see how we can have a fold top pair there. I know we, in terms of range, he's going to have the stronger ace-x, but it's gone check flop, and we check turn. Like, we're under rep from our opponent's perspective. It doesn't look like we can ever have an ace in that spot. And like, we just get exploited so easily if we're just going to check and then check fold top pair to a delayed c-bet. If we keep folding top pair to a delayed c-bet after checking twice, then we can just basically bet our entire range when our opponent checks to us twice if we know they're only continuing 2-pair plus. It's a crazy fold. And the correct one, like I say, there's factors we don't know about. Lynn may have some sick live tell on Greg. Maybe he just knew that he was really strong. Might have been something at the table that he picked up on, the old puff of the cheeks when the flop come or something like that, like he hasn't got much, I don't know. But like in theory, how he's folded that hand versus third on the turn is insane and correct. But genius fold, one that I could never make in a million years, but I'm sat here and Lynn sat here with 4 left for a GUKPT title. The old white magic might just be with the man in seat 4. Now opening up as well, Tal. This is good to see from him. Recognises he's got the chip lead now. Can open hands like this. Queen 7 suited will find their way in. Suited queens, nice ones as the chip leader to incorporate into the range. 10 of clubs on the turn. King of hearts on the river. So just 9 high for Greg.
Check.
And the queen high going to be good for Lynn.
There's a few more to his chip lead. 4 players left in the main event in Blackpool. Next event for the team is an 888 in Landon Town, off to the village they call Landon. And then straight after that, take a screenshot. And then straight after that, it's Edinburgh for the team. And the next GUKPT, 3rd to the 14th of May. Looking forward to that as well.
No, Ryan should be folding. 9 deuce off, just has to go in the muck. Can't be defending our entire range. 9-2 is definitely one that's going to fall into the category of fold. 9 deuce suited, probably still going to be a fold now that we're not chip leader. If we're a chip leader and had the opener covered, then may start defending most of our suited hands, but the 9 deuce off most certainly should just be a muck pre. Just no playability at all. And get ourselves in some horrible situations the times we flop a pair or even top pair with no kick up. Great.
Brings it 120.
Goes for a complete. I don't mind this from Lynn.
Yeah.
I might prefer the 10-3 off tower than the 10-3 suited at some frequency to go for the raise. Want to be really polar in these spots. These are the spots you want your trash holdings and you want your strongest holdings. Like the suited hands, it's just very annoying when this happens, when we opt to raise like the 10-3 suited of a hand that we could have plausibly just checked and got a bit more playability because it is suited and go in post in position, but now we just have to relinquish our hand and onto the next one, whereas the 10-3 off is fine because not suited, no playability at all. It's just an easy fold for us facing the limp raise, and that's why you just want to be really polarised in this spot. You want your best hands and you want your worst hands in these blind and blind confrontations. Nice limp free bet. It says Degeneratu from Greg. Very nice indeed, I agree. Well played. Blind's going to be going up in 10 minutes time. Take us into the 20k, 40k level.
And a 40-minute clock.
Yeah, and a 40-minute clock, yeah. That's good. Good point. Complete from Lynn. Check in the big blind.
King 6-2. 2 spades.
Yeah, and one that I like to see a lead here from Lynn. 6 does need a lot of protection just against a random 2 overcards. Jack of spades in there as well, bit of insurance, and does just get it through versus the 9-3 off of Peter.
How many's left in the cup, Jay?
In the cup, they have 7 players remaining.
7?
Ian Gascoigne in 9th, Tim Chung in 8th, and the remaining 8 players are Justin Devonport, William Cann, John McCann, Majid Nadeem, Keith Littlewood, Kelvin Ho, and Michael Chesil, Polish Mikey.
Majid. Majestic. Majestic.
.9 off here for Greg, raises to 60k, and Lynn goes with the free bet with the 10s to 200, and that will be job done.
free roll password is Lerpull, Lepull, all uppercase. I don't know how long the late reg is, but good luck if you play.
Take for Lynn. Yeah, his decision making, Mark's been very good. Like, very good decision making. Like when he's behind, he's putting chips in. When he's behind, he's not putting chips in. When he's in front, he's putting chips in. And if you're doing that, you must be doing something right. Whether you're veering away from a theory-based game or not. If in the moment you feel like you got the best hand, or you feel like you got the worst hand, and you listen to that, and then you keep being right, it's hard to play against. If your opponent just keeps making good decisions or correct decisions. And Greg here going to be leading this one. Oh, wow, how does Greg check here? Bottom of range with an up and down straight draw after raising the 3 deuce off pre. Maybe going for the check raise. And if Lynn does fire here, has to be a check raise from Greg then. If he has opted to check this flop, surely bottom end of range, 3 high, impossible to show down the winner. No, going to go with a check call. Maybe now because Lynn's got him covered. Greg's just going to tone down the aggression versus Lynn. I'm sure. Not sure if we should be checking this board once we decide to raise the 3 deuce off pre. Don't mind the raise at small frequency from Greg. Once we get to this board, I think it's always got to be a bet, and Lynn got a nice double barrel candidate. Yeah, and this is nice from Lynn. I do like this a lot. If we choose to barrel the 9-7 on the flop, once this 3 of spades rolls off, it's a great card for us to continue barreling. 9 of spades in there, removal to some flushes, 7 of clubs in there, removal to the nut straight. And does put a lot of like Greg's ace highs under pressure, and getting Greg there to fold a pair and flush draw with the 2/3 pot on the turn. Very nice from Lynn. I like that hand a lot, but I think Greg just should have won it. If Greg c-bets flop hand over, we've got a stone cold bottom of range with 3 high, and we're the opener, so we flopped them up and down. Let's put some money in the pot. Towards with the ace-8 suited, raises to 65k, and over to Peter in the big blind. Going to defend with the jack-7 off to the flop. Going to be check bet fold, continuing on the paired rainbow board as Warbs, going to be small size and goes for quarter, and good enough to get the job done. Already on in. Then was on my table most of day 1A, called morning pre early on for his full stack with ace-10 off versus kings. Spiked an ace, good luck to him, he's done amazing to get so far. Yeah, he's playing well. Seems zoned in, really zoned in at the moment. He doesn't give much away, as you can see from his table posture. Yep, hard to get a read off that man. for Peter, blind on blind. And this one I don't mind just the complete call. Hate our life if we raise this up, say to 100k, and Steve sets us in for 27 effective. So I might just complete this one as Peter and then call a raise from Warbs if he does choose to raise and not move all in. But Peter is going to go for the aggressive approach here. Makes it bigger. And 100k goes for 150. Big 5x size in here, and Warbs with the 7-8 suited in the big. And this is interesting. Like usually this is just a slam dunk pill for us as Warbs if we're faced with a legitimate sizing, but Peter's gone for a big 5x raise here, and Warbs still happy to call with the 8-7 of clubs with position. Just such a beautiful hand in a blind on blind situation with position. So to the flop we go. King 3-3. And now this is I didn't continue, but this is a board that Peter's probably going to have a lot of small bets on. The 3x here shouldn't really be too much of a thing. Once we go 5x tower, like Warbs shouldn't have any offsuit 3x. He's not going to peel ace 3 off, I don't think. So it's literally only maybe ace 3 suited, king 3 suited, queen 3 suited, and that's about it. So not many threes out there. So because of that reason, as Peter, I would have just been going bet, shove here, I think, with this particular hand on this board. Queen Jack blocking King Queen, blocking King Jack. Warbs can't have Ace King. We can have Ace King and aces and a set of kings. However, Warbs shouldn't really have these hands in his range. So if I was Peter, I think we need to c-bet the flop, double barrel the turn, and potentially unload, especially with the Queen of Hearts on the river. I think that would have been the line to take here after choosing to open to an extortionate size in pre. And now Warbs going for value with the 7-8 on the river. Payouts bottom of your screen. Very lucky for Warbs.
10 seconds.
It'll be a fold very shortly from Pete.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual amount of straw, 305 entries to remain, lowest we've seen in a long time, but there's so much going on now in poker world. There's an event week in, week out, and me and Andy had this conversation the other day on stream if you were tuned in, and Andy was saying how you just get burnt out sometimes and you need a couple of months off just to recharge the batteries before you go at it again. And
I think that's also one of the reasons why they swayed to not doing anything at all after Luton in June. You know, not everybody goes to Vegas, but just give everybody time to recharge, including the staff as well. They're on all the freelance dealers and the freelance floor staff there, up and about every weekend. They'll all be somewhere next week. All these guys you see here today and this week in the last 10 days in Blackpool, you'll see them all somewhere around the country next week.
And blinds now up, so 40-minute clock. So does that mean 40 minutes till break, or does it mean an hour and 20 minutes till break?
Yeah, pass. You can have a guess at that one.
I'll tell you in 40 minutes.
When it says blinds up and nobody moves.
Queen 7 board. And one big blind bet here potentially for Lynn, but he might fancy getting trappy. Obviously very hard to get continues from our opponent on Queen 7 rainbow, just simply because only really hands that are going to continue are Queen X, 7X, maybe some of the stronger raise highs that didn't elect a free bet here. So Lynn going for a check for that reason. However, from a theory perspective on the Queen 7 rainbow, I think we're just meant to bet nearly our entire range small versus the big blind. But it's interesting how that actually would change tower. If we were against the button here as Lynn and this board come, we'd actually have higher frequency checks than bets because we're against the button rather than the big blind. But versus the big blind is almost 100% bet with all of our range as Lynn. But his check is going to work perfectly. As he's going to go for the raise. He's going to lose his customer. Snap fold from Greg. Went for the raise, hoping that Greg has a 10 or even better a queen, but Greg was just airballing. But the check back on the flop did actually earn him a few extra chips.
Yep. Talking to next week. This is where all the staff are, or most of the staff that have been here for the last 10 days. They'll be somewhere around. You'll see the faces in Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, Reading or Stockton, whichever one you want to play. Either of them, you'll see some of the staff. Which one you're playing? Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, Reading or Stockton. Shall I just rock up somewhere next weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah? Where am I going next weekend? Well, need to choose from. Stockton could be a nice stop.
Come Hill Street, pop in for a cup of tea, say hello to the cat.
Ah, well, that's true. You're not there.
I won't be there. He's still.
Knock on. Hello, it's Jay playing. No, he's not in today.
But the cat's in.
Oh, you want me to cat sit? Is that what you're saying? Campbell's going to be playing in Glasgow at Merchant City.
We haven't wangled Vegas
nothing.
yet with the Grosvenor team. Couldn't even wangle a book with them this morning.
Yeah, that's true.
Let alone Vegas.
Yeah, not anything, not yet.
Not yet, not ever.
There, we live in that place they call Hope. Frankie Thomas, see you in Stockton now you live up there. Love Stockton, going up there for the CG Law Memorial that we do over the Christmas period. Another charity night raising money for worthy causes.
So Jack 10 for Greg makes it 100. Into the big blind of Warbs, and Warbs quickly defends once it's on him with the sevens.
Ace 5-8.
Yeah, spec check, small bet call. I think this is just a board that's going to have high frequency bets on as Greg. Looks like goes for 110, so between 40 and half. Still expect Warbs to call once here. We are four-handed. This is a board that he'll be aware that Greg's going to be having high frequency C-bets on with most of his range, but Warbs just lets it go. I guess we are going to struggle to continue on turn cards if met with a double barrel, so maybe having that in the back of his head, just choosing to let the sevens go right off the bat.
No talks of any deals, and Gary says, do you reckon we'll finish between 9:30 and 10? That's a good shout.
Yeah, I said 9 this morning. I reckon won't be far off. Now we're on a 40-minute clock as well. Let's say the next break is in half hour's time, and they're just playing two levels. We'll come back from that break at about 25 past 7, and then if we play another 2 hours, means we'd be coming back after the next break at 50k, 100k, which means there'd be 60 big blinds in play. So just based on that alone, I'd be surprised if it did last past 10 o'clock, Gary. But Greg!
Does he get a call in this situation?
No, he definitely does not, Tower. This is a snap fold for Lynn. Greg just ripping it in here for
Lynn doesn't snap
32.
anything.
32 big blinds over Lynn's open with the ace-7 of hearts. 32 big blind rip from Greg with the king-9 offsuit. Talk about a big move at a big point in the tournament. And Lynn, as I said, just has to go. Gave him the stare down, but makes the fold. Doing it into the only player that can bust us as well. Just
booty call. Yeah, we don't know why there was no book this morning. We were advertising it all week, and then for some reason it never happened. Don't know why. But it's always nice to have a little bit of an interest. Save myself £1.50 though, because I was going to back Leo.
Ace-King suited for Peter. Much ado about nothing here. Wolves with the Ace-King of hearts off of 35 bigs. This is just probably going to be 3-bet call. I think got slightly too many to jam. So against Peter's stack. Peter only starting the hand with 20 big blinds, but with the 2 stacks behind us now having us covered, here comes the 3-bet call from Warbs. Ace-King suited, the Ace-King suited.
Yep. We're going to be calling, we're going to chop it up.
Call. All in call.
Well, 4% free roll going the way of Peter. Wolves cannot win this hand. That will seal the deal on the turn. Chop it up.
Chippity choppity.
How did Lynn get those chips? He was short before I went to the shop. He had a big caller, open deuces, Wolves pilled. Greg pilled in the big. It come 4-3 deuce. Greg had 4-3. He opted to donk lead. Lynn just flatted. Turn come a 9, bringing a backdoor flush draw. Greg continued betting. Lynn moved all in. Greg made the call with 4-3 on 9-4-3 deuce, and Lynn had deuces for a set. And no 4 out on the river for Greg. So Lynn got a big double through the chip leader. Live stream password is Lepull, Lepull.
Correct. Blackpool, where the name Blackpool came from. Years and years and years ago.
Blind on blind here, King 10 for Lynn. I think either or here probably might be more towards complete. It's going to just call. Peter with the triangle. Gonna have to fold here as Lynn. Can't call off the ace, the King 10 here for 21. I'd be surprised if he found the call here. Peter's been fairly snug. Don't think. Do we think Peter's ever going to have some 10-9 suited in here that we dominate? Jack 10 suited that we dominate. King 9 suited. King 8 suited that we dominate. I'm not sure Peter's going to find jams with these hands. So I think a lot of the time here as Lynn, we're either going to be flipping or behind. On this occasion, it is going to be a flip. I can't make the call surely.
4 players left in Blackers.
Everyone on there for a drink?
22,870 locked up.
Where you going, Brian?
Yeah, it's been a tough slog for Mr. Steve Warburton, that is for sure. Everybody looked at his stack and thought he was a steamroller. We all know very different. We all know very different.
Easy open on the button with an ace for Lynn as the chip leader. He can really go after Warbs as well. I think he's probably recognised for himself that Greg's not really fussed about ICM. He's just going to play his game and put pressure on him when he wants to, as we saw with the King 9 there. So I think Lynn will be aware that Warbs is the only one that's really considering that. So potential for Lynn to go after Warbs a bit more now, knowing that ladders are very juicy sitting four-handed.
Pete says I'm all in for his ace 4. Is Lynn going to look him up? Wow, Steve's got ace jack. Steve's got ace jack. $880,000. Ace jack off for Steve Wall. Gets out of the way, just on the edge. Decides to get out on the edge. Over 3 bigs. Over 20 big shove with ace jack. Not too good to call. Don't mind either, to be fair.
Mine with the 150 I gave you, yeah, I own that. I thought it wasn't to you.
Just to confirm
that there is a break in about 22 minutes time. They're going on break live in 2 minutes. They will be on break in 22 minutes.
Linton are in, and Wolves has to fold again.
What happened? Should that be a call with ace jack?
Peter just open ripped with.
I'll have a look. We can always rewind.
Peter open ripped, and it was Steve Walton had ace jack. And it's like, wasn't a call? Wasn't a call?
Not
Peter
nice.
only had ace 4. He's in a tough spot with ace jack. And it's a 20 big blind rip.
22. I think just because of ICM tower, we don't want to be the player calling off. Want to be the player making the move.
Never mind at all.
Yeah, I think it's a good fold from Warbs. I know we can see that he would have had Peter dominated, but
think the ace jack there definitely in the muck. Ace queens when it becomes nasty, and then I'm not sure.
Well, Fizz says he's fist pump calling a button shove there 400 if he's got a good game. Well, that's why you're on the hard shoulder of the M4, I suppose. And not sat with 4 left in the GUKPT.
Okay, so went open and rip. Yeah, that's even more different with Lynn having us covered still left to act behind as well. Even more reason to get out of the way as warps. What? Lynn just baffles me, Tara. He just absolutely baffles me. Folds to us in the small blind. We've got the chip lead. We should be completing any two suited cards. Any 2 suited cards. 4 do suited there. Like, we can just apply pressure to Peter Post. Like, I'm so surprised to see him throw the 4 do suited into the muck once folded 2 in the small. Burns v Scheffler, all square up at 18 holes. Queen Jack for Greg raises to 150. God, big sizing. Size, play with the sizes and goes for the 3.75x.
Afternoon, Sabri Abbas. We are good, thank you very much. Hope you are too.
I'll give you that.
3-year-old password, if you can still get in it, is Lepull, Lepull, all uppercase.
Yep.
I'm not even sure if you can get in it anymore.
We've got £250 free money for you guys. Get yourself on. You've got 8 minutes to get involved. It's free money. If you don't have the client, quickly download it, hop in. You don't need to deposit and have a chance of winning yourself a 110 token.
Go on, Gullimaf. We were so unlucky yesterday with the treble. So unlucky. Just come up short again, unfortunately.
This is my pot, Greg. You're not winning this one.
I'm going to put a poll up on Grosvenor Facebook as well, guys, of whether we should boycott the Towers treble or not for the foreseeable future. We've all had enough. We've had enough of it. We're at the end of our tether.
Someone left the door open to the sea. It's turned cold in here. The password is Lepull, Lepull, uppercase, Lepull. That's where the name Blackpool came from.
Greg's going to take the initiative on the 4 diamond board, turn his deuce into a bluff. Heat up. Going to have a tough time calling off his 6s here. I think this is going to work. Looks like the aggression from Greg going to pay off on this occasion.
Like you said, you were going to win this one.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
There you go. It's out of the way. Well done, Greg.
I had pocket 6s, that's why I was laughing when I keep putting it. You keep saying I got pocket 6s all the time.
Ace jack for Peter, easy open, off of 23.
10, 9, 8. Raise to 90.
Peter raises to 90.
Blue Sweetley's made the break on the free roll. Degenerative's going for a smoke because it's obviously the 5-minute break online.
Yes, good luck. And good luck everybody who's still in.
Yeah, Morris goes for the free bet here with the king at 9 suited. Nice candidate to do it with versus the cut-off open. And over to Peter here with the ace jack, and just going to be a 4-bet send here. I hope tower. Ace jack off, 4-handed, short stack at the table. Surely going to be an all-in from him.
There should be a jam.
Yeah, good to see Peter take this.
Yeah.
There's the all-in, and that will be the end of the hand because Ward's not going to be able to call off. Went for the right free bet, but now knows he has to fold. Good to see that Peter just recognised that we need to shove the ace jack here. Don't want to be calling, definitely do not want to be folding. So in the middle is the only option. He does pick up a nice one without having to see a flop. Peter Charalambos.
What time's the break? 20 past?
7 o'clock.
Is it? For us?
Oh no, for us it's at 10 past.
10 past. England 2-0, apparently.
Password ain't working, lol.
It's because the live stream late reg will have finished. I think.
3 minutes. Finishes at 7.
Oh, it's 7, does it? It's uppercase fungi slots, Mr. Lenny.
Lepull, Lepull. Lima, Echo, Papa, Umbrella.
Uniform.
do you know, I actually heard the funniest one once when someone was doing the phonetic. They went, "U for Umbro."
U for Umbro?
For Umbro. Yeah, uniform Lima. Yeah, this is nice from Lynn. This is really nice stuff. Big fan of this from him with the King 6 suited. Free bet in the open from Greg. Lovely candidate to do it with. We're suited. We've got the King in there, blocking some of the continue range of Greg. And now Peter in a rough spot with the 7s here, and I think this just has to be folded, Tower. The 7s has to go into the muck, unfortunately. I know we can see if he jams, he'd pick up a lovely pot, but have to be folding 7s here. Hand is dead, sir. Time bank.
It's
ran down. No time banks left.
I can't give you any more things, I can enjoy the moment, I think.
Cool.
Greg gonna come along. He don't care, Tower. He wants to get in the mix and play some pots.
Jack 9, Jack.
Wow, and we've
Two
got
spades
action.
as well.
We have got action. Second up flush draw for Lynn. 2 pair for Greg. 3 bet coup. Button versus small blind. This should get interesting here. And it's an interesting one for. I'm not sure what's going to be the right thing to do here as Lynn. Whether we play check or whether we play
10 seconds.
bet here on the Jack 9. Lynn feels like bet's going to be the best option. Opts for quarter. Greg won't be going anywhere with his 2 pair. He says, I'm all in for 1.2 million. And Lynn has asked for a count, but do we want to call with just the king high flush draw? Just 1 million to win 2.2 million. Just over 2 to 1 on a call. The problem is, we call here as Lynn, and we're wrong. We're back to that 20 big blind remit, and if we don't call and don't get there, like in terms of a maths problem here, we don't expect Greg to ever shove a jack. So I'm probably going to remove Jack X from his range and just be like, okay, it's probably going to be a 9 or some combo draws of his own, 10-8 of spades, Queen 10 of spades, this kind of stuff. But getting 2 to 1 on a call, only need 33% equity to make it good for us, but then obviously thinking about the future game, if we lose that one, we're going to be down to 20 bigs and not have the chip lead anymore. So Lynn just choosing to fold his second nut flush draw, and I can certainly understand the reasons why. Maybe he wasn't expecting any jams from Greg. Greg just taking the 2 pair and sending it into the middle.
You had a just?
No, I had a pair. You fold if I got one in
10 minutes left of this session. 15-minute break. 20-minute break.
20-minute break. What, after this hand?
So means we'll be back at 7:30.
Oh, breaks at 10 past.
Got excited then, so how you thought it was break time?
I've just lost all concept of when it is. 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there, 40 minutes, 30 minutes. All I know is there's 4 left in Blackpool and we'll be crowning a champion sometime tonight.
Continues for 50k. And gets Warbs to fold the best of it. Did Brian play the singers in the background there?
Looks like he's out. Brian's great. He discovered iPods.
What?
He discovered iPods and Spotify and how to get it onto your phone. So
how long ago?
But just before COVID finished, like 2018, something like that. He thought this is great. So he'd walk around casino with his headphones and like that. "You alright, Tower?" The music's blurting in his ears. "You alright?" I said, "Brian, take him out. Take him out." I said, "What?" I said, "Take him out." He went, "What's the matter?" I said, "No need to shout." He went, "Oh, sorry." Then we put him back in and go, "How you doing?" The funniest thing you've ever seen. Walking around casino shouting at everybody because he's got his earphones in. He thought, this is great, I've got music on here, I can play anything. So funny. Oh, Brian Clark got himself a GUKPT title back in 2008 in Blackpool. Or 2009. One of those 2 days. Good old Weebrick used to win everything. Tickets online galore he used to have. Just under 10 minutes to go until the end of this sesh, and then more of the same.
Yeah, I think we're going to have break back at 7:30.
Yeah.
2 more hours, break, and then it will be finished in the session after next. Can't see us being here past 10:30. Did say 9 this morning, but looks like it has slowed down. McElroy versus Young, all square off that 18 holes as well. Can't wait to watch the golf later. Looking forward to watching the golf.
Yeah.
But now I know that McElroy's one up on the 17th. That obviously Young's going to make his birdie putt.
There you go.
On the 18th.
Colin's rooting for Mr. Young, obviously, because he's got everybody else.
Players all in.
Player is all in.
Pass.
All right, Jimmy. Heading to the break. 5 minutes and counting.
So that's a big line.
got to think though, Tower, we got to the FT at about, what, 20 to 1?
Yep.
Yeah, so...
6 hours, we've lost 5 players.
Suited for Wolves, going to open off at just sub 21. Raises to 80. Broke with the 8-5 of clubs, surely not. Lets it go on the button. Then in the small, ace 8 here. We're going to see back-to-back 3-bet bluffs, this time with the ace 8. Definitely thinking about it. And maybe fancy applying that pressure. And I think Wolves is actually the short stack now, and I think Peter's got just a few more bigs than him, so we're only actually, I think, 23 effective here with all the players, so Lynn's actually going to go for the 3-bet bluff again in the form of a jam, and going to get this one through. Wolves has to fold the jack 8, and Lynn just chipping up nicely, getting these nice shoves through. Well played.
$53 bigs, $52 bigs, Lynn and Greg. Password, if it still works, is Lerpull, L-E-P-U-L-L, Lerpull, one word.
It won't work.
But we think late reg is finished. We think late reg for the free roll has finished. How many's played? How many are still in? Let us know. How does £83,000 equate to euros?
What is it? It's about 1.1.
1.15,
Yeah, I was going to say.
something
I was going to say 1.15.
1.15.
Yeah, so that's
100,000.
92k. 92k.
Nice. 93 left in the free roll. Move sweetly still in. Thank you.
Attention all GUKPT finalists, please retake your seats. As all finalists of the GUKPT, please retake your seats. 3 minutes remaining. Correct, you need to.
About 3 minutes time is when break will be. Players getting called back live, as you might have heard. And this is just going to be a jam for Wolves Tower. Pocket 7s here, off of 18, blind on blind. Like, we don't want to raise call, we don't want to complete and let, like Peter, check a 10-8 off, 8-9 off, hand that still going to have really good equity versus our specific holding. So we just do exactly that, just move all in, or effective all in, put in 2/3 of his stack.
£22,870 locked up. The next person to be eliminated will be taking that home. There will be no deals if anybody asks. 0, not any.
Raised to 90k. Pass. Pass.
Will this be the last hand?
I don't think so.
Lynn's going to count down to 1 and then... Oh, it's folded. That's early fold. That was 22nd, Lynn. Yeah, one more in.
Yeah, we'll be one more.
Just 85 left in the free roll. Thanks, Colin.
Just over a minute left on the clock, so this should be the last hand of the session. 20-minute break back at 7:30, guys, for what might be the last session. We're not sure, but definitely won't be 2 more sessions. This will be over before 11 o'clock, guaranteed. Hopefully, it will be over before 9:30 for us, so we can get
get to the bar, give us some time to take the rig down.
Cool.
I do pack my laptop up.
You do. To be fair, you've left that to me in the past as well.
So Greg, with the Jack 9 off, raises to 80k, and going to be a free bet here from Lynn.
Should be probably to about 2.5.
Raised to 275.
275.
Just a snap fold from Peter.
Yeah. One more.
Yeah.
We will get one more in.
And Peter missed a trick there, Tower.
Yeah.
He could have tanked for
He could have
30
tanked
seconds.
for 15 seconds.
And then he would have got one free hand before he was in the big blind next session.
You'll know for next time.
Just little things like that. Little things like that. Just take your 30 seconds, let the clock run down to the break, and then you're not in the big blind. When you come back after break, you get a hand before you are.
Indeed.
Just little things. Are just going to help us.
Yep.
Just take 30 seconds, then fold your hand. Players on break, you come back, you're under the gun, you're not in the big blind, and you get an extra hand if you like. Whereas now, we're definitely going to be going on break after this hand, and Greg will fall straight into the big when we return. And this is probably an open jam. Tower of Lynn stack, I think. Queen Jack suited. Don't think he's going to take it, but these suited Broadways are great piles as the chip leader into two sort of 25 big or less stacks, and goes for the limp instead with the Queen Jack of Spades, and that's going to bring Peter in, and then Warbs will get to check his option. But I think we're meant to play jam here as Lynn.
Keep counting his stack.
And
He's always checking.
Does have an ace.
Yeah, he's always checking.
I also think he is, but once he postures for this long, there it is. There is the check. I think Lynn could have definitely ripped this one, Tower. Just immense ICM pressure on these two. But nonetheless, still going to be his pot. Big check, check, bet, fold, fold. And we are going to be on a 20-minute break, guys. We're going to be back at 7:30. Don't be late, because I think this could be the session that it does potentially finish. We will see you in 20 minutes.
Why is nothing moving?
Because I don't think they realise yet, and I think Frankie comes over.
Break.
There we go.
There we go. Wonder why they weren't moving. Now we know why. The dealers just said, you're all on break, guys. See you in 20.
See you in 20.
There's a 10-seat guaranteed on Wednesday if anyone's interested. £40 rebuy for the 25-25 at Walsall. Well, this could be going in.
Well, Connor's got King Queen here. Yeah, he's going to shove Tower. There's the all-in triangle, and it's going to get caught. Wow, the Turk's got lines in the small blind.
Oh, this is a bit of a tanker.
And the Turk is working with... Ooh, we've got just sub-8 bigs here.
What will the ace queen
with the
do?
nines? Well, the ace queen's going to snap Connor off. And I think, the ace queen's calling whether Turk calls or not.
Really?
Andy will snap in
okay.
whatever scenario here. It's just Turk with the nines. We are the short stack, but there is a free bet rip from Connor. But Connor's only free bet ripping for 13 bigs, and he's ripping over the open of Andy, who's been opening so many hands in this tournament, and he's asked for a count, just figuring out what Connor's ripping for, even though he's got him covered. But I just can't see how we can fold the nines here, Tower, as the short stack, because the thing is, he might be thinking I could fold and Connor could get busted by Andy, but Andy's not guaranteed to call Connor in this situation. If Andy's still opening like 60-70% of hands, so probably like 50+% of those hands are going to be folding in this situation.
Yeah.
So he might be thinking, well, Connor could bust here and I could ladder, potentially. That might be what he's thinking. But the thing is, it's not always a guarantee that Andy's actually going to call this off. We can see he is going to call this off with ace queen, but Andy's going to have so many opens here that are going to fold to Connor's shove. But it's tough. it's tough here for the Turk, but he is the short stack. He has folded, and it should be a snap here from Andy. And there's the flipping with the call. And Connor, this could be a spin if he doubles. He was down to 200k, but he's at risk, and he's going to need to find a king to stay alive.
So Conor O'Driscoll is at risk with 1.1 mil. He's up against the chip leader Andy Mock. Oh, we've got redraws abound everywhere.
Well, yeah, Jack for a chop, but we've only got 2 outs now. Direct to scoop. We need to find one of the 2 remaining kings. It's a 9 on the turn.
That
doesn't. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. Oh yeah, Turk had 9s. I forgot the Turk had 9s. 7 of spades on the river. We lose Conor O'Driscoll.
Oh man,
Conor O'Driscoll, 5th place for 43,900. Great effort from that lad.
Oh my days, the Turk had 9s. Oh, it was marginal. It was marginal.
The Turk had the 9s.
We are down to 4.
Turk would be second in chips, Tower. He'd be second in chips, the Turk.
Conor O'Driscoll, by the way, every credit. How much has he won?
£43,900 for Conor.
43,000, and the whole of Ireland are rooting for you, buddy. Well done. What a good effort from Conor O'Driscoll. Hope to see him again on our live streams because he was class. He was a class act. Well done, Conor. Well done, Conor. Conor O'Driscoll, absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Bye, Dina. Oh, well, just look back. We've got another all-in. All-in from Ed and Andy. And we could have 2 bust-outs in 2 hands here, Tower. Ed with the 7s. He's been behind a lot of all-in situations and got lucky today. And he's picked up a little few extra outs. So, working with 4 outs now instead of 2. Offsuit 5 or 7. King of spades on the turn. Could we lose 2 in 2 hands?
5 or a 7. Oh, we've lost another. Boom!
It's a diamond.
It's a diamond. Oh my God, it's a diamond. Ed, sorry. Oh my days.
Tower 40 double.
Is it the 7?
Tower 40 double.
Is it the wrong 7?
And the 8 of diamonds is playing. So we lose 2 in 2 hands. Look at that. We've been waiting, and Ed, 70 grand for him, £70,000 exactly. 4th place for Ed Roger. That leaves us with 3, just like that. And look at Andy's stack. Look at Andy's stack. How can this go wrong? It can't. It surely can't.
10 mil. Jack and oh my days, the Mad Turk, man, with the stack. Oh. Oh dear. Everybody now has locked up a minimum of £110,000. How is that even possible?
Crazy, Tower. 2 bust outs in 2 hands. And Jack here, blind on blind, sub 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Turk is very short. We got a 70k pay jump, but Jack's been fearless in these scenarios, and he does move all in. And it's cool. It's a call from Andy. Andy's got ace jack. Are we going to lose 3 in 3 hands?
No way! What's happening? Somebody's taxi outside.
Look at Turk. He's got high-fiving people.
This is a 70k jump. This is a £70,000 jump if the Turk. He won't be cheering, that is for sure. He won't be cheering. But Jack is all in with pocket 5s against Andy Mock's ace jack.
Well, there's no help there. Jack could be doubling up, and that will put him right back in it. And that is clean. We do have counterfeit outs to fade now.
Queen.
Ace jack queen to fade.
An ace jack queen. He'd like a 6.
It's a queen!
it's counterfeited!
Counterfeited! What a mental free hand!
To go out!
Oh my God, look at Turk! Turk's jumping around, he's made 70k! He's just sat there for free hands and he's laddered from 5th to 2nd. As the short stack, the mad Turk is loving life. He's pointing at Andy saying, "You're the man! You're the man!" And just like that, we're heads up. What? We were 5-handed 3 hands ago and we're heads up.
Wow! To get counterfeited out of the GUKPT Grand Final is ill. Yo, ticker's going a bit.
So's mine.
By jolly.
And I think Andy,
oh my dears,
heads up, I think Turk's got like 5 big blinds, Tower.
Live poker will never die.
Oh my, well, we've been sitting here. We were 9-handed for what, 4.5 hours?
That we were like,
really? And then we were 5-handed to 2-handed in 3 hands. What on earth is going on?
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilling now, I'm tilling. I went for 10.
So £40 straight up is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the King 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag. 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow.
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus. But what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with sevens?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop tower. Once we go four-way, we're not checking sevens with our reputation on that flop ever once we go four-way. So that's out of the question. Threes are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10. Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go four-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a one pair holding. So it's two pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited. But we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
So you see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack, can open a lot wider here with the chip lead, a lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s, easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time, ace 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential. You can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. And goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with D8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the Broadways, the King Queen, Jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check here. Tower. I think Tom may be a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river cup.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack. Although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised Jack 9 of us, ours, somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. And we are back, guys. Final 4. Off we go again. Another 2 hours, 3 40-minute levels now. Lin Chen leading the way on 2.4 million. We got Greg King second in chips, 1.9 million. Peter on 1.1, and our short stack is Stevie Warbs. Oh, that's not what you want to do when there's 4-handed. Greg late back to the table in the big blind. Going to miss the first hand. Yeah, Lynn has to open here. Queen deuce suited under the gun with no big in play. Having both these players covered. Like to see him open this one with a dead big blind. Ward's probably just going to let Lynn take this one. Let him take Greg's big blind while he's not there. I don't know where Greg is. And Peter raising the A7 off into big blind and Lynn. Yeah, you do not want to be missing hands at any point in the tournament, let alone 4-handed. Jeezy peeps, man is sitting out. Where is he? Maybe he's got bored and gone home. Greg is literally, if he's not back for this hand, he's literally missed the whole orbit essentially, 4-handed. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. As a fellow Irishman, I'm disappointed. Very true, Eddie. You can't bust if you're not at the table. I'm sure you know the famous Craig Dawson story. We was in Leeds a few years back. Craig Dawson made day 3 with 14 players left. He got stuck in traffic on the motorway because there was an accident. He finally turned up about 2-3 hours into the day. Ali Malou had busted basically everyone in the field, and there were 6 players remaining by the time Craig Dawson got there. That was some story. Stuck in traffic, laddered up about £3 while sitting in traffic. All because Mr. Malou was on an absolute tear. Towards with the Jack 10. Continues for 70. And blind on blind here, good senses from Peter. Now his Wolf's going to go for the second barrel. He's not, and the King 8 high of Peter's going to be good. Good senses on the turn, just realising that Warb's going to shove any Ace-X and all of his stronger King X and R's. So if he hasn't got a piece, essentially the nut high hand, if you think of it like that, Warbs has to shove all his Ace-X. Once we complete, he has to shove most of his King X. So just deducting that, Peter, and wins a nice little pot. Our start of the free roll tonight had pocket 10s versus pocket jacks versus pocket aces, was winning up until the river with trip 10s, and the aces hit a flush. That's poker.
T-boys here.
Ladies on break again?
Well, I've no idea what you mean. No idea what you mean. You have to talk to all these seniors. It's only a chance to get a game out every now and again. I've just delivered 14 Orlicks to the last 2 tables. Whew.
Well, saying that, you turned up the exact same time as Greg. Greg just sat down. Literally, he's just got here.
Greg has?
Yeah, he's missed the whole orbit.
Do we know why?
I have no idea, Tower.
Oh. Okay. Did he come sprinting in?
No, very nonchalant. Just sat down with a lollipop in his mouth like he hadn't missed anything, Tower. It's like he's on a day out on the beach or something. It's,
love it.
Just strolls in. Oh, they're playing. I'm not fussed. I'll have a casual walk over to the table.
Oh dear. Queen 8-5. Greg, my second pair. Bottom pair for Lynn.
Yeah, so definitely going to be some chips going in on the flop. Greg starts with half. Lynn with an easy call with his bottom pair in position. What is going on with this guy?
Oh my dear, how does he know?
No, what is going on, Tower? What on earth?
How does he know?
How? How do we fold?
Unbelievable. Ali, low. Ali, low.
How are we doing, Ali?
He's with us. Eddie Shez, how are you? The Harrow Arrow.
How is he making these folds correctly all the time?
Oh, we're down to the final 4 already. Thought this usually runs on till midnight. Amount of runners to what we've been used to.
Yeah, usually there's well over 10 million chips in play.
We
There's
normally have 3 tables coming back on a Sunday. We were down to 11, which was unusual, and we were on the FT after about half an hour. So it's just one of those days, and we're on 22,870 £, next out. No talk of any deals at all?
Really, Ali? Do you have to ask that question? What? rather than putting how did the treble do yesterday, you need to put what teams did you pick in the treble that didn't come in yesterday. That should be how the question should be worded.
Spoiling.
Of course it didn't win, Ali.
We were close. We didn't have any losing teams. Well, we did. They drew. But we were close. Very close. See, that's what you need, you see. When you were talking yesterday about Alan Malone being time traveller, that's what I need to do for the Towers treble.
Yep.
We need to be travelling back in time, going forward.
But
And get the picture.
to be honest with you, Taz, sometimes I say something to you and I mention it 10 minutes later and you forgot. So you'd probably travel in time.
To
You'd
be
be
fair,
like,
that's
I can't remember who won this match. Who won? Oh,
What
God,
year-
I was there.
What year do I have to get back to? Yeah. What year do I have to get back to? Oh yeah, 2023. I live for the moment. Queen 8 for Pete, Cheryl Ambos. So Lynn, 2.3 mil, 46 bigs. Greg's 36 bigs. And then Peter and Stephen ringing it up. Steve, we all know the chip count that he had yesterday, but they ain't easy to close out, are they? But can he get his row back? Greg King from Dublin.
Peter has to fold this one over to Warbs on the button, only with 11 bigs. And this, oh, he's got 8 bigs now. So moves in with the suited king. And then Jack 10 suited, facing an 8 big blind shove for 20% of our stack. Cool.
All in 425. This is close. 10 Jack suited.
I think it's a call tower with the chip lead, 20% of our stack. Warb's going to be shoving so wide on the button as the shorty with 8 bigs.
Yeah.
Like we'll even have 10-9 suited, Jack 9 suited, some hands that we do
And
actually
then-
dominate. And Jack 10 of diamonds just had beautiful equity pre-flop versus most hands in the deck. Like even against Ace King we're 40%, Ace Queen 40%. The times we're dominated because obviously with the possibilities to make so many straights and the diamond flush, like still going to have like 35% versus the Ace Jack and the Ace 10. So good to see Lynn make the call. Can Warbs find the hold? Not on
Not
that
on
flop.
that, the 10 hits for Lynn Chen. We now need running spades, running straight cards.
Jack of spades is a fun one. Running threes.
Running threes, 3 or a king. For Steve Warburton, and it's not, it's a queen, it's a wrong bit of paint. And Steve Warburton heads out. He has been eliminated.
£22,870 for Warbs.
Well done, Steve.
And we're down.
Always a pleasure watching you.
Down to the final 3.
Always a pleasure watching you, Steve. Always.
Pause the clock, please.
Can you pause the clock, please? Interesting. Can you pause the clock, please? Is that like start the fans on?
Can you start the fans, please? Bring on the wall. That's the best one.
Here, bring on the wall.
I used to love that game show as a kid.
We'll pause the clock. Steve Warburton has just been eliminated.
For ICM numbers, we're going to need a exact chip count off.
And they are looking at ICM numbers because they want an exact chip count off each person. Oh. Interesting. 36,080, 58,620 and 83,400. Chop that up to your chip stacks.
It's funny, Lynn came up to me earlier on today before we even started playing. He said,
I was just wondering. I was just wondering how players think.
my answer would have been no, but now I don't mind telling that one because obviously
So
you don't have like
they've locked up at least 36.
Someone wants to play, I'm happy to play all duo duo. As long as it's fair-ish. A bit good, you've got too many chips in there. But it's only one double, isn't it? One double.
2,775,000.
So, they are bringing on the calculator.
We should do like some sort of deal then play first. I don't know, whatever, I don't know.
If Lynn wins, you have to say the Fungi Slot says you're the actual wizard. The story behind it is they called me a wizard on day one.
So, while they're doing numbers, guys, should we give away a £30 token?
Really?
£30 token for anyone?
Have we got time?
Yeah, we got time. We've got time. We'll just do a fastest finger first, and this is only going to be good for the people that are watching the stream all day. I throw these in every now and again to give the people that are always watching a better chance. All I'd like to know, Dan Whitbread has won 2 trophies this week.
He has.
He was here today.
Can I have a guess?
For day 3 and was the first player out. What I would like to know, what hand did Dan Whitbread bust with today on the first pan?
Who can remember that?
Okay, so at the minute.
Do you know what it is?
What hand? I don't want the suits, I just want the hand.
Ace
First
7.
one, not A7.
Ace Queen.
Not Ace Queen. There we go, Jess Pilkington, right in, pocket 8s for Jess. Fastest finger first. Jess Pilkington, you get yourself a £30 token for the Grosvenor client. There we go. I was hoping that would last a bit longer to kill a bit more time. Cheers for that. Thanks, Jess. I thought we had like a few minutes to fill because I didn't think anyone would get it, but thanks for that. Thought we'd fill about 3-4 minutes.
I think we need to get back to the table. Oh, what's happened? You can have the trophy.
We got second place.
What?
Second place money, almost second place.
Okay, guys.
What? It's finished.
Is that it? Are they not playing on?
He said you can have the trophy.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Well, you better.
That's it, I'm off. The finish. It's finished, ladies and gentlemen. It's finished. I don't even know who's won.
He's just happy that we're going to be at the bar at 9. So guys, that is it. They done an exact ICM chop. I've got the numbers here. £54,915 for Peter, £57,855 for Gregory King, and £65,310 and trophy and title of GUKPT champion Blackpool for Lin Chen. So that is that, guys, and we'll wait for Tower to head out to the floor because we haven't even got anything set up yet for the trophy presentation and interviews. Usually when we get heads up, everything's set and ready there to be done. So we'll have a little wait for 3-4 minutes. Jess, just drop me your Grosvenor Poker alias as well and I'll get that £30 token sent to your account. And Lin Chen has basically asked for the trophy. So Lin Chen will be going down as Blackpool champion. But what an event, guys. It's been fun. It's been a really good week here in Blackpool. I know it's not been as busy as it usually is. November time, Tower always calls it the grand final in the north. It's a bit quieter first time round in March. Who knows if it runs again next year? It may get busier, but still great turnout. Mini, over 500 runners. Really good turnout for everyone for that one. And even the main, over 300 runners, creating an 80k first prize. Still a terrific turnout for everyone that played. Next stop, we are off to London for the AAA after the Irish Open, middle of April, and then for the next GUKPT we will be heading up to Edinburgh. But Lin Chen, let's have a little look at this while you're standing there. So that's the updated National League. Lin Chen currently sitting in 5th. This is probably going to be good for a good 50 odd points, I reckon, so it may close the gap slightly on Cal, although Cal did final table the mystery bounty and have finished runner up. But I think we will see Lin hop into the 2nd spot for sure when that National League has been updated. Big thanks to everyone that has tuned in throughout the weekend. I know we started off with a few technical issues. Big shout out to PK, the lads behind the scenes that you guys don't see. They've been in all night long on the Friday trying to get the feature table sorted, and it's been great ever since. Like, you don't see what goes on behind the scenes. Me and Tower turn up, we've got all these fancy graphics now, they make us look good, but all we have to do is literally sit here and talk, and without those it wouldn't be a stream. So big shout out to the team. Tower's out on the floor now, as you can see. We're just waiting for the lads to come over so we can do the interviews and the trophy presentation. I'm not sure whether it's going to be one interview, whether it's going to be two, or whether it's going to be all three of them that done the three-way chop. So stay tuned and hopefully we will find out. Yes, the deal was made. 54,915 for Peter, 57,855 for Gregory, and 65,310 for Lin Chen. So we are just getting set and ready. We are going to be heading over to Tower shortly.
One by one. That's all right. Sit down, sounds all right.
So Tower is with Peter Charalambos. So going to be interviewing Peter first. Let's head over to Tower with the interviews and the trophy presentation. See you soon, guys.
Well, you can look at me, we can glare into each other's eyes. We've just obviously instantly chopped.
Yeah, we did.
After Steve got knocked out. Another third. Well, you got third place. Do you remember your second place in the GUKPT?
2012, the grand final, weren't it? To Sam something.
Yeah. And you came second in Walsall.
Yeah, Walsall. Yeah, that was 2008.
That was 2008. So you remember all your history?
Well, I don't play many of these, do I?
It's been a long time since.
Yeah. I played a couple, but not many. Like maybe two in the last 2-3 years. Yeah. So. Good result, yeah.
It's been an interesting week. Yesterday was obviously the Mr. Malou show all the way through until
that was my fault. I caused that because he won a pot with aces, and then like Steve, and I was like, Steve's a very great. Steve Warburton's a good player, and I said like, you know, you're a world class player. Then he raised under the gun, you know, come to Ali Malou in the big blind. He goes, he's a world class player, is he? And just went all in.
Well, whether you influenced it or not, I'm not too sure. But happy with your week in Blackpool.
Yeah, in the end, yeah. I was losing at the beginning. I'm out of it now. Yeah, so it was good. Yeah, I got drunk on Wednesday. I think I was in bed. Apparently, I caused.
That's Blackpool.
I think I caused. I said some few things I shouldn't have said, which is normal for me. But yeah, it was. But yeah, it's all been worked out fine. So I'm happy. Yeah.
Good to have you on an FT again of a GUKPT.
I don't play Holden much, so it's, I'm not very good. They're so good actually.
Yeah.
I'm like I'm behind, and it was like I felt like I was texting, asking friends like for button ranges and that, but. I was just doing my own thing. I was playing tight at something. I played a bit loose, maybe a little bit, but yeah, it worked. I'm happy.
We've enjoyed it.
Yeah, good graft.
Well done,
buddy.
Well done. Chopped the GUKPT. We're going to bring Greg in. We're going to swap Peter for Greg. Come on, Greg. In he comes. Oh, all the way from Dubbers. How are we doing, young man? Have a quick seat. Have a sit down, young man.
Thank you.
How's the week in Blackpool been?
It's been very, very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Didn't drink too much, thankfully. we went deep and we got very lucky in a tough field, very, very tough field. So delighted, over the moon with the result.
You had a lot of chips for a lot of the day, didn't you?
A lot of chips. One big turning point 2 levels ago. Flop top 2 pair against bottom set.
Yeah.
Lynn played the hand very well, very disguised hand, bottom set with 2s, and we got it all in and played for chunks, and 2s held up.
Amazingly, the 4-eye flop brings all the action, doesn't it? You know.
It's always the jumbo hands, the jumbo hands that do it. Like, but you know, happy enough with the way I played, and Lynn played very well, and he deserves the trophy.
Is this the first time in Blackpool? Do we see you on the tour?
First time in Blackpool. I was in Coventry there, and a few of the Scottish lads recommended Blackpool, so I'll be back here. Very good.
Well, we've got one in November, so hopefully we'll see you either before then, but definitely Blackpool. Right at the end, happy with what's just happened?
Yeah, I think it's a fair result after 3 days grinding. It's not a bad pay package, you know. It was a bit long grind, so I have to take it as it is. It's a crapshoot at this stage. All the stacks are shallow. So I'm happy enough with second, yeah.
It's nice for us, for having a new player on the feature, to have so many people watching you in the live stream. It's so good for us.
Yeah, it was good. There was a lot of guys back home railing me on, so it was nice to get a deep run. Always is. Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. Absolute pleasure watching you as well. Nice one. Greg King was chopped it here in Blackpool, and I'm not going to stand up because Mr. Lin Chen's going to sit here as champion. How are you doing, sir? Pleased to meet you. Happy with everything?
Yeah, it's actually my first time main event cash.
It is.
Yeah, I've tried lots of times, and this time it worked out.
You're really high at the moment in the NPL. You've got I think you're fourth. You're going up now.
Car is up in there. Too much. Well, it's too much to chase.
If you keep playing like this, you've got a good chance of catching him, I must say.
So I need to run good.
Yeah, it's been a good final. Are you happy with the result right in the end? Chopping it.
Happy. It's the first ever champion I've got. Even though it's IC, I'm still quite happy. I played quite well today, I think. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Absolutely, it was good. As soon as you got the chip lead as well, you started to open up wider, and it was good to watch.
Yeah, thank you. I was getting hands. It was a good run. That was.
It was indeed. Well, we're going to get Mike. I'm going to move out of the way. We're going to get Mike and you stood up for the trophy, and we're going to get a massive round of applause. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for champion in Blackpool, Mr. Lin Chen. And that is his first trophy of many, I am sure. Jay, after that, please, finish us off.
Sam is the best here.
Yeah. And that is that, guys. It is done and dusted. Lin Chen getting his first ever GUKPT cash, and it's not just the cash, it is the title. He is the first Blackpool champion for a March leg, and he's going to get himself, I reckon, 50-60 points on that National League and actually close the gap on Cal, who is the runaway leader at the moment. What an event it's been. Just waiting for Tower to come back in, and then we will round up. Big thank you to the chat box, the moderators for the channel. It's been a real good laugh here in Blackpool for the last few days, and here he comes.
Have you finished off? Flipping out, it was a walk.
Triple interview, that's got to be the first,
that's the first. I tell you what, people look forward to finishing first or second these days. There's a bubble interview.
Yeah, you're going to get a few messages.
Third's the bubble for the interview. I like to do 3. Flipping heck. Overtime, lads, overtime. Strange ending, but they can do what they want. They either do an ICM and stop, or if they want to chop it and play, they would leave some money for playing with the trophy. But as you can see, it ended with Lin Chen being crowned champion. They were all happy, so you can't really say anything more than that, apart from the players that are playing for all the money. We're happy in what's just happened. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've loved it. Yeah, it's been really good.
You going to bring your flip-flops in November?
Probably not. But it's been really good stream. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well done.
Put to the test on Friday.
Well done to the team, let me tell you. They've earned the coin this week. They've earned the coin this week. They've done absolutely amazing to what happened, but it has been an absolutely cracking final 2 days, and well done to everybody. As Jay has probably said, we're in London for the 888, and then we're in Edinburgh for the next one. But thanks to you guys, as always, it has been amazing. And it's been a cracking 10 days, and I think we've both been here for every minute of it.
Yeah,
we've been here for every minute of it. And by the time Jay's took down all the kit and all the frame and everything like that, we'll be drunk at the bar. We'll already be there. So by the time you've finished in about 3 hours' time, just let us know. We'll get you a coffee.
Yeah, I've got to pop back to the hotel because I've got to get some clothes for someone actually. So I have actually. Someone left some clothes there, and I've got to bring them to them. So I've got to make a trip to the.
Okay.
I'm sailing the Travelodge Preston tonight.
Oh. It has been a great event. First ever GUKPT in Blackpool in March has been a huge success. It started with the CAF Cup when we raised £12,700 for charity last week, and we had a singing and dance, and a lot of poker players are saying it's the best day they've ever had playing poker. Benty still wants to know when the next one is. He loved it. But thanks to everybody for every bit of help you've done with us and sticking with us as well. You guys have been amazing. As always, you really do make our job a lot easier, because we have a lot of interaction with you guys. Thanks for tuning in. We've raised £12,700 for charity, and we've got a new winner in Mr. Lin Chen. From the Tower, and the best team and the most worked team this week in poker. Ta-ta.
Good night, guys.
Lynn?
You always think, oh, I should get more money. Yeah.